Section 42 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rochelle Bereni. All About Coffee by William Ukers. Chapter 28, A Short History of Coffee Advertising, Part 1. Early coffee advertising. The first coffee advertisement in 1587 was frank propaganda for the legitimate use of coffee. The first printed advertisement in English, the first newspaper advertisement, early advertisements in colonial America, evolution of advertising, packaged coffee advertising, advertising to the trade, advertising by means of newspapers, magazines, billboards, electric signs, motion pictures, demonstrations, and by samples, advertising for retailers, advertising by government propaganda, the Joint Coffee Trade Publicity Campaign in the United States, coffee advertising efficiency. In a work of this character, the chapter on advertising must of necessity be in story form. It may tell what has been accomplished in advertising coffee, and perhaps point the way to greater achievement. In so far as possible, the story is supplemented by illustrations, which here tell the story even better than words. Advertising to the trade or the consumer calls for expert advice. There are successful trade journalists who are competent to supply such advertising counsel, and newcomers in the field should consult them first. These men are in the best position to suggest the means for successful accomplishment. They know the men who are best qualified to render assistance for all media and are glad to recommend those who can be most helpful. Jarvis A. Wood has said that advertising is causing another to know, to remember, and to do. If we agree with this excellent definition, then the first coffee advertisers were the early physicians and writers who told their fellows something about the berry and the beverage made from it. Rhazes and Avicenna told the story in Latin and appear to have recommended a coffee decoction as a stomachic as far back as the 10th century. Many other early physicians refer to it. Thus, it was that coffee was solemnly introduced to the consumer as a medicine. The first step made by the berry from the cabinets of the curious, where it was known as an exotic seed, was into the apothecaries' shops, where it was sold and advertised as a drug. Next, the coffee bean was advertised and sold by lemonade vendors, then by the proprietors of the coffee houses and cafes, and finally the coffee merchants sold and advertised the green and roasted bean. Rauwolf told the Germans about it in 1582. Abdul-Qadir wrote his famous argument in favor of the legitimate use of coffee in Arabic about 1587. Alpini carried the news to Italy in 1592. English travelers wrote about the beverage in the 16th and 17th centuries. French Orientalists described it about the same time, and America learned about it long before the green beans were offered for sale in Boston in 1670. Because of its frank propaganda character, Abdul-Qadir's manuscript may rightly be called the earliest advertisement for coffee. The author was a lawyer, theologian, a follower of Mahomet, and as such was eager to convince his contemporaries that coffee drinking was not incompatible with the Prophet's law. Soon the news of the day became the advertising of the morrow. In 1652 appeared the first printed advertisement for coffee in English. It was in the form of a shop bill or handbill, issued by Pasqua Rosé from the first London coffee house in St. Michael's Alley, Cornhill, and the original is preserved in the British Museum. It is pictured on page 55, chapter 10, and is worthy of close examination. It reads, "The virtue of the coffee drink, first publicly made and sold in England by Pasqua Rosé. The grain or berry called coffee groweth upon little trees only in the deserts of Arabia. It is brought from thence and drunk generally throughout all the Grand Signior's dominions. It is a simple innocent thing composed into a drink by being dried in an oven and ground to powder and boiled up with spring water and about half a pint of it to be drunk, fasting an hour before, and not eating an hour after, and to be taken as hot as possibly can be endured, the which will never fetch the skin off the mouth or raise any blisters by reason of that heat. The Turks drink at meals and other times is usually water, and their diet consists much of fruit, the crudities whereof are very much corrected by this drink. The quality of this drink is cold and dry, and though it be a dryer, yet it neither heats nor inflames more than hot posset. It so closeth the orifice of the stomach, and fortifies the heat within, that it's very good to help digestion, and therefore of great use to be taken about 3 or 4 o'clock afternoon, as well as in the morning. It much quickens the spirits, and makes the heart lightsome. It is good against sore eyes, and the better if you hold your head over it, and take in the steam that way. It suppresseth fumes exceedingly, and therefore good against the headache, and will very much stop any defluxion of rheums that distill from the head upon the stomach, and so prevent and help consumptions, and the cough of the lungs. It is excellent to prevent and cure the dropsy, gout, and scurvy. It is known by experience to be better than any other drying drink for people in years, or children that have any running humours upon them, as the king's evil, etc. It is very good to prevent miscarryings in childbearing women. It is a most excellent remedy against the spleen, hypochondriac winds, or the like. It will prevent drowsiness and make one fit for business if one have occasion to watch, and therefore you are not to drink of it after supper unless you intend to be watchful, for it will hinder sleep for 3 or 4 hours. It is observed that in Turkey, where this is generally drunk, that they are not troubled with the stone, gout, dropsy, or scurvy, and that their skins are exceedingly clear and white. It is neither laxative nor restringent. Made and sold in St. Michael's Alley in Cornhill by Pasqua Rosé at the sign of his own head. The noteworthy thing about this advertisement is that in comparison with the best copy of today, it has high merit. For this early advertisement seems to have embodied in it superbly well those qualifications which modern advertising experts agree are essential requirements for success, measured in terms of sales to the consumer. We shall return to it later. The first newspaper advertisement for coffee appeared in the form of a reader in the issue of the Public Advisor, London, for the weeks of Tuesday, May 19th to Tuesday, May 26, 1657. The Public Advisor was a weekly pamphlet partaking of the nature of a commercial newsletter. The advertisement was sandwiched between a reader advertising a doctor of physic and one for an artificer, the latter being a lady's hairdresser. It was as follows. In Bartholomew Lane, on the back side of the Old Exchange, the drink called coffee, which is a very wholesome and physical drink, having many excellent virtues, closes the orifice of the stomach, fortifies the heat within, helpeth digestion, quickeneth the spirits, maketh the heart lightsome, is good against eyesores, coughs or colds, rheums, consumptions, headache, dropsy, gout, scurvy, king's evil, and many others, is to be sold both in the morning and at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. About the time that Pascal opened the first coffee house in Paris in 1672, the Paris shopkeepers began to advertise coffee by broadsides. A good example is the following, the text of which closely resembles the original by Pasqua Rosé. The most excellent virtue of the berry called coffee. Coffee is a berry which only grows in the desert of Arabia, from whence it is transported into all the dominions of the Grand Signor, which being drunk dries up all the cold and moist humours, disperses the wind, fortifies the liver, eases the dropsy by its purifying quality, 'tis a sovereign medicine against the itch and corruptions of the blood, refreshes the heart and the vital beating thereof. It relieves those that have pains in their stomach and cannot eat. It is good also against the indispositions of the brain, cold, moist, and heavy. The steam which rises out of it is good against the rheums of the eyes and drumming in the ears. 'Tis excellent also against the shortness of the breath, against rheums which trouble the liver and the pains of the spleen. It is an extraordinary ease against the worms. After having eat or drunk too much, nothing is better for those that eat much fruit. The daily use hereof in a little while will manifest the aforesaid effect to those that being indisposed shall use it from time to time. The following are typical London trade advertisements of 1662 and 1663. The first is from the Kingdom's Intelligencer of June 5th, 1662, and reads as follows. At the Exchange Alley from Cornhill into Lumber Street, near the conduit, at the music room belonging to the Palsgrave's Hall, is sold by retail the right coffee powder. Likewise, that termed the Turkey berry, well cleansed at 30d per pound, the East India berry, so called, of the best sorts at 20d per pound, of which at present in divers places there is very bad, which the ignorant for cheapness do buy, and is the chief cause of the now bad coffee drunk in many plays. The Intelligencer for December 21st, 1663 contained the following advertisement. There is a parcel of coffee berry to be put to public sale upon Wednesday the 23rd, instant, at 6 o'clock in the evening, at the Globe Coffee House at the end of St. Bartholomew Lane, over against the North Gate of the Royal Exchange. And if any desire to be further informed, they may repair to Mr. Brigg, public notary at the said Globe Coffee House. Dufour's treatise on the manner of making coffee, tea, and chocolate, published in Lyons 1684, was generally regarded as propaganda for the beverage. And indeed, it proved an excellent advertisement, being quickly translated into English and several other languages. In 1691, we find advertised in the Livre Commode of Paris a portable coffee-making outfit to fit the pocket. The first coffee periodical, The New and Curious Coffee House, was issued at Leipzig by Theophilo Georgi in 1707, being a kind of house organ for what was perhaps the first café clatch. The publisher-proprietor, however, admitted that the idea of making his coffee salon a resort for the literati was obtained from Italy. In Chapter 10, we have described a number of broadsides, handbills, and pamphlets having to do with the introduction of the coffee drink into London between 1652 and 1675. The advertising student would do well to refer to them because they serve to show how completely the true merits of the beverage were lost sight of by those who urged its more fantastic claims. It is interesting to note, however, that this early copy was of a high order of typographical excellence. Indeed, the display letter used for the word coffee is often like that found in copy in the United States 250 years after. Also, it should be noted that apt illustrations artful aid was first employed in 1674. Again, note this curious contrast. 269 years ago, all the resources of advertising were being laid under contribution to make propaganda for coffee as the great cure for many ailments of which nowadays the enemies of coffee would have us believe coffee is the cause. Those who have possessed themselves of the facts about coffee know that both arguments are equally fantastic. Coffee was mentioned in shopkeepers' announcements appearing in the Boston Newsletter as early as 1714 and in other newspapers of the colonies during the 18th century, usually being offered for sale at retail with strange companions. In 1748, tea, coffee, indigo, nutmegs, sugar, etc. were advertised for sale at a shop in Dock Square, Boston. The following advertisement from the Columbian Sentinel, Boston, April 26, 1794, is typical. Groceries at number 44 Cornhill. Norton and Holyoke respectfully inform their friends and the public that they have for sale at their shop, number 44 Cornhill, formerly the post office, a general assortment of groceries, among which are the following articles: teas, spices, coffee, cotton, indigo, starch, chocolate, raisins, figs, almonds, and olives. West India rum, best French brandy, excellent cherry wine, pure as imported, etc., etc., all which they will sell as low as any store in Boston. Any article not liked will be taken again and the money returned. It appears that the first advertisement dealing with coffee alone was published in the New York Daily Advertiser for February 9, 1790, and this was primarily an advertisement of a wholesale coffee roasting factory rather than an advertisement of coffee per se. This advertisement, and a later one published in London's New York Packet for January 1, 1791, also of a coffee manufactory, are reproduced herewith. Not until packaged coffee began to come into vogue in the 60s was there any change in the stereotyped business card form followed by all dealers in coffee. And even then, the monotony was varied only by inserting the brand name, such as Osborne's Celebrated Prepared Java Coffee, put up only by Louis A. Osborne. Government coffee in tinfoil pound papers put out by Tabor and Place's Rubia Mills. End of section 42. Read by Rochelle Bereni. Section 43 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rochelle Bereni. All About Coffee by William Ukers. A Short History of Coffee Advertising. Part 2. Evolution of Coffee Advertising. Real progress in coffee advertising, as in publicity for other lines of trade and industry, began in the United States. Here, too, it has been brought to its lowest degradation and to its highest efficiency. The entire process has taken something less than 50 years. The first step forward was the picture handbill. The handbill, or dodger, had been common enough in England and on the continent, where, for upward of 200 years, it had served as an advertising medium. In company with the more robust broadside, and in competition with the pamphlet and newspaper. It remained for America, however, to glorify the handbill by means of colored pictures, and one of the earliest and best specimens of the picture handbill is the Arbuckle Circular. Soon, the handbill copy began to appear in the newspapers, but mostly without the illustrations. Later newspaper developments were to introduce more of the picture element, decorative border, and design. The ideas of European artists were freely drawn upon, but put to so utilitarian uses that their originators would scarce have recognized them. In the Ladies' Home Journal for December 1888, the Great London Tea Company, Boston, an early mail-order house, advertised, "We have made a specialty since 1877 of giving premiums to those who buy tea and coffee in large quantities." In the same issue, there was an advertisement of Seal Brand and Crusade Brand coffee by Chase and Sanborn, Boston. Dilworth Brothers, Pittsburgh, were also among the early users of magazine space. The menace of the cereal, coffee substitute evil had grown to such proportions at the beginning of the 20th century that the coffee men began to be concerned about it. Misleading and untruthful substitute copy was freely accepted by nearly all media. The package labels were as bad, if not worse. With the advent of the Pure Food Law of 1906, the cereal label abuse was reformed, but not until the truth in advertising movement became a power to be reckoned with. Nearly 10 years later were the coffee men granted a substantial measure of protection in the magazines and newspapers. Meanwhile, many coffee men, lacking organization and a knowledge of the facts about coffee, unwittingly played into the hands of the substitute fakers by publishing unfortunate defensive copy which made confusion worse confounded in the consumer's mind. At one time, there were nearly 100 coffee substitute concerns engaged in a bitter, untruthful campaign directed against coffee. The most conspicuous offender employed the principle of autosuggestion and found a goodly number of pseudo-physicians and bright advertising minds that were quite willing to prostitute their finest talents to aid him in attacking an honorable business. In 1 year, $1,765,000 was spent in traducing the national beverage. The burden of the cereal faker's song was that coffee was the cause of all the ills that flesh is heir to, and that by stopping its use for 10 days and substituting his panacea, these ills would vanish. Of course, there were many people, but they were the minority, who knew that the caffeine content of coffee was a pure, safe stimulant that did not destroy the nerve cells like such false stimulants as alcohol, morphine, etc., and that while too much could be ingested from abuse of any beverage containing it, nature always effected a cure when the abuse was stopped. However, there was undoubtedly created in the public mind a suspicion that threatened to develop into a prejudice and that affected otherwise sane and normal people that perhaps coffee was not good for them. Then came the winter of the coffee men's discontent. Floundering about in a veritable slough of cereal slush, without secure foothold or a true sense of direction, coffee advertising went miserably astray when its writers began to assure the public that their brands were guiltless of the crimes charged in the cereal men's indictment. In this, of course, they unwittingly aided and abetted the cereal fakers. For example, one roaster packer advertised, "The harmful ingredient in coffee is the tannin-bearing chaff, which our roasting and grinding process completely removes." Scientific research has since proved the fallacy of this idea. Another roaster said, "If coffee works havoc with your nerves and digestion, it is because you are not using a fresh roasted, thoroughly cleaned, correctly cured coffee. Our method of preparing gives you the strength and aroma without its nerve-destroying qualities." A well-known coffee packer advertised, "Our coffee is free from the dust and bitter tannin, the only injurious property in coffee." Still another packer informed the consumer that, by a very special steel-cutting process, he sliced the coffee beans so that the little cells containing the volatile oil, the food product, are not broken. A prominent Chicago packer put out a new brand of coffee which he claimed was non-intoxicating, poisonless, and the only pure coffee. A New Yorker, not to be outdone, brought out a coffee that he said contained all the stimulative properties of the original coffee berries, but with every trace of acid removed, every undesirable element eliminated. Also, he added for good measure, this coffee may be used freely without harming the digestive organs or impairing the nervous system. And one packaged coffee man became so exercised over cereal competition that he brought out a grain coffee of his own, which he actually advertised as the nearest approach to coffee ever put on the market, having all the merits without any objectionable features, strengthening without stimulating, satisfying without shattering the nerves. And so history again repeated itself in America. 500 years after the first religious persecution of the drink in Arabia, we find it being persecuted by commercial zealots in the United States. And even in the house of its friends, coffee was being stabbed in the back. The coffee merchants themselves presented the spectacle of knocking it by inference and innuendo. Something had to be done. As cereal drinks standing on their own feet, the coffee substitutes would have attracted little notice. It was only by trading on the allegation that they were substitutes for coffee that they made any headway. The original offender sold his product as coffee, which was an untruth, as he later admitted there was not a bean of coffee in it. He boldly advertised, "blank coffee for persons who can't digest ordinary coffee." When it became no longer possible to perpetrate an untruth on the package label, there still remained the newspapers and billboards. For years before fake advertising laws and an outraged public opinion made recourse to these no longer possible, it was a common practice to use the newspapers and billboards to promote the idea that here was a different coffee, and in this way to create a demand for a package which, when purchased, was found to tell a different story. As late as 1911, one of our most respected New York dailies was carrying an advertisement calling the product coffee, although fairness demands it be recorded that the coffee part of the announcement was stricken out when the Tea and Coffee Trade Journal called the attention of the publisher to its misleading character. This trade paper, from its start, had been urging the coffee men to organize for defense. The agitation bore fruit at last, first in the starting of the National Coffee Roasters Association, and later in the inception of the movement that resulted in the international advertising campaign for coffee, now in progress in the United States. Meanwhile, the cereal coffee substitute had been thoroughly discredited by governmental analysis, although even today newspaper publishers are to be found here and there who are willing to take a chance with public opinion and who will admit to their advertising column such misleading statements for the substitute as it has a coffee-like flavor. In the United States today, coffee advertising has reached a high plane of copy excellence. Our coffee advertisers lead all nations. The educational work, started by the Tea and Coffee Trade Journal, fostered by the National Coffee Roasters Association, and developed by the Joint Coffee Trade Publicity Committee, has laid low many of the bugaboos raised by the cereal sinners. The coffee men, however, have left considerable room for improvement. There are still some who are given to making exaggerated claims in their publicity, who make reflections upon competitors in a way to destroy public confidence in coffee, and who display an ignorance of, or a lack of confidence in, their product by continuing to claim that their brands do not contain what they assert are injurious or worthless constituents. It is to be hoped that in time these abuses will yield to the further enlightening influence of the trade press and of the organizations that are continually working for trade betterment. Before the International Coffee Campaign started in 1919, the National Coffee Roasters Association promoted 2 National Coffee Weeks, one in 1914 and another in 1915, where an excellent groundwork was done for the big joint coffee trade propaganda that followed. Some original research also was done along lines of proper grinding and correct coffee brewing. A Better Coffee Making Committee under the direction of Edward Aborn of New York rendered yeoman's service to the cause. Much educational work was done in schools and colleges, among newspaper editors, and in the trade. This campaign was the first cooperative publicity for coffee. Among other things, it put a nationwide emphasis on iced coffee as a delectable summer drink, and, for the first time, stressed the correct making of the beverage by drip and filtration methods instead of by boiling, which had long been one of the most crying evils of the business. Package coffee advertising. Coffee advertising began to take on a distinctive character with the introduction of Ariosa by John Arbuckle in 1873. Some of the early publicity for this pioneer packaged coffee appears typographically crude, judged by modern standards, but the copy itself has all the needful punch, and many of the arguments are just as applicable today as they were a half-century ago. Take the handbill copy illustrated. It was done in 3 colors, and the argument was new and most convincing. The reverse side copy is also extremely effective. Note the expert roaster argument and coffee-making directions. Some of these may still be found in current coffee advertising. Most of the original Arbuckle advertising was by means of circulars or broadsides, although some newspaper space was employed. Premiums were first used by John Arbuckle as an advertising sales adjunct, and they proved a big factor in putting Ariosa on the map. Mr. Arbuckle created the kind of word-of-mouth publicity for his goods that is the most difficult achievement in the business of advertising. It caused so deep and lasting an impression that in some sections it has persisted through at least 5 decades. The advertising moral is, get people to talk your brand. Since the death of its founder, the Arbuckle copy has been changed to fit modern conditions. That it has kept pace with all the forward movements in business and advertising is evident from the specimens which help to illustrate this chapter. A significant change is to be noted in the fact that, for the first time in its history, the greatest coffee business in the world has adopted a policy of advertising to the trade as well as to the consumer, thus giving its publicity a well-rounded character which it formerly lacked. The evolution of other notable packaged coffees is also shown by illustration. Several concerns blazed new trails that have since been picked up and followed by competing brands. Among the many long-established advertised packaged coffee, successes may be mentioned. Arbuckle's Euban and Ariosa, McLaughlin's 40, Chase and Sanborn's Seal Brand, Dwinell Wright's White House, Weir's Red Ribbon, B. Fisher & Company's Hotel Astor, Brownell and Field's Autocrat, Bohr's Old Master, Scull's Boscal, Seaman Brothers' White Rose, Blank's Faust, Baker's Barrington Hall, Wilson's Spice Company's Golden Sun, International Coffee Company's Old Homestead, Kroneberger's Old Reserve, Western Grocer Company's Chocolate Cream, Legette's Nabob, Clausette and Deaver's Golden West, R.C. Williams' Royal Scarlet, Merchants Coffee Company's Alameda, Widlair Company's C.W. Brand, Myers Brothers' Old Judge, Nash Smith Tea and Coffee Company's Wedding Breakfast, J.A. Folger and Company's Golden Gate, Ennis Hanley Blackburn Coffee Company's Golden Wedding, M.J. Brandenstein and Company's M.J.B., Hills Brothers' Red Can, the Young and Griffin Coffee Company's Franco-American, and the Cheek Neal Coffee Company's Maxwell House. It was estimated that the amount of money spent by the larger coffee roasters upon all forms of publicity in the United States in 1920 was about $3 million. Charts prepared by Charles Coolidge Parlin of the Division of Commercial Research of the Curtis Publishing Company and checked by the Publishers Information Bureau show the advertising for coffee and for coffee substitutes in 30 leading publications from 1911 to 1920, and compare the advertising for coffee and coffee substitutes in 1920 with a chart of per capita consumption. It should be noted that the figures exclude all other forms of advertising, such as newspapers, bill posting, streetcar signs, electric signs, and so forth. Experience has proven that a packaged coffee, to be successful, must have back of it expert knowledge on buying, blending, roasting, and packing, as well as an efficient sales force. These things are essential. 1. A quality product. 2. A good trademark name and label. 3. An efficient package. With these, an intelligently planned and carefully executed advertising and sales campaign will spell success. Such a campaign comprehends advertising directed to the dealer and to the consumer. It may include all the approved forms of publicity, such as newspapers, magazines, billboards, electric signs, motion pictures, demonstrations, and samples. One phase of trade advertising which should not be overlooked is dealer helps. The extent to which the roaster packer, or the promoter of a new packaged coffee, should utilize the various advertising media or go into dealer helps must, of course, depend upon the size of the advertising appropriation. Many roaster packers supply grocers handling their coffee with dealer helps in the shape of weatherproof metal signs for outside display, display racks, store and window display signs, cutouts, blotters, consumer booklets, newspaper electros, stereopticon slides, moving pictures, demonstrations, samples, etc. Dealer selling schemes based on points have also been found helpful in promoting sales. Advertising to the trade. Until a comparatively recent date, the green coffee importer selling the roasting trade has not realized the need of advertising. He is inclined to the belief that he did not need to advertise because, in most instances, green coffee is not sold by the mark, and to a certain extent, price has been the determining factor. During late years, however, many green coffee firms have come to realize that there is a goodwill element that enters into the equation which can be fostered by the intelligent use of advertising space in the Coffee Roasters Trade Journal. Also, a few importers are now featuring trademarks in their advertising, thus building up a tangible trademark asset in addition to goodwill. For a number of years, the green coffee trade used the business card type of advertisement, but some are now utilizing a more up-to-date style of copy as typified by the advertisements of Leon Israel and Brothers and W.R. Grace and Company. Specimens of other green coffee advertising of the better kind are here reproduced. Advertising campaigns in behalf of packaged coffees cannot be fully effective without the proper use of trade publications. Advertising in the dealer's paper has many advantages. It is good missionary work for the salesman, it creates confidence in the mind of the dealer, it is an excellent means for demonstrating to the retailer that he is being considered in the scheme of distribution, that no attempt is being made to force the goods upon him through consumer advertising alone. Trade paper advertising also offers the packer the opportunity to acquaint the dealer with the selling points in favor of the brand advertised, thus saving the time of the salesman. An increasing number of coffee packers are now using the advertising columns of trade papers, and some typical advertisements are reproduced herewith. Advertising by various mediums. Billboard and other outdoor advertising, also car cards, are being used to a considerable extent for coffee publicity. Painted outdoor signs have been the backbone of one Middle West Roasters campaign for a number of years. Both car cards and billboards are growing in popularity because they enable the coffee packer to reproduce his package in its natural colors and permit also of striking displays. Such firms as Arbuckle Brothers, New York, Dayton Spice Mills, Dayton, Ohio, W.F. McLaughlin and Company, Chicago, the Pool Web Company, Chicago, the Boer Company, Toledo, B. Fisher and Company, New York, and the Cheek Neal Coffee Company, Nashville and New York, are consistent users of this character of advertising. Electric signs also have proved effective for coffee advertising. Reproductions of some characteristic outdoor and car card advertisements are to be found in these pages. Motion pictures are a comparatively new development in coffee advertising. One of the first coffee roasters to adopt this plan of publicity was S.H. Holstead and Company, Minneapolis. The film used depicted the cultivation and preparation of coffee for the market, also the complete roasting and packaging operations. The A.J. Deere Company, manufacturers of coffee mills and roasters, Hornell, New York, was another pioneer in the use of coffee films. Jabez Burns & Sons, coffee machinery manufacturers, followed with an educational coffee picture. The National Packaging Machinery Company of Boston is another concern that has utilized films for advertising purposes, showing its machines in operation in a coffee packing plant. Many roasters made use of the coffee film produced by the Joint Coffee Trade Publicity Committee. In using advertising films, it is customary for the roaster to arrange for a showing at one or more theaters. The advertising in the local papers features the coffee brands, also the name of the local dealer, the latter being furnished with tickets which he distributes among his retail customers. There are several concerns making a business of supplying commercial films and of getting distribution for them. Another form of theater publicity is that of the advertising slide, stereopticon views thrown upon the screen between feature pictures. Many packers find these are effective for cultivating the dealer, it being customary to show the brand name together with that of the local distributor. Advertising for retailers. When retailers analyze the people to whom they sell coffee, they usually find three types. First, there is the woman who thinks she is an expert judge of coffee, but who is unable to find anything to suit her cultivated taste. Then there is the new housewife, possibly a bride of a few months, who knows very little about coffee, but wants to find a good blend that both she and her husband will like. The third is the most acceptable class, the satisfied people who have found coffee that delights them day after day. W. Harry Longe, a Texas retailer, has prepared the following ready-made coffee appeals for the three classes. To Mrs. Know-It-All About Coffee, this style has been found effective. Improve the coffee and you improve the meal. The corner of the table that holds the coffee urn is the balancing point of your dinner. If the coffee is a little off for some reason or other, probably it's the coffee's own fault. Things don't seem as good as they might, but when it is up to taste, the meal is a pleasure from start to finish. If the balancing point is giving you trouble, let Any Blend Coffee properly regulate it for you. 35 cents, 3 pounds for $1. Any Tea and Coffee Company. For the good lady who is anxious to find a suitable blend of coffee and who desires information, this is a good appeal. A successful selection of the coffee that goes into the every morning cup will arrive on the day when Any Blend is first purchased. Many homes have been without such a success now for a long time, but of course they didn't know of Any Blend, and even now it is hard to really know Any Blend till you try it. That is why we seem to insist that you ask for an introduction by ordering a pound. Any Blend Tea and Coffee Company. Taking both classes and dealing with them alike, blended to balance is a good descriptive phrase of Any Blend coffee, for care is taken in the preparation that the strength does not overpower the flavor. The aim of the blender is to get an acceptable and delightful drinking quality. He has been more than successful, as you will see when you try Any Blend. 35 cents, 3 pounds for $1. Any Tea and Coffee Company. The satisfied class, of course, is not averse to making a change, and it is well, occasionally, for the dealer to let his own satisfied customers know he still believes in his goods. The argument might take this form. A service that saves is the serving of Any Blend when coffee is desired. Any Blend saves many things. It saves worry, for it is always uniform in flavor and strength. It saves time, for when you order Any Blend, we grind it just as fine or just as coarse as your percolator or pot demands. Any Blend also saves expense, because there is no waste, as you know just how much to use every time to make a certain number of cups. 35 cents, 3 pounds for $1. Any Tea and Coffee Company. Again, possible new customers may listen to this appeal. To prove your approval of Any Blend coffee, you are asked to try just 1 pound. We know you will like it, for it is blended and roasted and ground as an exceptional coffee should be, with the care that a good coffee demands. Prove to yourself that you approve of this method of preparing coffee. 35 cents, 3 pounds for $1. Any Tea and Coffee Company. In some households, the cook is permitted to do the ordering, and usually the cook does not read the daily papers with an eye for coffee ads. To reach this individual through her mistress, can you name your coffee? Or is it one of those many unknown brands that comes from the store at the order of your cook? Let the cook do the ordering, for you are lucky if you have one you can rely upon. But tell her you prefer Any Blend to the no-name blend you may now be using. Any Blend has one distinct advantage over all others. It is freshly roasted. Tell the kitchen lady now to order Any Blend. Any Tea and Coffee Company. Advertising by government propaganda. Advertising coffee by government propaganda has been indulged in with more or less success by the British government in behalf of certain of its colonial possessions, by the French and the Dutch, by Puerto Rico, Costa Rica, Guatemala, and Brazil. The markets most cultivated have been Italy, France, England, Russia, Japan, and the United States. Great Britain began the development of coffee cultivation in its colonies in 1730. Parliament first reduced the inland duties. In many ways, it has since sought to encourage British-grown coffee, building up a favoritism for it that is still reflected in Mincing Lane quotations. The Netherlands government did the same thing for Java and Sumatra, and France rendered a similar service to her own colonies. Since Puerto Rico became a part of the United States, several attempts have been made by the island government and the planters to popularize Puerto Rico coffee in the United States. Scott Truxton opened a government agency in New York in 1905. Acting upon the counsel and advice of the author, he prosecuted for several years a vigorous campaign in behalf of the Puerto Rico Planters Protective Association. The method followed for coffee was to appoint official brokers and to certify the genuineness of the product. Owing to insufficient funds and the number of different products for which publicity was sought, the coffee campaign was only moderately successful. Mortimer Remington, formerly with the J. Walter Thompson Company, a New York advertising agency, was appointed in 1912 commercial agent for the Puerto Rico Association, composed of island producers and merchants. Some effective advertising in behalf of Puerto Rico coffee was done in the Metropolitan District, where a number of high-class grocers were prevailed upon to stock the product, which was packed under seal of the association. As before, however, the other products handled, including cigars, grapefruit, pineapples, etc., handicapped the work on coffee, and the enterprise was abandoned. Subsequent efforts by the Washington government to assist the Puerto Ricans in evolving a practical plan to extend their coffee market in the United States came to naught because of too much politics. Beginning with the Panama Pacific Exposition in San Francisco in 1915, the government of Guatemala started a propaganda for its coffee in the United States, as the European market, which had up till then absorbed 75% of its product, was closed to it, owing to the World War. E.H. O'Brien, a coffee broker of San Francisco, directed the publicity. Some full pages were used in newspapers, but the main efforts were directed at the coffee roasting trade. The campaign, so far as it went, was highly successful. Costa Rica also gave special encouragement to coffee trade interests that offered to expand the United States market for Costa Rica coffee during the World War. For many years, Colombia has been talking of making propaganda here for its coffee, but thus far nothing of a constructive character has been done. Sao Paulo began in 1908 to make propaganda for its coffee by subsidizing companies and individuals in consuming countries to promote consumption of the Brazil product. A contract was entered into between the state of Sao Paulo and the coffee firms of E. Johnston and Company and Joseph Travers and Son of London to exploit Brazil coffee in the United Kingdom. Similar contracts were made with coffee firms in other European countries, notably in Italy and France. The subsidies were for 5 years and took the form of cash and coffee. The English company was known as the State of Sao Paulo, Brazil, Pure Coffee Company Limited. £50,000 sterling was granted to this enterprise, which roasted and packed a brand known as Fazenda, promoted demonstrations at grocers' expositions, and advertised in somewhat limited fashion. The general effect upon the consumption of coffee in England was negligible, however, although at one time some 5,000 grocers were said to have stocked the Fazenda brand. A feature of this propaganda was the use of the trickolator, an American device since better known in the United States, to ensure correct making of the beverage. Brazil also made propaganda for its coffee in Japan in 1915, as part of certain undertakings involving the immigration of Japanese laborers to Brazil. The Comité Français du Café was formed in Paris in July 1921 to cooperate with Brazil in an enterprise designed to increase the consumption of coffee in France. The chief fault in most of the coffee propagandas here and abroad has been the doubtful practice of subsidizing particular coffee concerns instead of spending the funds in a manner designated to distribute the benefits among the trade as a whole. This mistake and local politics in the producing countries have made for ultimate failure. A notable exception is the latest propaganda for Brazil coffee in the United States, where all the various interests that the Sao Paulo government, the growers, exporters, importers, roasters, jobbers, and dealers have cooperated in a plan of campaign to advertise coffee per se, and not to secure special privilege to any individual, house, or group. End of Chapter 43, read by Rochelle Bereni.
Section 44 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. All About Coffee by William Ukers. A Short History of Coffee Advertising, Part 3. Joint Coffee Trade Publicity Campaign. 20 years ago, the author began an agitation for cooperative advertising by the coffee trade. He suggested as a slogan, "Tell the truth about coffee." And it is gratifying to find that many of his original ideas have been embodied in the present Joint Coffee Trade Publicity Campaign, now in its 4th year. The coffee roasters at first were slow to respond to the cooperative advertising suggestion, because in those days, competition was more unenlightened than now, and therefore more ruthless. It needed organization to bring the trade to a better understanding of the benefits certain to be shared by all when their individual interests were pooled in a common cause. Leaders of the best thought in the trade, however, were quick to realize that only by united effort was it possible to achieve real progress. And when it was suggested that the first step was to organize the roasting trade, the idea took so firm a hold that it only needed someone to start it to bring together in one combination the keenest minds in the business. The coffee roasters organized their national association in 1911. The author of this work urged that cooperative advertising based upon scientific research should be done by the roasters themselves, independently of the growers. But it was found impracticable to unite diverging interests on such an issue. And so the leaders of the movement bent all their energies toward promoting a campaign that would be backed jointly by growers and distributors, since both would receive equal benefit from any resulting increase in consumption. Brazil, the source of nearly 3/4 of the world's coffee, was the logical ally, and an appeal was made to the planters of that country. A party of 10 leading United States roasters and importers visited Brazil in 1912 at the invitation of the federal government. In Brazil, as in the United States, progress resulted from organization. The planters of the state of Sao Paulo, who produce more than 1/2 of all coffee used in the United States, were the first to appreciate the propaganda idea. After their attempts to interest the national government failed, the Sao Paulo coffee men founded the Sociedade Promotora de Defesa do Café, Society to Promote the Defense of Coffee, and persuaded their state legislature to pass a law taxing every bag of coffee shipped from the plantations of that state in a period of 4 years. This tax, amounting to 100 reis per bag of 132 pounds, or about 2.5 cents United States money at even exchange rates, is collected by the railroads from the shippers and turned over to the Sociedade. The Brazilian Society sent to the United States a special envoy, Theodore Longard de Menezes, to conclude arrangements. And on March 4th, 1918, in New York, the pact was signed, whereby Sao Paulo was to contribute to the publicity campaign in the United States approximately $960,000 at the rate of $240,000 a year for 4 years. And the members of the trade in the United States were to contribute altogether $150,000. The success of the negotiations was due to the skillful management of Ross W. Weir in the United States and to the superior salesmanship of Louis R. Gray, the Arbuckle representative in Brazil. Supervision of the advertising in the United States was delegated to 5 men, representing both the importing and roasting branches of the trade, and designated as the Joint Coffee Trade Publicity Committee of the United States. 3 of these committeemen, Ross W. Weir of New York, F. J. Ock of Dayton, Ohio, and George S. Wright of Boston, are roasters. And 2, William Bain Jr. and C. H. Stoffregen, both of New York, are importers and jobbers, or green coffee men. The committee organized with Mr. Weir as chairman, Mr. Wright as treasurer, and Mr. Stoffregen as secretary. At the invitation of the committee, C.W. Brand of Cleveland, then president of the National Coffee Roasters Association, attended committee meetings and assisted in determining the policies of the campaign. Headquarters were established at 74 Wall Street in the heart of the New York Coffee District, with Felix Coste as secretary-manager and Alan P. Ames as publicity director. N.W. Ayer & Son, advertising agents of Philadelphia, who had engineered the plan of campaign from the start of the movement in the National Coffee Roasters Association, handled the advertising account. Sao Paulo's contribution to the advertising fund is sent in monthly installments to the Joint Coffee Trade Publicity Committee under an agreement that it shall be expended only for magazine and newspaper space. Supplementing this Brazilian contribution is the fund raised by voluntary subscriptions from the coffee trade of the United States on the basis of 1 cent per bag, handled annually. This American fund is used for the expenses of administration, for educational advertising outside of magazine and newspaper space, and for various kinds of trade promotion and dealer stimulation. The first advertising appeared in April 1919 in 306 leading newspapers in 182 large cities, with a total circulation of more than 16 million. The cities chosen represented all the centers of wholesale coffee distribution. Magazine advertising began in June of the same year using 21 periodicals, all of national circulation. This list has been changed from time to time to meet the special needs of the campaign. More than 50 grocery trade magazines have carried the committee's dealer advertising, although not all of these have been used continuously. Every part of the country was represented on the trade paper list. Full pages have been run each month in 9 of the leading national medical journals. These advertisements were written by a physician of national reputation. Under the caption, "The Case for Coffee," these advertisements have discussed the properties of coffee from the physiological standpoint and have asked the doctors to judge it fairly. From the start, the committee's advertising has been broadly educational. The properties of coffee have been discussed. Charges against coffee have been answered. The housekeeper has been told how to get the best results from the coffee she buys. Hotel and restaurant proprietors have been reminded that many of them owe their prosperity largely to a reputation for serving good coffee. New uses have been exploited for coffee as a flavoring agent for desserts and other sweets. Employers have been taught the important service good coffee may render in increasing the comfort and efficiency of their working forces. Magazine and newspaper advertising is only the nucleus of the campaign. The effect of such white space publicity is increased by simultaneous efforts to merchandise the campaign, to stimulate the interest of the wholesale and retail trade, to encourage private brand advertising, and to reach the consumer by other kinds of publicity recognized as essential factors in a well-rounded national advertising effort. These activities may be summarized as follows. Information service. This department answers inquiries and supplies material for household editors and for newspaper and magazine writers. Through a national clipping service, it keeps in touch with all published matter relating to coffee. Its special duty is to answer attacks on coffee and the coffee trade. Merchants and dealers make it a practice when they find misleading articles or editorials in their local newspapers to send clippings to the committee's headquarters to be handled there as the situation warrants. Scientific coffee research. $22,500 of the American Fund have been appropriated thus far for scientific coffee research at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. The reports of this research will be distributed to the coffee trade throughout the country and should prove valuable in all branches of coffee merchandising. The findings will be distributed by the committee to schools and colleges and to consumers through national advertising. The Coffee Club. This organization was established for the purpose of educating the consumer through constructive teamwork by the roasters and jobbers, salesman, and the retail dealer. Under this plan, the committee has distributed 50,000 transparent signs for dealers' windows and 5,000 bronze Coffee Club buttons for coffee salesmen. By reference to the Coffee Club in national magazine and newspaper advertising, the retailer is given a chance to tie up with the campaign. Membership in the club is limited to those who are contributing to the publicity fund and to their salesmen and customers. The club publishes a monthly bulletin in newspaper form giving the news of the campaign. This has a circulation of 27,000 among wholesalers, salesmen, and dealers. Booklets. The committee has published 6 booklets which have reached a total circulation of more than 1.5 million copies. These booklets are sold at cost to the coffee trade. The committee reports that, on an average, 100 requests for them are received daily at its office from consumers in different parts of the country, and that the booklets are the means of a constant campaign of education in American homes and schools. Brand advertising. The committee is constantly making efforts to increase the amount of private advertising by coffee roasters, and it estimates that brand advertising has increased at least 300% since the national campaign began. Reproductions of the committee's advertisements, proofs of advertising electrotypes, and copy suggestions are circulated in advance to all roasters and to a large number of retailers by means of the monthly organ, the Coffee Club. Coffee Week. During the week of March 29 to April 4, 1920, the committee organized and financed the 3rd National Coffee Week, which was observed by retailers throughout the country. The feature of this week was a window trimming contest for which prizes of $2,000 were distributed among several hundred grocers. The contest resulted in displays of coffee in nearly 10,000 grocery windows and greatly increased the sale and consumption of coffee during this period. Motion pictures. The United States Fund financed the production and distribution of a coffee motion picture, 128 prints of which were sold to roasters who exhibited them throughout the country. This picture was shown during Coffee Week to more than 600 theater audiences, and it remains in the possession of the trade as an active advertising medium. New uses for coffee. An important factor in increasing consumption has been the promotion of new uses for coffee. In winter, this has taken the form of recipes and suggestions for coffee as a flavoring agent, and in warm weather, there has been a publicity drive for iced coffee. Propaganda results. The Joint Coffee Trade publicity campaign is progressive. New features are being developed, and plans are laid well in advance. It is expected that the reports of the scientific research will furnish fresh material for both direct and indirect advertising. One of the interesting prospects is a school exhibit, demand for which has been revealed by requests from a large number of teachers, principals, and school superintendents. Efforts to increase the popularity of a product as widely used as coffee suggest almost unlimited opportunities. The campaign has brought into cooperation producers in one country and manufacturers and distributors in another country, several thousand miles apart. Its international character, and also the fact that it deals with a product of almost universal use, may account for the attention this campaign has received, not only in the United States, but in every country where advertising is a business factor. This kind of coffee publicity has given the consumer a better knowledge of coffee and broken down much of the prejudice against coffee that rested upon popular misunderstanding of its physiological effects. As best evidence of its sincere wish to give the public the whole truth about coffee, the committee points to the fact that a portion of its funds is being used to finance the scientific investigation at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Felix Coste, the secretary-manager of the campaign, spends much of his time traveling around the country and addressing gatherings of coffee wholesalers and dealers. By this means, and by continuous circularization and correspondence, the trade is kept constantly in touch with the developments of the campaign. Although Brazil is the only coffee-producing country at present cooperating, the advertising has treated all coffees alike. Efforts are being made to have the coffee growers of other countries contribute on a basis proportionate to the benefit they derive. Support from all the coffee countries on the same scale as that on which the producers of Sao Paulo are contributing would almost double the size of the fund. Coffee advertising efficiency. Reverting to the original advertisement for coffee in English, when we compare it with the latest examples of advertising art, it is of the same order of merit. But Pascual Rosé had no advertising experts to advise him, and no precedents to follow. Pascual Rosé was a native of Smyrna who was brought to London by a Mr. Edwards, a dealer in Turkish merchandise, to whom he acted as a sort of personal servant. One of his principal duties was the preparation of Mr. Edwards' morning drink of Turkish coffee. But the novelty thereof, history tells us, drawing too much company to him, he, Mr. Edwards, allowed his said servant with another of his son-in-law to sell it publicly. So it came about that Pascual Rosé set up a coffee house in St. Michael's Alley, Cornhill. And since Pascual Rosé's idea, naturally, was to acquaint the London public with the virtues and delectable qualities of the product of which his prospective customers were naturally uninformed, he put into his advertisement those facts and arguments which he felt would be most likely to attract attention, to excite interest, and to convince. If the reader will glance at Rosé's advertisement, which is reproduced on page 55, he will be struck with the well-nigh irresistible charm of his unaffected, straightforward bid for patronage. Having no advertising fetishes to warp his judgment, he told an interesting story in a natural manner, carrying conviction. It matters not that some of the virtues attributed to the drink have since been disallowed. He believed them to be true. Few there were in those days who knew the real truth about coffee. Even his typography, unstudied from the standpoint of modern display, is attractive, appropriate, and exceedingly pleasant to the eye. And since at that time there was no cereal substitute or other bugaboos to contend against, and to hinder him from doing the simple, obvious thing in advertising, he did that very thing, and did it exceedingly well. In fact, in the historic advertisement, Pascual Rosé set an example and established a copy standard which had a very beneficial effect on all the coffee advertising of that early date. This will be evident from a glance at the accompanying exhibits of other early advertisements. It was not until the days of so-called modern advertising that coffee publicity reached a low watermark in efficiency and value. In these dark days, most coffee advertisers ignored the principles discovered and applied in other lines of grocery merchandising. Instead of telling their public how good their product was, they actually followed the opposite course and warned the public against the dangers of coffee drinking. Instead of saying to the public, coffee has many virtues and our brand is one of the best examples, their text said in effect, coffee has many deleterious properties, some or most of which have been eliminated in our particular brand. They were, for the most part, apostles of negation. Hopeful signs, however, are multiplying that this condition of things in the coffee industry has passed, and that the practice of telling the coffee story with certitude will soon become general. We may well applaud the publicity work of all coffee advertisers who follow where Pascual Rosé led, those who tell the public how good coffee is to drink and how much good it does you if you drink it. Considering the advertising and typographical resources available to the modern advertiser, it certainly should be possible for this message to be conveyed to the public with at least some of the charm of the first coffee message. One of the most notable examples of how to advertise coffee well is that set by Yuban Coffee. Unquestionably, Yuban is doing in a thoroughly up-to-date and appropriate fashion what Pascual Rosé started out to do in 1652. The effect on those who give only a superficial glance at a Yuban advertisement is to arouse a keen desire to enjoy a cup of Yuban coffee. To induce such a state of mind is, of course, the object of all good advertising. Yuban advertisements have utilized two vital principles in influencing the minds of consumers. In the first place, they have made a cup of coffee seem to be a very delectable drink. In the second place, they have made the serving of a cup of coffee seem to be of the greatest social value. One does not see in a Yuban advertisement any reference to the removal of caffeine or to Yuban's freedom from defects common to other coffees. There is no reference to the ill effects of drinking ordinary coffee. Yuban wastes no valuable space in unselling coffee. Instead, the whole intent, effectively carried out, is to paint an enticing picture by descriptive phraseology, typographic manner, and illustrative treatment. Until Yuban came, those of us in the coffee trade who had given the matter thought had often wondered why, with the wealth of material available to writers of coffee advertisements, so little had been done to make the product alluring. Why so little had been done to give atmosphere to the product. So many interesting things may be said about the history of coffee, the spread of the industry through various countries, how Brazil came to be the coffee-producing country of the world, how coffee is cultivated, harvested, and shipped, how it is stored, roasted, handled, delivered. In short, the entire process by which coffee reaches the breakfast table from the plantations of the tropics. Yuban made effective use of this material. Simply to tell these things in an interesting, natural, convincing way makes coffee appear as a healthful, delicious drink, whereas the negative, defensive sort of advertising that plays into the hands of the substitutes puts coffee in the wrong light. When one reads U-Bahn advertisements, they are seen to be an entirely acceptable and appropriate presentation of coffee merit and thoroughly in accord with the principles of good advertising, as exemplified in all other lines of trade. The wonder grows why so many coffee advertisers have been content to remain in the defensive, controversial position into which the alarmist coffee substitute advertising has jockeyed them. The U-Bahn advertisements are not without their faults. Errors of historical facts can be found in them, definitions are sometimes mixed, some of the drawings might be better, but in the main, the copy is convincing and praiseworthy. In U-Bahn advertisements, the things that have been so long left undone have now been done in a masterful way. If we refer to the accompanying illustrations, we can see how effectively the public is being led to realize and believe in 1. The intrinsic desirability of coffee, the actual pleasure to be derived from the act of partaking of it. 2. That it is a delightful medium for social intercourse, part of the essential equipment for an intimate chat or more general assemblage of friends. 3. That its proper service is a badge of social distinction, the mark of a successful hostess. These 3 thoughts, dominant in U-Bahn advertising, should be woven into the fabric of all coffee advertising. For with these 3 thoughts, Arbuckle Brothers have blazed the trail for the right thing in coffee advertising. The U-Bahn case has been so largely dwelt upon here because it sets so bright and shining an example. Much that is praiseworthy in it, and more along the same lines, is true of White House, Hotel Astor, and Seal brand, but the copy shown will illustrate this better than any comment. End of section 44. Read by Kyle Stedman, Rockford, Illinois.
Section 45 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. All About Coffee by William Ukers. Chapter 29. The Coffee Trade in the United States. The coffee business started by Dorothy Jones of Boston. Some early sales. Taxes imposed by Congress in War and Peace. The first coffee plantation machine. Coffee roaster, coffee grinder, and coffee pot patents. Early trademarks for coffee. Beginnings of the coffee urn, the coffee container, and the soluble coffee business. Statistics of distribution of coffee roasting establishments in the trade from the 18th century to the 20th. It appears from the best evidence obtainable that the coffee trade of the United States was started by a woman, one Dorothy Jones of Boston. At least, Dorothy Jones was the first person in the colonies to whom a license was issued in 1670 to sell coffee. It is not clear whether she sold the product in the green bean, roasted, garbled, that is ground, or ungarbled. Soon after the introduction of the coffee drink into the New England, New York, and Pennsylvania colonies, trading began in the raw product. William Penn bought his green coffee supplies in the New York market in 1683, paying for them at the rate of $4.68 a pound. Benjamin Franklin engaged in the retail coffee business in Philadelphia in 1740 as a kind of sideline to his printing business. Tea, coffee, indigo, nutmeg, sugar, etc. were being advertised for sale in 1748 at a shop in Boston, under the Vendue Room in Dock Square. Coffee was also to be had in that year at the shop of Ebenezer Lowell in King Street, and at the sign of the Four Sugar Loaves near the head of Long Wharf. During the sway of the coffee houses, coffee fell from $4.68 a pound to 40 cents a pound in 1750, and to 22 cents a pound just before the Revolution. As the war came on, however, dealers began to force up prices on a dwindling market. The situation became so serious that in January 1776, the Philadelphia Commission of Inspection issued a fair price list, setting an arbitrary price of 11 pence per pound on coffee in bag lots. Persons found violating this price were to be exposed to public view as sordid vultures preying on the vitals of the country. Despite this threat, J. Peters in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, wrote to a Philadelphia friend, "I cannot purchase any coffee without taking 1 bill a terce of claret and sour, and at 6.8 pounds per gall. I've been trying day for day, and never could get a grain of coffee so as to sell it at the limited price these 6 weeks. It may be bought, but at 25 shillings per pound." The important part played by the coffee houses of colonial America, beginning with the establishment of the London Coffee House in Boston in 1689, the King's Arms in New York in 1696, and Ye Coffee House in Philadelphia in 1700, has been related. Females of Ye Old Boston staging in 1777 a coffee party which rivaled in a small way the famous Tea Party in 1773, personally chastised a profiteer hoarder of foodstuffs and confiscated some of his stock, according to a letter from Abigail Adams to her distinguished husband, later second President of the United States. Writing at Boston under the date of July 31, 1777, Abigail wrote to John, then attending the Continental Congress at Philadelphia, "There is a great scarcity of sugar and coffee, articles which the female part of the state is very loath to give up, especially whilst they consider the great scarcity occasioned by the merchants having secreted a large quantity. It is rumored that an eminent stingy merchant, who is a bachelor, had a hogshead of coffee in his store, which he refused to sell under 6 shillings per pound." A number of females, some say 100, some say more, assembled with a cart and trunk, marched down to the warehouse, and demanded the keys. Upon his finding no quarter, he delivered the keys, and they then opened the warehouse, hoisted out the coffee themselves, put it in a trunk, and drove off. A large concourse of men stood amazed, silent spectators of the whole transaction. In 1783 and 84, the Congress of the United States considered the imposition of a duty on 7 classes of goods consumed by the rich or in general use: liquors, sugars, teas, coffees, cocoa, molasses, and pepper, the tax to be determined by the yearly imports. At that time there was being imported 12 times as much Bohea tea as of all others. But tea consumption was only 1/12 pound per capita. Total tea imports were 325,000 pounds. Low as was the importation of tea, says John Bach McMaster, that of coffee was lower still by a third. Indeed, it was scarcely used outside of the great cities. The average annual coffee imports at that period were 200,000 pounds. Governor Bowdoin of Massachusetts introduced chicory into the United States in 1785. The first import duty of 2 1/2 cents a pound was levied on coffee by the United States in 1789. The principal sources of supply up to that time were the Dutch East Indies, Arabia, Haiti, and Jamaica, and most of the business was in the hands of Dutch and English traders. What is thought to be the first wholesale coffee roasting plant in America began operations at 4 Great Dock, now Pearl Street, New York, early in 1790. In that same year, the first American advertisement for coffee appeared in the New York Daily Advertiser. A second coffee manufactory started up at 232 Queen, also Pearl Street, New York, late in 1790. In the same year, 1790, the government increased the import duty on coffee to 4 cents a pound. In 1794, the tax was raised to 5 cents a pound. In George Washington's household account book for 1793 appears an entry showing a purchase of coffee from Benjamin Dorsey, a Philadelphia grocer, for $8. The quantity is not given. About 1804, Captain Joseph Ropes, in the ship Recovery of Salem, Massachusetts, brought from Mocha the first cargo of coffee and other East Indian produce in an American bottom. The first cargo of Brazil coffee, consisting of 1,522 bags, was received at Salem, Massachusetts, per ship Marquis de Someruelas in 1809. Brazil's total production that year was less than 30,000 bags, but by 1871, more than 2 million bags were exported. Java coffee could be bought on the Amsterdam market in 1810 for 42 to 46 cents. By 1812, there had been an advance to $1.08 per pound. Holland, not Brazil, ruled the world's coffee markets in those days. When the War of 1812 made necessary more revenue, imports of coffee were taxed 10 cents a pound. A wartime fever of speculation in tea and coffee followed, and by 1814, prices to the consumer had advanced to such an extent, coffee was 45 cents a pound, that the citizens of Philadelphia formed a non-consumption association, each member pledging himself not to pay more than 25 cents a pound for coffee, and not to consume tea that wasn't already in the country. The coffee duty was reduced in 1816 to 5 cents a pound, in 1830 to 2 cents, in 1831 to 1 cent, and in 1832 coffee was placed on the free list. It remained there until 1861, when a duty of 4 cents a pound was again imposed as a war revenue measure. This was increased to 5 cents in 1862. It was reduced to 3 cents in 1871, and the duty was repealed in 1872. Coffee has remained on the free list ever since. The manufacture of machinery required in the coffee business began in the 18th century. The first coffee grinder patent in the United States was issued to Thomas Brough, Sr. in 1798. The first United States patent on an improvement on a roaster was issued to Peregrine Williamson of Baltimore in 1820. The first United States patent on a coffee plantation machine, a coffee huller, was granted to Nathan Reed of Belfast, Maine in 1822. The first United States coffee maker patent was issued to Louis Martelli of New York in 1825. Charles Parker of Meriden, Connecticut, began work on the original Parker coffee mill in 1828. A complete English coffee roasting and grinding plant was installed in New York City by James Wilde in 1833 and 1834. About 1840, Central America began making shipments of coffee to the United States. James Carter of Boston was granted, 1846, a United States patent on an improved form of cylindrical coffee roaster, which subsequently was largely adopted by the trade in the United States, being popularly known as the Carter Pullout. The George L. Squire Company of Buffalo began in 1857 the manufacture of coffee plantation machinery. Marcus Mason invented his first pulper in 1860, but the manufacture of coffee plantation machinery under the firm name of Marcus Mason and Company did not begin in the United States until 1873. The first paper bag factory in the United States to make bags for loose coffee began operations in Brooklyn in 1862. The first ground coffee package was put on the New York market about 1860 through 1863 by Louis A. Osborne. It was known as Osborne's Celebrated Prepared Java Coffee, and was later exploited by Thomas Reed as Osborne's Old Government Java. In 1864, Jabez Burns was granted a patent on the Burns roaster, which was to revolutionize the coffee roasting business. In 1865, John Arbuckle brought out in Pittsburgh the first roasted coffee in individual packages, like peanuts, the forerunner of the Ariosa package. In 1869, B.G. Arnold started the first big speculation in coffee, and for 10 years thereafter he was absolute dictator of the American coffee trade. In 1869, 3 United States patents on a coffee copper urn lined with block tin were granted to Eli Manuz and L. Dubarquet of New York. In 1870, John Gullick Baker, one of the founders of the Enterprise Manufacturing Company of Pennsylvania, was granted a United States patent on a coffee grinder, which subsequently became one of the most popular store mills. The first trademark registered for coffee or coffee essence bears the number 425, with date August 22, 1871, first use 1870, and in the name of Butler, Earhart and Company, Columbus, Ohio. The words Essence of Coffee appeared on the label. The next coffee mark was registered by Butler, Earhart and Company, October 3, 1871, number 455, first use 1870. It consists of the word Buckeye with a branch of the Buckeye horse chestnut tree. The next registration for coffee was in the name of John Ashcroft of Brooklyn. It is numbered 533, and the date is November 28, 1871. It consists of an anchor and chain enclosing a star. Ashcroft registered also a design of a coffee pot with the words Mocha Steam, January 2, 1872. Today there are nearly 3,000 registered trademark names used for coffee on file in the United States Patent Office in Washington. In 1873, Ariosa, the first successful national brand of packaged coffee, was launched in Pittsburgh by John Arbuckle. In the same year, 1873, the first United States patent on a coffee substitute was issued to E. Dugdale of Griffin, Georgia. In 1878, Chase and Sanborn, the Boston coffee roasters, were the first to pack and to ship roasted coffee in sealed cans. A lead seal was used for the larger packages of bulk coffee, the smaller sizes being sealed by the label, which was made to cover the body of the can and to reach up over the slip cover so as to make a sealed package, to open which the label must be broken. In 1878, Jabez Burns, the coffee machinery man, founded the Spice Mill, the first publication in America devoted to the coffee and spice trades. In 1879, Charles Halstead brought out the first metal coffee pot with a china interior. In 1880, Henry E. Smizer of Philadelphia invented a package-making and filling machine for coffee, the forerunner of the weighing and packing machine, the control of which, later on by John Arbuckle, led to the coffee sugar war with the Havmeyers. Smizer was superintendent at the plant of Weichel and Smith Spice Company, Philadelphia. Other patents on weighing and package-making machines were granted him in 1884, 1888, and 1891. In 1892, he began to assign his patents to Arbuckle Brothers, some 15 in all being granted him from 1892 to 1898. He died in 1899. The year 1880 was notable for the many failures in the American coffee trade as a result of syndicate planting and speculative buying of coffees in Brazil, Mexico, and Central America. In 1881, Steele and Price of Chicago were the first to introduce to the trade all-paper cans made of straw board for coffee. In 1881, the New York Coffee Exchange was incorporated, beginning business the year following at Beaver and Pearl Streets. In 1885, the property of the exchange was transferred to the Coffee Exchange of the City of New York, incorporated by a special charter. In 1884, the Chicago Liquid Sack Company brought out the first combination paper and tin and containers for coffee. The year 1887 and 88 was marked by a big boom in coffee, the total sales on the Coffee Exchange amounting to 47,868,750 bags. Between July 1886 and June 1887, prices advanced 1,485 points. In 1888, the Engelberg Huller Company of Syracuse, New York, began the manufacture of coffee plantation machinery. In 1891, the New England Automatic Weighing Machine Company, Boston, Massachusetts, began the manufacture of machines to weigh coffee into cartons and other packages, and in 1894 installed in the Chase and Sanborn plant at Boston the first automatic weighing machine in the coffee trade. The New England concern was subsequently, 1901, succeeded by the Automatic Weighing Machine Company of Newark, New Jersey. In 1893, the first direct-flame gas coffee roaster in America, Tulpholme's English machine, was installed by F.T. Holmes at the plant of the Potter Parlin Company, New York. In 1893, Cirilo Mingo of New Orleans was granted a United States patent on a method of aging green coffee to give it the characteristics of green coffee stored in a confined space for a long period. The operation consisted in placing layers of green coffee between dry and wet empty coffee bags and permitting the beans to absorb 8 to 10% of the moisture in a period extending from 6 to 16 hours. This was one of the earliest efforts to mature and age green coffee in the United States. In 1894, the business of the Pneumatic Scale Corporation, Norfolk Downs, Massachusetts, had its start in Quincy, Massachusetts, where the first pneumatic weighing machine was installed by the Purity Dried Fruits Cleansing Company. In 1895, the Electric Scale Company was organized to build the machines, the subsequent development of this line of packaging machinery for coffee being directed by the Pneumatic Scale Corporation Limited, which succeeded it. In 1895, Adolf Kraut introduced the German-made grease-proof lined paper bags for coffee to the American coffee trade. That same year, Thomas M. Royal of Philadelphia began the manufacture in the United States of a fancy duplex-lined paper bag for coffee. In 1896, natural gas was first used in the United States as a fuel for roasting coffee. In 1897, Joseph Lambert, Vermont, first introduced to the coffee trade a self-contained coffee roasting outfit without the brick setting required until then. In 1897, the Enterprise Manufacturing Company of Pennsylvania was the first regularly to employ an electric motor to drive a coffee mill. The overproduction of coffee began to be so serious a question by 1898 that J.D. Olivaria, a distinguished Venezuelan, proposed a plan for the restriction of coffee cultivation and the regulation of coffee exports from countries suffering from overproduction. In this same year, the Bears forced Rio 7s down to 4 1/2 cents on the New York Coffee Exchange. In 1898, Edward Norton of New York was granted a United States patent on a vacuum process for canning foods, subsequently applied to coffee. Others followed. Hills Brothers of San Francisco were the first to pack coffee in a vacuum under the Norton patents in 1900. M.J. Brandenstein and Company of San Francisco began to pack coffee in vacuum cans in 1914. Vacuum sealing machines to pack coffee under the Norton patents are now made by the Perfect Vacuum Canning Company of New York. About 1899, Dr. Sartori Kato of Tokyo, who had invented a soluble tea in Japan, came to Chicago and produced a soluble coffee introduced to the consumer in 1901, on which he was granted a patent in 1903. In 1906, G. Washington of New York, an American chemist living in Guatemala City, produced a refined soluble coffee, which was put on the United States market 3 years later. The full story of soluble coffee in America is told in Chapter 31. The first gear-driven electric coffee mill was introduced to the trade by the Enterprise Manufacturing Company of Pennsylvania in 1900. In 1901, there appeared in New York the first issue of the Tea and Coffee Trade Journal, devoted to the interests of the tea and coffee trades. In 1900 through 1901, Santos permanently displaced Rio as the world's largest source of supply. In 1901, the American Can Company began the manufacture and sale of tin coffee cans in the United States. In this year, Landers, Frary, and Clark's Universal Coffee Percolator was granted a United States patent, and Joseph Lambert of Marshall, Michigan, brought out one of the earliest machines to employ gas as a fuel for the indirect roasting of coffee. It was in 1901 also that F.T. Holmes joined the Huntley Manufacturing Company of Silver Creek, New York, which began to build the Monitor gas-fired direct-flame coffee roasters. In 1902, the Coles Manufacturing Company, Braun Company, Successor, and Henry Tromer of Philadelphia began the manufacture and sale of gear-driven electric coffee grinders. As a result of the agitation for some way to deal with the overproduction of coffee, the Pan American Congress, meeting in Mexico City in 1902, called an International Coffee Congress for New York in the fall of that same year. It met from October 1st to October 30th, but at the close the problem seemed no nearer solution than at the beginning. In 1906, Brazil produced its record-breaking crop of 20 million bags, and the state of Sao Paulo inaugurated a plan to valorize coffee. In 1902, the first fancy duplex paper bag made by machinery from a roll of paper was produced by the Union Bag and Paper Corporation. It was of sulfite fiber inside and glassine outside, a style afterward reversed so as to have the glassine the inner tube. In 1902, the Jagenberg Machine Company, Incorporated, absorbed by the Pneumatic Scale Corporation in 1921, began the introduction to the trade of the United States of a line of German-made automatic packaging and labeling machines for coffee. Subsequently, the Johnson Automatic Sealer Company, Battle Creek, Michigan, became well known as manufacturers of a line of automatic adjustable carton sealing, wax wrapping machines, package conveyors, and automatic scales. Among other automatic weighers that have figured in the development of the coffee business, mention should be made of the National Packaging Machinery Company's Scott machine, of E.D. Anderson's Triumph, and of Hepner's unit system. In 1903, as a result of overproduction in Brazil, Santos fours dropped to 3.55 cents on the New York Coffee Exchange, the lowest price ever recorded for coffee. In 1903 also, there was granted the first United States patent on an electric coffee roaster, the patentee being George C. Lester of New York. In 1904, green coffee prices on the New York Coffee Exchange were forced up to 11.85 cents by a speculative clique led by D.J. Sully. In 1905, the A.J. Deere Company, Buffalo, New York, now of Hornell, New York, began the sale of its Royal Electric coffee mills direct to dealers on the installment plan, revolutionizing the former practice of selling coffee mills through hardware jobbers. In 1905, F.A. Cauchois introduced to the trade his private estate coffee maker, a filtration device employing Japanese filter paper. Finley Acker of Philadelphia obtained a patent the same year on a side perforation percolator employing porous or bibulous paper as a filtering medium. In 1906, H.D. Kelly of Kansas City was granted a United States patent on an urn coffee machine employing a coffee extractor, which the ground coffee was continually agitated before percolation by a vacuum process. In 1907, P.E. Ettbauer, Mrs. E. Ettbauer of Chicago, was granted a United States patent on a duplex automatic weighing machine, the first simple, fast, accurate, and moderate-priced machine for weighing coffee. 8 others followed up to 1920. In 1907, the new Pure Food and Drugs Act came into force in the United States, making it obligatory to label all coffees correctly and causing many trade practices to be altered or thrown into the discard. The most important rulings that followed are referred to in more detail in Chapter 23, telling how green coffees are bought and sold. In 1908, the Puerto Rico coffee planters presented a memorial to the Congress asking for a protective tariff of 6 cents a pound on all foreign coffees. Hawaii and the Philippines also were to have benefited by the protection asked for. The Congress failed to grant the planters' prayer. This appeal for protection was repeated in 1921, when the Congress was asked to place a duty of 5 cents a pound on all foreign coffees. In 1908, J.C. Prims of Battle Creek, Michigan, was granted a United States patent on a corrugated cylinder improvement for a gas and coal coffee roaster of 50 to 130 pounds capacity, designed for retail stores. This machine was acquired the year following by the A.J. Deere Company and was reintroduced to the trade as the Royal Roaster. In 1908, Brazil's valorization of coffee enterprise was saved from disaster by a combination of bankers and the Brazil government. A loan of $75 million was placed through Herman Cyclone of New York, with banking houses in England, Germany, France, Belgium, and America. The complete story of this undertaking is told in Chapter 31. In 1909, Ludwig Roselius, brought to America from Germany the caffeine-free coffee which for several years had been manufactured and sold in Bremen under the Meyer, Roselius, and Wimmer patent. In 1910, the product was first sold here by Merck and Company under the name of Die Kaffee, later Die Koffe, and in 1914 by the Kaffeehag Corporation as Kaffeehag. In 1911, all-fiber, parchment-lined, damped-tight cans for coffee were introduced to the trade by the American Can Company. As a result of preliminary meetings of Mississippi Valley coffee roasters held in St. Louis in May and June 1911, when the Coffee Roasters Traffic and Pure Food Association was organized, a national association under the same name was started in Chicago, November 16 and 17, 1911. The complete story of the growth of this most important coffee trade organization in the United States is told in the next chapter. In 1912, the United States government, after having examined into the valorization enterprise, brought suit against Herman Zilliken et al. To force the sale of valorized coffee stocks held in this country under the Valorization Agreement. In October 1914, the first National Coffee Week to advertise coffee was promoted by the National Coffee Roasters Association. Merchants Coffee House Memorial. On May 23, 1914, the Lower Wall Street Businessmen's Association unveiled a bronze memorial tablet set in the wall of the 9-story office building occupied by the Federal Refining Company on the southeast corner of Wall and Water Streets, the former site of the Merchants Coffee House. This is the building where the Tea and Coffee Trade Journal had its offices for 9 years before moving to 79 Wall Street. Seth Low, introduced by William Bain, Jr., president of the Lower Wall Street Businessmen's Association, gave an interesting sketch of the history of the coffee house. Abram Wakeman, secretary of the association, spoke, followed by Wilberforce Eames of the American History Division of the New York Public Library. After the flag that veiled the memorial tablet had been drawn aside, attention was called to a bronze chest which was hermetically sealed and in which had been placed papers and other documents reflecting the life of New York today. The chest was given over to the keeping of the New York Historical Society, with the understanding that it was not to be opened until 1974, which will be the 200th anniversary of the Union of the Colonies. It was from the Merchants Coffee House that the letter of May 23, 1774, was written in reply to the Committee of Correspondence in Boston. The letter suggested a Congress of Deputies from the colonies and called for a virtuous and spirited union. The coffee house is consequently regarded as the birthplace of the Union. Recent activities. A second National Coffee Week was held in October 1915 under the auspices of the National Coffee Roasters Association. In 1916, the Coffee Exchange of the City of New York changed its name to the New York Coffee and Sugar Exchange to admit of sugar trading. In 1916, the National Paper Can Company of Milwaukee first introduced to the trade its new hermetically sealed all-paper can for coffee. In 1916, Jules Lepage, Darlington, Indiana, was granted 2 United States patents on cutting rules to cut and not grind or crush corn, wheat, or coffee. This idea was incorporated in the Ideal Steel Cut Coffee Mill, subsequently marketed by the B.F. Gump Company, Chicago. In 1918, the World War caused the United States government to place coffee importers, brokers, jobbers, roasters, and wholesalers under a wartime licensing system to control imports and prices. In 1918, John E. King of Detroit was granted a United States patent on an irregular grind of coffee consisting of coarsely grinding 10% of the product and finely grinding 90%. The most notable event of the year 1919 was the inauguration by the Brazil planters, in cooperation with an American Joint Coffee Trade Publicity Committee, of the $1 million campaign to advertise coffee in the United States. In 1919, as a result of frost damage and of an orgy of speculation in Brazil, prices for green coffee on the New York Exchange were forced to the highest level since 1870, and a new high record was established for futures, 24 and 65 cents for July contracts. Was granted a United States patent on a process for aging green coffee by treating it with microorganisms, the product being known as cultured coffee. In the spring of 1920, there was held the Third National Coffee Week, this time under the auspices of the Joint Coffee Trade Publicity Committee. End of section 45.
Section 46 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paul Lawley-Jones. All About Coffee by William Ukers. Chapter 30. Development of the Green and Roasted Coffee Business in the United States. Part 1. Coffee trading in the American colonies probably had its beginnings about the middle of the 17th century. Tea seems to have preceded coffee as an article of merchandise. Several merchants in the New England and New York settlements imported small quantities of coffee with other foodstuffs toward the close of the 17th century. The early supplies of the green bean were brought from the Dutch East Indies, Arabia, Haiti, and Jamaica. About 1787, the French opened Mauritius and Bourbon to American ships, which then began to bring back coffee and tea to the Atlantic coast cities. Mocha coffee was being imported direct from the American bottoms about 1804. Coffee from Brazil was first imported by the United States in 1809. Central America began shipping coffee to the United States in 1840. The total coffee imports in 1876 were £339,789,246, valued at $56,788,997, and received chiefly from Brazil, Haiti, British and Dutch East Indies, the West Indies, and Mexico. New York early became the leading green coffee market of the country. There was a number of large importing merchants in New York in 1760, nearly all of whom brought in coffee. Among them were Isaac and Nicholas Gouverneur, Robert Murray, Walter and Samuel Franklin, John and Henry Kruger, the Livingstons, the Beekmans, Lott and Lowe, Philip Cuyler, Anthony Van Dam, Hugh and Alexander Wallace, Leonard and Anthony Lispenard, Theophylact Bash, and William Walton. Leading New York coffee importers in 1786 were Henry Sheaf, on the dock between Burling Slip and the Fly Market, John Rooney, 26 Cherry Street, William Eccles, 10 Hunter's Quay, Ludlow and Gould, 47 Wall Street, Schreiber, Schroppel and Starman, 17 Queen Street, and William Taylor, Crane Wharf. The wholesale coffee roaster appeared about 1790. And from that time the separation between the green coffee trader and the coffee roaster became more marked. In 1794, the principal green coffee importers in New York were Lawrence and Van Zandt, D. Smith & Co., 323 Pearl Street, Gilchrist Dickinson, 17 Taylor's Wharf, Armstrong and Barnwall, 129 Water Street, William Bown, 269 Pearl Street, Stephen Cole and Son, 26 Ferry Street, J. S. de la Certe & Co., 123 Front Street, Joseph Tabot, 262 Pearl Street, Nathaniel Cooper & Co., 38 Little Dock Street, Col McGregor, 28 Wall Street, David Wagstaff, 137 Front Street, Conklin and Lloyd, 15 Taylor's Wharf, and S. B. Garrick Westfall & Co., 43 Cherry Street. The leading New York coffee importers in 1848 were Henry and William Delafield, 108 Front Street, and Des Arts and Henser, 78 Water Street. There were 7 leading New York coffee importers in 1854, as follows: Amar & Co., 34 South Street, Henry Coit & Son, 43 South Street, Henry Delafield, 129 Pearl Street, Howland and Aspinall, 54 South Street, Mason and Thompson, 33 Pearl Street, J. L. Phipps & Co., 19 Cliff Street, and Moses Taylor & Co., 43 South Street. Following the so-called Consortium of 1868, the ramifications of which centered in Frankfurt on the Main, its speculations finally ending in disaster to many, the green coffee trade was in a precarious condition until well into the 80s. Previously, says a contemporary writer, it had been the safest and prettiest of all colonial produce. Around 1868, iron steamers began to be freely availed of as carriers of coffee, and later on, the telegraph became a factor, rendering the business more exciting and expensive. Coffee consumption in the United States had, moreover, increased from £1 per capita in 1790 to £9 per capita in 1882. 1892 to 93, the biggest figure in the world's coffee trade was George Kaltenbach, a German living in Paris whose resources were estimated at $12 million to $15 million, and whose holdings at one time were said to be 1 million bags. He was reported to have made $1.5 million on his coffee corner. In September 1892, he bested a bull clique and forced prices down to 12 cents. Aided by 3 other European operators, he then started a bull syndicate and put the price up to 17 cents. The story of this corner, and of other notable coffee booms and panics, is told in more detail in Chapter 31. Early days of the green coffee business. For a long time, New York was the only important entry port for green coffee. Before the rise of New Orleans and San Francisco, many inland coffee roasters and grocers had their own buyers in the New York market. The coffee district that still clings about Lower Wall Street is rich in memories of bygone merchants who once were big factors in the trade and whose names, in many instances, have been handed down from generation to generation in the businesses that have survived them. Any reference to the early days of the green coffee importing, jobbing, and brokerage business in New York would not be complete without mention of a few of the pioneers. P.C. Meehan is 84 years old at the time of writing, 1922, and is Dean of the New York Green Coffee Trade. With James H. Briggs, he formed the firm of Briggs and Meehan. This later became Meehan and Schramm with Arnold Schramm. The latter withdrew, and the firm became Creighton, Morrison and Meehan. Finally, Mr. Meehan established the present firm of P.C. Meehan and Co. When Mr. Schramm withdrew from the firm of Meehan and Schramm, he founded the House of Arnold Schramm, Inc. Upon his retirement, this was succeeded by Sprague and Rhodes, the firm being composed of Benjamin Rhodes and Irvin A. Sprague. Next oldest to P.C. Meehan in the New York green coffee trade is Clarence Creighton, who started with Youngs and Aman, later C. Aman and Co., then Waite, Creighton and Morrison, then Creighton, Morrison and Meehan. Upon the breaking up of this firm, Mr. Creighton formed a partnership with James Ashland under the name of Creighton and Ashland. He later operated alone and died August 15, 1922. James H. Taylor is another old-timer who is still active. He began with T.T. Barr & Co. Later, with F.T. Sherman, he formed the firm of Sherman and Taylor. When Mr. Sherman withdrew, the firm became James H. Taylor & Co. Mr. Taylor is now with Minford, Luder & Co. He has been 5 years president, 11 years treasurer, and 26 years on the board of governors of the New York Coffee Exchange. One of the most honored names in the green coffee trade of New York is that of Peck. Edwin H. Peck began, at the age of 17 years, with Hart and Howell, butter and cheese merchants. He then went in the same business for himself. 4 years later, he abandoned this to go into the coffee brokerage business with his brother, Walter J. Peck. In about 5 years, the brothers branched into the coffee importing and jobbing business under the firm name of Edward H. Peck & Co. Later it was changed to the present style of E. H. and W. J. Peck. Since the death of Walter J. Peck in 1909, Edward H. has conducted the business. The latter was a member of the Board of Governors of the New York Coffee Exchange for 12 years and has been an important factor in the upbuilding of that institution. William D. Mackey began with Small Brothers & Co. He then went into partnership with C.K. Small as Mackey & Small. Later, he formed the firm of Arnold, Mackey & Co. with Francis B. Arnold. The latter dropped out, and the firm became Mackey & Co. He is now operating alone. Mr. Mackey was another of the incorporators of the New York Coffee Exchange. Alexander H. Purcell, a brother of Joseph Purcell, entered the employ of Bowie, Dash & Co. as a boy. From there, he went to Williams, Russell & Co., then to the Union Coffee Co., and later to Hard & Rand. He is now head of the firm of Alex H. Purcell & Co. Robert C. Stewart first became known with Booth & Lindsley. He later went with Joseph A. Donahue & Sons, leaving there to establish the present firm of R.C. Stewart & Co. Another old-timer, Joseph D. Pixley, may be seen at his desk in Williams, Russell & Co.'s office every day, although Frank Williams, who began with Winthrop G. Ray & Co., and Frank C. Russell, both of Williams, Chapin & Russell, and then of Williams, Russell & Co., have passed on. Fred P. Gordon, now head of Fred P. Gordon & Co., was formerly with Williams, Russell & Co. The Mitchell brothers, William L. and George, forming the firm of Mitchell Brothers, have been familiar Front Street figures for many years. A. Wakeman, the historian of the coffee trade, as he is often called, began with Ollendorf, Case & Gillespie. Later, he went with Thompson & Bowers, and then became a member of the firm Bays & Wakeman. He is now in business alone. For 38 years, Mr. Wakeman has been secretary of the Lower Wall Street's Businessmen's Association. He is the author of History and Reminiscences of Lower Wall Street and Vicinity. H. Simmons of Simmons & Bain, later of Simmons & Newton, then of the Brazil Coffee Co., and finally of H. Simmons & Co., is at the time of writing one of the oldest coffee merchants on Front Street, having been in business in Baltimore and New York for more than 50 years. He has a desk in the office of his son, W. Lee Simmons, of W. Lee Simmons & Co. Bain is another well-known Front Street name. The firm of William Bain & Co. was established by William Bain Sr. in Baltimore. The business was moved to New York about 1885. The founder's three sons, William Jr., Daniel K., and L.P., entered the employ of the firm in Baltimore and moved with it to New York. Daniel K. Bain became associated with Henry Sheldon & Co., and later was a member of Simmons & Bain. He then returned to William Bain & Co. and was senior partner at the time of his death in 1915. William Bain Jr., for many years one of the governors and a past president and vice president of the New York Coffee Exchange, and his brother L.P. Bain, now conduct the business. John T. Foley, now of the Commercial Coffee Co., began with Kirkland Brothers. From there he went to Ezra Wheeler & Co., then to H. W. Banks & Co., Thompson, Shortridge & Co., and William Hosmer Bennett & Son. Joshua Walker formed a partnership with James Stewart as Stewart & Walker. Since the retirement of Mr. Stewart some years ago, Mr. Walker has been in business alone. Three other veterans of the trade are still in the harness. Louis Seligsburg, formerly of Wolf and Seligsburg, is now alone. Henry Schaefer has been at the head of S. Gruner & Co. since the death of Siegfried Gruner. Colonel William P. Room, who operated for some time as William P. Room & Co., is now head of the coffee department of Acker, Merrill & Condit Co. Gregory B. Liviorato, who founded the business of Liviorato Brothers at Port Said, with branches at Aden and Marseille, and later at Hodeidah and Harrah, entered the green coffee trade of New York in 1855, although his LF Mocha marks had been introduced here many years before. He remained here for 18 years, returned to his home in Cephalonia, Greece in 1904, and died there in 1905. His nephew, B.A. Liviorato, then assumed charge of the New York coffee business, which in 1913 became Liviorato Kidd & Co., with B.A. Liviorato and Frank Kidd. Benjamin Green Arnold, one-time Coffee King, first became well known as a member of Arnold, Sturgis & Co., afterward B.G. Arnold & Co. Mr. Arnold was one of the incorporators and the first president of the New York Coffee Exchange. Francis B. Arnold, with Arnold, Sturgis & Co., later of Arnold Mackey & Co., afterward Arnold Dorr & Co., was a son of Benjamin Green Arnold, and to him and to Major John R. McNulty belongs a great part of the credit for the organization of the New York Coffee Exchange. Major McNulty was with Minford Thompson & Co., and then formed the firm of J.R. McNulty & Co. Bowie Dash, a member of the famous Arnold Kimball Dash triumvirate, began with Scott and Miser, later Scott, Miser & Co., then Scott and Dash, afterward Scott, Dash & Co., and finally Bowie Dash & Co. Other well-known men with this last company were L. F. Mason, A. C. Foster, S. L. Swayze, L. J. Purdy, and John B. Overton. Then there were Rufus G. Story, Thomas Minford, Francis Skiddy, and George J. Nevers of Skiddy, Minford & Co. W. D. Thompson of Minford Thompson & Co., later L. W. Minford & Co., afterward Minford, Luder & Co. Thompson, Shortridge & Co., later Thompson Brothers, then Thompson and Davis. John Randall with L. W. Minford & Co., later with J. C. Runkle & Co. Eugene and James O'Sullivan of Eugene O'Sullivan & Co. The following names figured prominently in the trade's early history. Charles Maguire of James H. Taylor & Co. George F. Gilman, organizer of the Great American Tea Co. and of the Great Atlantic and Pacific Tea Co. H. W. Banks of Reeve, Case & Banks, afterwards of Stanton, Sheldon & Co., later Sheldon Banks & Co., and then of H. W. Banks & Co. Henry Sheldon of Stanton, Sheldon & Co., later Sheldon Banks & Co., and then Henry Sheldon & Co. William Macready with Small Brothers & Co., later with H. W. Banks & Co., and then with B. H. Howell Son & Co. C. R. Blakeman with Gross, March & Co., afterwards with William Scott's Sons & Co. William Scott of William Scott & Sons, later William Scott's Sons & Co., including George W. Vanderhoof, who later succeeded to the business under the name of George W. Vanderhoof & Co. Christopher and Leander S. Risley of C. Risley & Co. and Charles Nephew with C. Risley & Co., later with Edwin H. Peck & Co. Another group of old-timers includes William Newbold with Ezra Wheeler & Co., later alone, Augustus Ireland with Ezra Wheeler & Co., J. M. Edwards of Edwards & Maddox, later of J. M. Edwards & Co., Frank M. Anthony of J. M. Edwards & Co., H. Clay Maddox, one of the incorporators of the New York Coffee Exchange, of Edwards & Maddox, Baron Thompson of Thompson & Co., Gustav Amsink of G. Amsink & Co., James N. Jarvie with Small Brothers & Co., later of Arbuckle Brothers, John C. Lloyd of John C. Lloyd & Co., afterward with Arbuckle Brothers, John Small of Smalls & Bacon, later Small Brothers & Co., Williamson Bacon of Smalls & Bacon, afterward of Williamson Bacon & Co., C. K. Small of Mackey & Small, Anson Wales Hard and George Rand of Hard & Rand, Joseph Purcell, first of W. J. Porter & Co., and then of Hard & Rand, Henry F. McCreary with O'Shaughnessy & Sawley, later of Hard & Rand, William Sawley and John W. O'Shaughnessy of O'Shaughnessy & Sawley, Mr. O'Shaughnessy later forming John W. O'Shaughnessy & Co., and Mr. Sawley going to Hard & Rand. Mr. Sawley was one of the incorporators of the New York Coffee Exchange. Special mention should be made of Kirkland and von Sachs. A. Kirkland, one of the incorporators of the New York Coffee Exchange, with Small Brothers & Co., and then with W. J. Kirkland as Kirkland Brothers, and, upon the dissolution of that firm, with F. H. Leggett & Co. Thomas Rutter & Co. Teakle Wallace Lewis with Roland Humphrey & Co., later head of the coffee department of Carter Macy & Co., and still later head of T. W. Lewis & Co. Abraham Sanger of Sanger, Beers and Fisher, later Sanger and Wells. J. W. Wilson and Co. Dykes and Wilson. Peter, John, and Joseph J. O'Donoghue of John O'Donoghue's Sons. Joseph J. O'Donoghue and Sons. Otis W. Booth of Booth and Lindsley. A. G. Hildreth. James H. Kirby of B. G. Arnold and Co., later of Kirby, Halstead and Chapin, afterward Kirby and Halstead. Major Henry D. Tyler. Thomas H. Messenger and Co. Harvey H. Palmer of H. H. Palmer and Co. B. O. Bowers of Wilson and Bowers, later Thompson and Bowers. And August Hessler, first with C. Risley and Co., then with J. H. Laborie and Co., and finally with the green coffee department of George H. McFadden and Brother. John Hanley with Carey and Co., later of Hanry and Kinsella, St. Louis. Robert C. Hewitt, Jr., who wrote one of the early books on coffee, Coffee, Its History, Cultivation and Uses, 1872, of Hewitt and Fife, later James W. Fife and Co. James W. Fife of Hewitt and Fife, later James W. Fife and Co. Daniel A. Shaw of James W. Fife and Co. B. Leigh of James W. Fife and Co. and Winthrop G. Ray and Co. These names, too, will live long in green coffee history. Reed, Murdoch and Fisher, New York and Chicago. Charles A. and Watts Miller and David Palmer of D.J. Eli and Co., formerly D.J. and Z.S. Eli and Co., New York and Baltimore. Harry Miller with D.J. Eli and Co., later of Miller and Walbridge. Augustus Walbridge of Smith and Walbridge, afterward Augustus M. Walbridge, Inc. Clarence Smith of M.V.R. Smith's Sons, later of Smith and Walbridge. Stevens, Armstrong and Hartshorn, later Stevens and Armstrong, then Stevens Brothers and Co. And finally Reamer, Turner and Co., including Abraham Reamer Sr. and William F. Turner. Other familiar old-time names were George W. Pritchard of George W. Pritchard and Sons. Dayton and Co. Dimmond and Lally, later Dimmond and Gardes. Arthur W. Brown. Robert Russell of Russell and Co. J. F. Pupka and Thomas Reed of Pupka and Reed, later Eppens, Smith and Weeman. Afterward Eppens, Smith and Co., with William H. and Frederick P. Eppens. Joseph A. O'Brien with Pupka and Reed, and later in business for himself. R. P. McBride of the Union Pacific Tea Co. Ripley Ropes. Support Us Brothers. Mayer Brothers and Co. of Hamburg, with Moses G. Hanauer, manager, and D. K. Young and Herman Hanauer, salesman. H. M. Humphreys with J. W. Doane and Co., later with Arbuckle Brothers. Henry Nordlinger of Henry Nordlinger and Co. Charles Campbell of W. R. Grace and Co. D. A. DeLima of D. A. and J. DeLima, later D. A. DeLima and Co. Henry Cunard and George F. Kulk of Cunard and Co. Bolton, Bliss and Dallet, later Bliss, Dallet and Co., general managers of the Red D line of steamships. Prendergast Brothers. W. H. and George W. Crossman of W. H. Crossman and Brothers, later Crossman and Seelken with Herman Seelken, afterward Sorensen and Nielsen. F. Probst and Co. H. H. Swift and Co. J. L. Phipps and Co. James Bennett and Joseph Becker of Bennett and Becker. And Arnold Hines and Co., Diamond A. Mocha, later Arnold, Cheney and Company. Honourable mention should be accorded. Samuel Wild, Old Dutch Mills. John Phoenix, with Husted, Ferguson and Titus, later of J. W. Phoenix and Co. H. K. Thurber of H. K. and F. B. Thurber and Co. Michael Barnacle with Walter Storm, later Storm, Smith and Co., then Abbey, Freeman & Co., then with Husted, Wetmore and Titus, and finally alone. August Stump of August Stump & Co. J.K. and E.B. Place. Beards and Cummings, later Beards and Cottrell, then S.S. Beard & Co. Philip and Henry Data of Philip Data & Co. Hugh Edwards of Edwards and Raworth. William Bennett of William Hosmer Bennett & Son. Kalman Haas of Haas Brothers. J.C. Runkle & Co. Thomas T. Barr and Fred T. Sherman of Barr, Lally & Co., later T. T. Barr & Co. Henry Hentz & Co. Elmenhorst & Co. A. S. Lassell & Co. D. Henderson, Harry, and John Wells of Wells Brothers. G. Weil & Co., later Norton, Weil & Bevan, and then Weil & Norton. Warren & Co. J. H. Laborie & Co. Schultz and Ruckgaber. Henry Eyre. Rowland, Terry and Humphreys, later Rowland and Humphreys. Bentley, Benton & Co. Winter and Smiley. Weston and Gray. John S. Wright, one of the incorporators of the New York Coffee Exchange, of Wright, Hard & Co. Watjen, Toll & Co. A. Behrens & Co. Steve Matheson of S. Matheson Jr. & Co. C. Wessels & Brothers, later Wessels Kuhlenkampf & Co., and finally Fromm & Co. Julius Steinwender of Steinwender, Stoffregen & Co. Leon Israel of Leon Israel & Brothers. Herklotz, Korn & Co. Ponfold, Schuyler & Co. Maitland, Phelps & Co., later Maitland, Koppel & Co. F. H. Leggett of F. H. Leggett & Co. Carhart & Brother. George W. Flanders of George W. Flanders & Co. Jonas P. O'Brien. George S. Wallen of George S. Wallen & Co. Charles F. Blake of Blake & Bullard. And Martin J. Glynn of MacDonald & Glynn, later Martin J. Glynn & Co., who had their office at Front Street and Old Slip for 25 years. Three other names closely associated with the early days of the New York green coffee trade were Glover, Force & Co., later Waterbury & Force, then W. H. Force & Co., and finally W. S. Force & Co., weighers and forwarders. Daniel Reeve of Reeve & Van Riper, mixers and hullers, and John H. Draper & Co., auctioneers. Growth of the leading coffee ports. 22 years ago, when the century opened, New York passed over her docks a total of 676 million pounds of coffee, which represented 86% of the total for the country. In 1920, juggling the figures a little, she imported 767 million pounds, which was 59% of the total. While she was thus practically marking time, she watched New Orleans run wild with an increase from 44 million pounds to 380 million pounds, or 763% gain. This meaning also the supplying of 29% of the country's demand instead of 5%, while San Francisco in the same time jumped from 24 million pounds to 137 million pounds, or 470% gain, her share of the total trade now being 10% instead of 3% in 1900. These gains, however, have not all been made at the expense of the city on the Hudson. In 1900, Baltimore was a close rival of New Orleans and was far ahead of all other ports except New York. But a decline in her imports began about 1903 and was so swift that 5 years later her imports were almost negligible. New Orleans began her advance at about the same time that Baltimore began to fall off, so that her rise to a place of importance as a coffee port has been practically coincident with the 20th century. Her first big step upward was in 1901, from 44 million to 72 million pounds, and was followed by another the next year to 115 million. Thereafter, was a steady gain to £213 million in 1906 and to £301 million in 1910, and after that, wide fluctuations, especially during the war. In 1918, doubtless because of the draining of shipping to the North Atlantic service, there was a heavy slump, but immediately after the war, in the calendar year of 1919, there was a big jump to a record mark, up to that time, of £356 million. This was followed by the record of £380 million in the calendar year 1920, although the 1921 figure of £331,036,770 shows a falling off of nearly £50 million. San Francisco's growth, on the other hand, is of recent occurrence. The story is told farther along in this chapter how the city was definitely placed on the coffee map by the provision of adequate shipping facilities to Central America. The outbreak of the war in Europe, however, which loosened the grip of European nations on the coffee crops of Central America, was the prime cause of San Francisco's rise in the coffee world, affording her an opportunity of which she had the enterprise to take full advantage. In 1913, her imports were only about £36 million, at which mark they had stood for many years. There was only a slight gain until 1916, when £71 million were recorded, but this increased to £97 million in 1917, to £134 million in 1918, fiscal year, and to £160 million in the calendar year 1919. In 1920, there was a falling off to £137 million, and it may be that the high figure reached the year before represents about the maximum that her natural market, the Pacific Coast region, can well absorb. Early days of green coffee in New Orleans. The history of New Orleans as a coffee port may be considered as beginning with the transfer of Louisiana by Napoleon Bonaparte to the United States in 1803. In this year, according to Martin's History of Louisiana, New Orleans imported 1,438 bags of coffee of 132 pounds each. In the latter part of the 18th century, settlers in large numbers had crossed the Allegheny Mountains from the Atlantic states into the valley of the Ohio River, and their crops of grain and provisions were exported by means of cheaply constructed rafts and boats, which were floated down the river to New Orleans, where they were generally broken up and sold for use as lumber and firewood, there being, at that time, no power available for propelling them back against the current of the river. From 1803 until 1820, on account of the difficulty of navigating upstream, New Orleans imports did not increase as rapidly as exports. In 1814, however, the first crude steamboat had begun to carry freight on the river, and by 1820, the supremacy of the New Orleans as the gateway of the Mississippi Valley had been, for the time, established by this new means of transportation. The coffee importing business flourished, and, from its modest beginning in 1803, grew to 531,236 bags in 1857. By this time, however, New Orleans had begun to feel the competition of the Erie Canal and of the systems of east and west railroad lines which had been in the course of active construction during the preceding 15 years. The railroad systems, which had as their ports Boston, New York, Philadelphia, and Baltimore, entered upon a desperate war of freight rates, each in the endeavor to establish the supremacy of its own port. As the building of railroads had been entirely east and west, and no large amount of capital had been invested in north and south lines, much of the business of the valley was diverted to the Atlantic ports, apparently never to return to New Orleans. In 1862, on account of the blockade of the port, not a bag of coffee was imported through New Orleans, and practically none came in until the year 1866, when the small amount of 55,000 bags was the total for the year. At about this time, Boston and Philadelphia became negligible importing quantities. The business of Baltimore continued to be quite prosperous, and New York rapidly increased her imports and took the commanding position. New Orleans had increased her coffee imports to 250,000 bags in 1871, and the yearly imports continued at about this figure until the last decade of the century, when the business began to expand. The imports had reached a total of 337,000 bags in 1893 to 1894, and of 373,000 bags in 1896 to 97. This was the beginning of a new era, and the coffee business of New Orleans entered upon the period of its greatest growth. Imports were 514,000 bags in 1900 to 01, and were slightly more than twice that by 1903 to 04. In 1909 to 10, the import had again doubled, and had reached a total for the 12 months ending July 1, 1909, of slightly more than 2 million bags, while the figures for the calendar year 1909 totaled 2.5 million bags. Barino & Brother, 77 Gravier Street, were the largest importers of coffee in New Orleans in 1869. The principal importers in 1880 were P. Porcine & Co., Westfelt Brothers, Dimond & Gardes, Schmidt & Ziegler, J. L. Phillips & Co., George O. Gordon & Co., and Smith Brothers. Shipments were by sailing vessels, a full cargo being about 5,000 bags. Fancy grades like Golden Rios, Washed, and Peaberries were shipped in double bags. Musty coffees were common, and every bag in a cargo was sampled for must. S. Jackson was first to issue regular manifests. With the entry of steamers into the coffee transport business, New Orleans was placed at a disadvantage as steamer rates were about 20 cents a bag higher to New Orleans than to New York, and imports were limited. The subsequent revival of the business was due largely to Hard and Rand. Being unable to obtain steamer rates equal to those quoted in New York, Hard and Rand chartered steamers for New Orleans, and soon the trade began to offer cost and freight to New Orleans, and the business grew from about 350,000 bags of green coffee per annum to 2.5 million bags. One of the best remembered names in the green coffee trade of New Orleans is that of Charles Dittman, 1848 to 1920, who, for nearly 50 years, was one of the leading coffee commission merchants of the country. Mr. Dittman entered the coffee business with Napier & Co., representing E. Johnston & Co. of Rio de Janeiro. In 1875, upon the death of Mr. Napier, the firm changed to Johnston, Gordon & Co., later to G. O. Gordon, and in 1886 to the Charles Dittman Co. Since his death in 1920, the business has been continued by F. V. Allain and Charles Dittman, Jr. Green coffee in San Francisco. In the early days of the green coffee business in San Francisco, these names stood out as most important among the coffee importers: Hellman Brothers & Co., Montalegre & Co., ELGS Steel & Co., and Uruguaya and Uriost. From their many friends in Central America, they, and others in their line, obtained small consignments that were bought by the roasters according to their immediate needs. Often as many as 5 or 6 buyers would share in a parcel of 50 bags, as they were not in the custom of filling up the larder for days of want. There always seemed to be sufficient for everyone, and bull movement and corners had not then become the vogue. Just as today, the mainstays of the early San Francisco trade were coffees produced in Costa Rica, Salvador, and Guatemala, although some were brought from the Colima district of Mexico. The broker had a comparatively easy job in selling his wares. Samples of the lots would be given to him in carefully sealed glass bottles, and usually the buyer would trust his discerning eye to judge correctly the quality of the goods, not even taking the trouble to uncork the bottle. Size, color, and imperfections would be his criterion. The leading coffee importers at San Francisco in 1875 were B. E. Auger & Co., 409 Battery, S. A. Carrot & Co., 405 Front Street, Hellman Brothers & Co., 525 Front Street, Adolph Lowe & Co., 208 California Street, S. C. Merrill & Co., 204 California Street, Parrott & Co., 306 California Street, and Uruguaya and Uriost, 405 Front Street. The annual consumption of green coffee in San Francisco in the early 80s was estimated at 100,000 bags. A marked change in the coffee business of San Francisco was brought about by the discovery that the differences in the taste of coffees could not be accurately detected from their color or from the size of bean. To Clarence E. Bickford belongs the credit of having discovered the cup qualities of high-grown Central American coffees. He was employed at the time by a broker named Hochhofler, and probably did not realize what far-reaching effect his discovery would have on the future of San Francisco's coffee trade. But no other factor has contributed so much to its growth. When the roasters began to examine coffees for their taste, values were, of course, revolutionized. Antiguas and other high-grown coffees that had theretofore been penalized for the small size of bean soon brought a premium and have ever since been in great demand. It goes without saying that the new classification was of material assistance to the roasters in bettering their output, as blending was then put on a scientific basis. About the middle of the 90s, San Francisco began to function as a distributing center, and shipments were made from there to St. Louis and Cincinnati. The selection of coffees on their cup merit was undoubtedly a factor of considerable importance in creating new outlets, although it is generally conceded that the winning personality of C. E. Bickford helped considerably. Mr. Bickford, by this time, had succeeded his former employer. He served the trade by living up to the best standards of business practice until his death in 1908, when the institution he founded was continued by E. H. O'Brien under the name of C. E. Bickford & Co. San Francisco imported 175,293 bags of coffee in 1900. Imports had grown to 256,183 bags by 1906. The imports of green coffee at San Francisco in 1914-15 amounted to about 400,000 bags. The beginning of the World War was almost coincidental with an energetic campaign waged by San Francisco coffee interests to popularize Central American coffees, and particularly Guatemala's, in this country. The time was well chosen, as the World's Exposition at San Francisco offered a good opportunity to acquaint the public with the fine qualities of Guatemala growths. Furthermore, it was necessary to create new markets for these coffees, which in former years had been very extensively used in Europe. Figures show that San Francisco's efforts were crowned with success. In 1916, the importation increased by 50%, and in 1917, importations were double those of 1915. In 1918, a total of nearly 1 million bags was reached, and this mark was passed by almost 200,000 in 1919. In 1920, 971,567 bags were imported. The origin of San Francisco's fight for control of Central American coffee dates back to the years 1908 to 1910, when the German Cosmos line was fighting the Pacific Mail for the Central and South American shipping business. W.R. Grace & Co. at that time were already the heaviest shippers of American merchandise to the Latin American countries, and while their own steamers were not touching at Central American ports, they were handling merchandise from the United States and nitrates from the South American countries in their own bottoms, and were also engaged as general carriers for that trade. The fight directed by the Cosmos line against the Pacific Mail, which at that time was under the control of the Southern Pacific Company, was accordingly directed against the Grace interest also, so far as South American countries were concerned. The fight was long and bitter and costly to both sides. At times, the contenders offered to take freight not only without charge, but to pay the shipper a premium for the privilege of carrying his freight. Differences were finally settled in conference, but the experience taught the American interests that they could survive in any territory only if at all times they were able to provide their own cargoes for their own boats, as had been accomplished with nitrate in South America. J. H. Rossiter, the Grace manager, who later became well known as Director of Operations of the United States Shipping Board during the war, undertook an extended trip to Central America in 1912 to study the situation at close range. There was only one product of Central America that was available in cargo quantities, namely coffee, and naturally his attention was drawn to the possibility of carrying coffee to San Francisco to provide return cargoes for ships of the Pacific Mail, or associated lines, carrying merchandise for the Central American countries. While in Guatemala, Mr. Rossiter outlined a future policy in regard to Central American coffees, the basis being his firm determination that coffees grown in Central America, and logically and geographically tributary to San Francisco distribution, should come to San Francisco in largely increasing quantities. Up to that time, San Francisco had received, on an average, only 200,000 bags of Central American coffee annually for the 10 preceding years, while Europe had received about 1.5 million bags a year. The quantity necessary to make San Francisco a factor would call for an importation, on an average, of 750,000 bags, a quantity almost 4 times as large as then established. This was an extremely ambitious undertaking, considering the conditions then prevailing in Central America. European countries were firmly entrenched in the coffee business in Central America, with Germany leading in Guatemala, France in Salvador and Nicaragua, England and France contending for superiority in Costa Rica, and the United States getting only the leavings. The European countries held their position in the Central American coffee trade by liberal financing and a thorough knowledge of the varying qualities of coffee produced on the different plantations. San Francisco, the only important port in the United States dealing in Central American coffees, had neither strong financial entrenchment in Central America nor expert knowledge of coffee quality. Year after year, San Francisco merchants had depended on consignments chosen by the consignors. This rendered quality selection of coffees by the importers impossible. Rossiter, being primarily a steamship man, tackled the proposition from the standpoint of transportation, figuring that if he could establish and maintain a preferential steamer service to San Francisco and steady freight rates, a great step would be accomplished toward the desired end. This led to his interest in the Pacific Mail Company, of which the final outcome was his present position as vice president of the reorganized Pacific Mail Company. In that capacity, he maintained, practically throughout the entire period of the World War, freight rates on coffee from Central America to San Francisco that gave that Pacific port an immediate and definite advantage. This gave merchants in San Francisco the chance to build up a steady trade, and prevented other ports in the United States from entering into serious competition with San Francisco as a distributing point for Central American coffees. The view taken by Rossiter was as far-sighted as it was broad. He argued that with the end of the war, there would be no strength in a scattering distribution of Central American coffees by New York, New Orleans, and San Francisco, and the only promise of maintenance of the business for the United States would be in maintaining unity of distribution in one port of the United States, namely San Francisco. The first year open to European competition after the war showed that San Francisco was well able to maintain its lead in Central American coffees. Today, the mortgages formerly held by European merchants on the native coffee plantations, and the control thereby of the produce of these plantations, are in the hands of American merchants. And what is more, out of general merchandising and importing by merchants of San Francisco, there have developed expert coffee departments in all of the larger houses. The years of the war brought the product of virtually all plantations in Central America to the intimate knowledge of these expert coffee departments, and today the advantage that Europe formerly had, of knowing exactly what a specific plantation produced, is possessed by San Francisco merchants. This is no small advantage when we consider that in Guatemala and Costa Rica, qualities vary from plantation to plantation, and that often on adjoining plantation there is from 3 to 5 cents a pound difference in quality from the standpoint of cup merit. One cannot buy coffee in Central America as in Brazil, as these countries are not highly organized commercially, and the importers here are forced to assume the role of the Brazilian commissario and banker. The crop has to be financed from 6 to 9 months before it is brought to the port, and the securities covering such advances are at best of questionable value, on account of political insecurity and the ever-threatening earthquakes and the uncertainty of the elements. Distribution of the coffee after it has been brought to San Francisco also involves many difficulties, notwithstanding that the demand is good. This will be better realized when we consider that the Pacific coast from Alaska to Mexico and eastward as far as the Rocky Mountains embraces a population of about 8 million, whose annual consumption is estimated at 400,000 bags, and that, as already stated, treble that quantity was imported to San Francisco in 1919. In 1900, 99 firms were engaged in the green coffee importing business, some were roasters also, in New York, 6 in Philadelphia, 28 in San Francisco, 12 in New Orleans. In 1920, there were 216 in New York, 31 in San Francisco, and 15 in New Orleans. End of Section 46, Part 1.
Section 47 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. All About Coffee by William Ukers. Development of the Green and Roasted Coffee Business in the United States, Part 2. Green Coffee Trade Organizations. Previous to the organization of the roasters, the only kind of coffee organization in this country of more than local importance was the New York Coffee Exchange, which came into existence in 1881, the organization meeting being held in the offices of B.G. Arnold & Company at 166 Pearl Street, New York. The exchange was incorporated December 7, 1881, the incorporators being Benjamin Green Arnold, Francis B. Arnold, William D. Mackey, John S. Wright, William Sorley, Joseph A. O'Brien, H. Clay Maddox, C. McCulloch Beecher, George W. Flanders, and John R. McNulty. B.G. Arnold was the first president. Soon afterward, rooms were rented and fitted up for trading purposes at 135 Pearl Street, at the junction of Beaver and Pearl Streets, and only 2 blocks away from the more pretentious structure now housing the Coffee Exchange. Actual trading operations did not begin until March 7, 1882. The New York Coffee Exchange was the world's first coffee trade organization of national proportions. Havre's Exchange was inaugurated in 1882 under the name of the Coffee Terminal Market. 5 years later, coffee exchanges were opened in Amsterdam and Hamburg, while the exchanges of London, Antwerp, and Rotterdam did not come into existence until the year 1890. The exchange in Trieste, Italy, was organized in 1905, while the Coffee Trade Association of London was started in 1916. The first exchange in Santos was started in 1914. The success of the New York Coffee Exchange led to its imitation in other coffee ports of the United States. Baltimore started a similar organization early in 1883 under the name of the Baltimore Coffee Exchange, but after a short existence, it petered out. New Orleans organized a Green Coffee Trading Association in 1889 as a coffee committee of the Board of Trade. It is still active. The Green Coffee Association of New Orleans, Incorporated, which is distinct from the Coffee Committee, was established January 7, 1920. San Francisco did not have a trading exchange until 1918, in which year the Green Coffee Association of the San Francisco Chamber of Commerce began operations. Growth of the coffee roasting trade. The wholesale coffee roasting business in the United States seems to have started in the closing years of the 18th century. In February 1790, a new coffee manufactory began business at 4 Great Dock Street, New York, and the proprietor announced that he had provided himself at considerable expense with the proper utensils to burn, grind, and classify coffee on the European plan. He sold the freshly roasted product in pots of various sizes from 1 to 20 weight, well packed down, either for sea or family use, so as to keep good for 12 months. A second roasting plant started up at 232 Queen Street, New York, nearly opposite the governor's house, toward the close of 1790. This second coffee roasting plant was known in 1794 as the City Coffee Works. James Thompson operated a coffee manufactory at 25 Thames Street in 1795, In this year, there was also the Old Ground Coffee Works in Pearl Street, formerly Hanover Square, 3 doors below the bank at number 110, operating 2 mills, 1 pair French burr stones, but no orders were accepted here for less than £6 at 2 pence advanced from the roasting loss. Other coffee manufactories followed in the large towns of the new states, and always the coffee was treated on the European plan. This meant that it was burnt over a slow coal fire, making every grain a copper color and ridding it of all dust and chaff. There was usually a difference in price of 3 to 4 pence a pound between the green and roasted product. Packages of roasted coffee under the half-dozen weight were sold in New York in 1791 for 2 shillings and 3 pence per pound, allowance being made for grocers at a distance. In those days, the favorite container was a narrow-mouthed pot or jar of any size. This was the first crude coffee package. In retailing the product, cornucopias made of newspapers or any other convenient wrapping were first employed, but with the introduction of paper bags in the early 60s, the housekeeper soon became educated to this more sanitary form of carry package, and its permanence was quickly assured. The following were listed in Longworth's Almanac as coffee roasters in New York in 1805: John Applegate, Cornelius Cooper, Benjamin Cutler, 104 Division Street, George Deffendorf, 83 Chapel Street, William Green, Cornelius Hassey, 14 Augustus Street, Joseph McGinley, 28 Moore Street, John W. Shaw, 43 Oliver Street, John Sweeney, Mulberry Street, Patience Thompson, 23 Thames Street. Elijah Withington came from Boston to New York in 1814. He set up a coffee roaster in an alley behind the City Hall and engaged a big, raw-boned Irishman to run it. This was the beginning of a coffee roasting business that has continued until the present day. Withington dealt in Padang interiors, Jamaica and West Indian coffees, and numbered many society folk among his customers. Withington's business removed to 7 Dutch Street in 1829, and the firm became Withington and Pine in 1830. The roasted coffee business in New York had grown to such proportions in 1833 and gave such promise that James Wilde considered it a good investment to bring over from England for his new coffee manufactory in New York a complete power machinery equipment for roasting and grinding coffee. There was also an engine to run it. It was set up in Wooster Street, opposite the present Washington Square. Samuel Wilde, son of Joseph Wilde of Dorchester, Massachusetts, came to New York about 1840 to make his fortune. He was a young man with vision, and first applied himself with diligence to the hardware and looking-glass business. When he found that most of his customers were theaters and saloons, his religious scruples bade him abandon it, which he did. Meanwhile, in 1844, Withington's pioneer roasting enterprise had admitted Norman Francis and Amos S. Welch as general partners, and Samuel and Charles C. Colgate as special partners under the style of Withington, Francis, and Welch. It so continued until 1848, when Samuel Wilde, who had selected the coffee business as more honorable than the one in which he started, was admitted, and the firm became Withington and Wilde. Mr. Withington retired in 1851, and Samuel Wilde associated with him in the business his sons Joseph and Samuel Jr., the title becoming Samuel Wilde and Sons. Samuel Wilde Sr. died in 1862. The title then became Samuel Wilde's Sons. Joseph Wilde died in 1878, and Samuel Wilde Jr. in 1890, the business being left to and continuing with a younger brother, John, from 1878 to 1894, when John's son, Herbert W. Wilde, became a member of the firm, which continues the old title at 466 Greenwich Street as Samuel Wilde's Sons Company, having been incorporated in 1902. John Wilde died in 1914. Another grandson of Samuel Wilde is William B. Harris, who engaged in the coffee roasting business in Front Street from 1904 to 1917. From 1908 to 1918, he acted as a coffee expert for the United States Department of Agriculture. William B. Harris is a son of Samuel L. Harris, who married a daughter of Samuel Wilde, and who for a number of years was connected with Samuel Wilde's sons. Although a number of roasters and grinders for family use were patented in the United States in the first half of the 19th century, the coffee merchants depended almost entirely on English manufacturers for their wholesale equipment, until 1846, when James W. Carter of Boston brought out his pull-out roaster. This machine, and others like it, encouraged the development of the coffee roasting business, so that when the Civil War came, coffee manufactories were well scattered over the country. The demand for something better in coffee machinery equipment was answered by Jabez Burns, with his machine for filling and discharging without moving the roasting cylinder from the fire. Among the early grocery concerns in New York that were also coffee roasters were R.C. Williams & Company, starting as Mott & Williams in 1811, changing to R.S. Williams & Company in 1821, to Williams & Potter in 1851, and to its present title in 1882, Acker, Merrill & Condit Company, founded in 1820, Park & Tilford, founded in 1840, Austin Nichols & Company, founded in 1855, and Francis H. Leggett & Company, founded in 1870. There were 21 coffee roasters and spice factors in New York in 1848. Among them were Beard & Cummings, 281 Front Street, Henry B. Blair, 129 Washington Street, Colgate Gilbert, 93 Fulton Street, Wright Gillies, 236 Washington Street, and Withington, Wild, and Welch, 7 Dutch Street. In this year, 2 coffee importers, 14 tea importers, and 41 tea dealers were listed in the city directory. The directory for 1854 listed 27 coffee roasters and spice factors, among them, in addition to the above, being Peter Hollenbeek, 328 Washington Street, Levi Rowley, 102 West Street, William J. Stitt, 159 Washington Street, and George W. Wright, 79 Front Street. In those days, not all the wholesale coffee factors were roasters. There was much trade roasting by a few large plants. While the coffee roasting business of Samuel Wilde's sons appears to be the oldest in New York, having descended in a practically unbroken line from 1814, several others continued considerably past the half-century mark, and among them special mention should be accorded to Levi Rowley's Star Mills, dating back to 1823, Beard & Cummings, 1834, Wright Gillies & Brothers, 1840, Loudon & Son, the Metropolitan Mills, 1853, and the Eppens Smith Company, present-day successors of Thomas Reed's Globe Mills of 1855. The Star Mills in Duane Street became a real factor in the wholesale coffee roasting business on Manhattan Island about 1823. At a later date, Levi Rowley secured control, and under his able direction the business flourished. Benedict and Gaffney bought the Star Mills from Rowley in 1885. A few years later, the firm became Benedict and Thomas, then Thomas and Turner, and finally the R.G. Thomas Company. R.G. Thomas sold the equipment in 1920, ending the manufacturing end of the business just about a century from the time it started. Mr. Thomas is now with Russell & Company. Before being identified with the Star Mills, he was for 20 years with Packard & James, 123 Maiden Lane. While still a lad of 19, Wright Gillies came from a Newburgh farm in 1838 and obtained a clerkship in a tea store in Chatham Street, now Chambers and Duane Street. He branched out for himself in the tea and coffee business at 232 Washington Street in 1840, removing in 1843 to 236, which had a courtyard where he installed a horsepower coffee roaster. In the same building, over the store, lived Thomas McNell and his wife. Mr. McNell afterward became a member of the firm of Smith and McNell, proprietors of the Washington Street Hotel and Restaurant, for many years one of New York City's landmarks. The coffee business thus started by Wright Gillies is still conducted as the Gillies Coffee Company by the same family and at practically the same location, and it is interesting to note that the roasting room still has the original arrangement, partly below the street level, but with the machinery in view from the sidewalk. This arrangement was characteristic of the old roasting establishments. James W. Gillies, a younger brother, came from Newburgh in 1848 to assist in the enterprise. Young Gillies superintended the horsepower roaster and drove the light spring delivery cart. Soon the firm became Wright, Gillies and Brother. Fires visited the business in 1849 and in 1858, but each time it arose the stronger for the experience. Wright Gillies retired in 1884, and James W. Gillies assumed entire charge under the name of the Gillies Coffee Company. He continued active until his death in 1899. The business was incorporated by his children under the same name in 1906. Edwin J. Gillies, son of James W. Gillies, started a separate coffee business at 245 Washington Street in 1882. In 1883, he admitted as a partner James H. Schmelzel, a fellow Columbia alumnus. The enterprise was successful for many years, being incorporated under the title of Edwin J. Gillies & Company, Incorporated. It was consolidated in 1915 with the business of Ross W. Weir & Company, 60 Front Street. Edwin J. Gillies becoming a vice president, with L.S. Cooper also vice president of the corporation of Ross W. Weir Incorporated. Burns & Brown started in the coffee roasting business in 1853 in an old building at the corner of Washington and Chambers Streets, for which they paid an annual rental of $1,000. This was the beginning of the Metropolitan Mills, opposite to the present location of Loudon & Son, 181 Chambers Street, the latest successors to the business. Burns & Brown continued for 2 years, when they failed, and Wright Gillies & Brothers succeeded and put in Ebenezer Welsh as manager. Later, Wright Gillies & Company sold out the plant to Captain Edward C. Russell, who associated with him his son-in-law, Edward A. Phelps, Jr. At the dissolution of this partnership in 1870, the firm became Truesdell & Phelps. Mr. Phelps succeeded Truesdell and sold out to Loudon & Stellwag in 1877. They were succeeded by Loudon & Johnson in 1879, and this firm continued until 1910, when James D. Johnson retired and the firm of Loudon & Son took charge. These were J. Carl Loudon and his son, Howard C. Loudon, who died in 1911. The firm name of Loudon & Son continues. One of the most vigorous personalities of the 60s, and one whose influence extended well into this generation, was Thomas Reed. Born in Bridgeport, England, he came to the United States as a boy and started his business career as a grocer's clerk in Brooklyn. Within 3 months after landing, he bought out his employer. He entered the wholesale coffee roasting business at 105 Murray Street, New York, in 1855, in partnership with a Mr. Townsend under the style of the Globe Mills, which were the predecessors of the Eppens Smith Company, now in Warren Street. Jabez Burns, inventor of the Burns coffee roaster, before this a teamster for Henry Blair, was at one time bookkeeper for the Globe Mills. In 1864, Mr. Burns sold to the Globe Mills the first roasters of his manufacture, 2 one-bag, 4-foot machines that were given a place alongside of 4 of the old-style Carter pullouts. Mr. Townsend died the first year of the Globe Mills' existence, and Thomas Reed continued without a partner until 1863, when he became associated with John F. Pupke as Pupke and Reed. The business was then at 269 Washington Street. Thomas Reed was resourceful and enterprising. Also, he had vision. He saw the day of package coffee coming, and nearly beat John Arbuckle to it. As early as 1861, we find him advertising in the city directory, "Spices put up in every variety of package." Louis A. Osborne, 69 Warren Street, New York, and 81 to 83 South Water Street, Chicago, was advertising Osborne's celebrated prepared Java coffee, put up only by Louis A. Osborne in 1863 to 64. Thomas Reed appears to have acquired this brand and to have begun its exploitation as Osborne's Old Government Java, a ground packaged coffee, and certainly one of the earliest packaged coffees. However, this brand never attained the national vogue achieved by John Arbuckle's packaged coffee, which first appeared in 1865, although the name Ariosa was not given it until 1873. Between 1855 and 1865, there were only half a dozen wholesale coffee roasters on Manhattan Island, and Thomas Reed was their leader. Much of his work was roasting for the trade, and this undoubtedly interfered with the logical development of his packaged coffee ideas. The firm became Pupke, Reed & Phelps in 1882. In 1885, it became the original Eppens-Smith Company, later the Eppens-Smith & Wyman Company, and lastly, the Eppens-Smith Company. Thomas Reed was vice president of the Eppens-Smith & Wyman Company and continued in that position until his death in 1902. Julius Eppens is the present head of the business. Other packaged coffees of the 60s were government coffee put out by Tabor and Place's Rubia Mills, 353 to 355 Washington Street, in tinfoil pound papers, and L. Bruckman & Company's London Club, packed at 107 Warren Street. Another old-time New York coffee roasting business is that of Samuel S. Beard & Company. This business was founded in 1834 on Front Street by Eli Beard, father of Samuel S. Beard, and W. A. Cummings as Beard & Cummings. In 1872, the firm moved to Duane Street, where it was joined by Messrs. S. S. Beard and Cottrell, and the new firm became Beards and Cottrell. Mr. Cottrell retired in 1883, and the firm became Samuel S. Beard & Company. Upon the death of S. S. Beard in 1905, James H. Murray, who had been with the concern for many years, became head of the house. Mr. Murray died 6 months later. The business moved in 1913 to 92 Front Street, where it continues as a stock company, with J. R. Westfall as manager. Austin C. Fitzpatrick, well known among New York coffee roasters, is a graduate of the Thomas Reed School, having entered the business of this pioneer roaster in 1865. He was Western salesman for Pupke and Reed until 1871, when he became associated with Rufus G. Story under the firm name of R. G. Story & Company. Later, he formed a partnership with Howard E. Case, buying out the old house of Beard and Howell. When Mr. Case retired in 1887, the firm became A. C. Fitzpatrick & Company. This title continued for 12 years, when the Knickerbocker Mills were taken over, and the business was incorporated as the Knickerbocker Mills Company, with Mr. Fitzpatrick as president. The Knickerbocker Mills, acquired by the corporation, had been founded in 1842 and were for more than 40 years at 154 to 156 Chambers Street. The business is now at 196 to 198 Chambers Street. Many of the pioneers in the coffee roasting business of this country were men who came from the British Isles and Germany. A notable figure from the latter country was Benedict Fischer, who knew coffee in Germany before coming to New York in his 19th year. He started at 323 to 329 Greenwich Street, near Duane Street, in 1859. His first roaster was a primitive affair, built under the E.J. Hyde patent by the Coffee Roaster and Mill Manufacturing Company of Philadelphia. It was turned by hand by Fisher and his helper. This was about 1862. In 1864, the business required larger quarters and was removed to the corner of Duane and Greenwich Streets. A new plant was erected at the corner of Beach and Greenwich Streets in 1894, and the present plant was erected at the corner of Franklin and Greenwich Streets in 1906. Upon the death of Benedict Fisher in 1903, the business passed under the control of William H. Fisher, son of Benedict, and Benedict's son-in-law, Charles E. Diefenthaler, for many years associated with the house. At present, the company is a corporation, with C. E. Diefenthaler president, T. F. Diefenthaler vice president and treasurer, and T. O. Budenbach secretary. Bowie Dash, a commanding figure in the New York green coffee trade, founded the Holland Coffee Company, Roasters, in 1885. He placed H. Bartow in charge. Mr. Dash himself was never active in the affairs of the company. J. Bowie Dash, son of Bowie Dash, entered the Holland Coffee Company as a boy. Bowie Dash died in 1894. Mr. Bartow left the Holland Coffee Company in 1897, and J. Bowie Dash became president. He sold the company in 1917 to S. B. Morrison, who consolidated it with his Esperanza Coffee Company. The business is still conducted as the Holland Coffee Company, with Mr. Morrison as president, at 162 Front Street. George Fisher was a well-known coffee roaster of the 60s. He began in the Old Hope Mills, 71 Fulton Street, and, at the age of 30, entered into a partnership with D.C. Ripley, establishing the Hudson Mills. The firm became Sanger, Beers, and Fisher in 1868. Mr. Fisher retired in 1882 and died in 1896. Peter Hollenbeek began work as a delivery boy in a grocery store. He entered the coffee business in the 60s in the employ of Wright Gillies and went into the wholesale coffee roasting trade under his own name at 170 Duane Street in 1876. His son, John R. Hollenbeek Sr., came into his father's business in 1887. Peter Hollenbeek died January 15, 1894, and the firm name was changed to John W. Hollenbeek and Company. The business remained in the same building up to 1916, when it was moved to its present location at 393 Greenwich Street. John W. Hollenbeek, Jr., of the third generation, is now active in the business. A leading figure in the 60s was James Brown, who started as an engineer, rose to a partnership, and retired after the Civil War, a wealthy man. He was a partner with Thomas Reed in the Old Globe Mills. He was also associated with B. Fisher in the firm of Fisher, Kirby, and Brown, and established the firm of Brown & Scott in Duane Street, where Peter Hollenbeek succeeded to the business. Afterward, he continued in the firms of Brown & Jones and Bisland & Brown, and died in 1898. Van Loan, Maguire, and Gaffney was a formidable combination in the coffee roasting business in its day. Thomas Van Loan was for 30 years a partner in the firm of W.J. Stitt and Company. William J. Stitt was in business at 173 Washington Street in the 50s. Joseph Maguire was a practical spice grinder. Hugh Gaffney was with Brown & Scott until the firm retired in 1879, and for 10 years thereafter he traveled for B. Fisher and Company. Then he became a member of the firm of Benedict and Gaffney. Ill health caused his temporary retirement, but he returned to the business in 1897 when he organized the firm of Van Loan, Maguire, and Gaffney. Joseph Maguire died in 1904. Mr. Gaffney died on March 20th, 1912, and the name of the business was changed to Van Loan and Company, with Thomas Van Loan as the head of the business, under which name and management it still continues at 64 North Moore Street. O'Donoghue is a well-known name in the development of both the green and roasted coffee trade of New York City. John O'Donoghue was a leader in the green coffee business in 1830. It was John O'Donoghue's sons in 1873. John B. O'Donoghue, son of Peter O'Donoghue and the grandson of the original John, after leaving John O'Donoghue's sons, formed a partnership with Robert C. Stewart, the present head of R.C. Stewart and Company, to engage in the green coffee jobbing business as O'Donoghue and Stewart. This partnership was dissolved in 1893. For a few years, John O'Donoghue was associated with the coffee roasting firm of Wing Brothers and Hart. About 1898, he formed the O'Donoghue Coffee Company at 284 Front Street. In 1910, this was consolidated with the Potter Coffee Company and Bennett, Sloan and Company to form the Potter, Sloan, O'Donoghue Company. The firm dissolved in 1915. Ellis M. Potter came to New York from the Potter Parlin Spice Mills in Cincinnati. Mr. O'Donoghue died in 1918. In the 70s, Frederick Akers was a proprietor of the oldest and best-known trade roasting establishment in New York. The plant was known as the Atlas Mills and was at 17 J Street. Mr. Akers died in 1901. That same year, William J. Morrison and Walter B. Boynest, former employees of Akers, formed a partnership to carry on the same kind of business at 413 Greenwich Street. It is still at that address under the name of Morrison and Boynest Company. Colonel William P. Room, a Chesterfieldian figure among New York coffee roasters, came into the trade in 1876 when he established the firm of William P. Room and Company with T. L. Vickers as partner. In the Civil War that had preceded, young Room, he was then 19, had distinguished himself as a conspicuous hero of the 6th Army Corps, having entered the service as a second lieutenant in the 65th New York Volunteers. William P. Room and Company first engaged in the importation of tea, but they added coffee to the business in 1889. Colonel Room disposed of it in 1903 to assume charge of the tea and coffee department of the Acker, Merrill, and Condit Company, a position which he still holds. Frederick A. Cauchois, another picturesque figure among New York coffee roasters, entered the trade as a clerk in the New York office of Chase and Sanborn in 1875. After further tutelage under Frank Williams in the coffee brokerage business, he bought the old Fulton Mills, Colgate Gilbert and Company, 1848, in Fulton Street, where he did some of the most original advertising for coffee that the trade has seen. His private estate coffee in little burlap bags, his donkey train that carried the bags of green coffee through the streets of the metropolis, his system of delivering fresh coffee daily to the grocery trade, and his Japanese paper filter device to ensure the proper making of the coffee made him famous. He brought something of the spirit of the old English coffee house to America and incorporated it in Keene's Chop House in New York. He died in 1918. The business of Russell & Company was founded by Robert S. Russell and Frank Smith at 107 Water Street in 1875. In 1895, S. L. Davis, one of the present owners, formerly with Merritt and Ronaldson, became a partner. In 1900, Frank C. Russell, son of the senior member, was admitted to a partnership, and upon the death of his father in 1904, he and Mr. Davis became owners of the business. Ross W. Weir, who, in addition to being a successful New York coffee roaster, has also attained prominence as president of the National Coffee Roasters Association and chairman of the Joint Coffee Trade Publicity Committee, handling the $1 million coffee advertising campaign, was born in New York in 1859, the son of J.B. Weir, one of the pioneer 49ers, who at one time was engaged in the export commission business in San Francisco. Mr. Weir began his business career as a general utility boy in the jobbing grocery house of S. H. Williamson, 36 Broadway, New York, in 1875. Then he was a clerk for Park and Tilford, office man with Arbuckle Brothers, and with George C. Chase and Company, tea importers, for 2 years, afterward being admitted to a junior partnership. In 1886, the firm of Ross W. Weir and Company was formed to engage in the roasting of coffee and importing and jobbing of teas at 105 Front Street. In 1887, the business was removed to 58 to 60 Front Street. When the corporation of Ross W. Weir Incorporated was formed in 1915 to take over the business of E.J. Gillies and Company Incorporated, Mr. Weir became president and treasurer of the combined organization. Pioneer Wholesale Coffee Roasters. A reference to other pioneers in the wholesale coffee roasting trade may not be amiss here, even though it involves a repetition of some names that have been given special mention in the case of New York. In the list that follows are included the most prominent firms and the best-known names that helped make roasted coffee history in the United States in the 19th century, particularly from 1845 to 1900. New York. The most prominent firms in the business in New York in the 60s were Thomas Reed and Company, Globe Mills, George A. Merwin and Company, Levi Rowley, Star Mills, A.B. Thorne, Fisher and Lehman, later Fisher and Thurber and Fisher, Kirby and Brown, Knickerbocker and Cook, A.D. Thurber, William J. Stitt and Company, Samuel Wild's Sons. In the 70s, in addition to most of the above list, there were Pupke and Reed, Arbuckle Brothers, Edward A. Phelps, Jr., Bonnet, Schenck and Earl, Fisher and Lansing, J.G. Worth, Jackson and Company, Charles Conway, Needlinger and Schmidt, James L. Arcularius, S. M. Beard, Sons and Company, H. K. Thurber and Company, Wright Gillies and Brothers, Bennett and Becker, Great American Tea Company, Brown, and Scott. Between 1876 and 1900, the following well-known names appeared in the trade: Frederick Akers, Eppens Smith Company, afterward Eppens Smith and Wyman Company, and later Eppens Smith Company, B. Fisher and Company, R. P. McBride, Fitzpatrick and Case, afterward A. C. Fitzpatrick and Company, Great Atlantic and Pacific Tea Company, Loudon and Johnson, Edwin Scott, Peter Hollenbeek, afterward Hollenbeek and Mitchell and Hollenbeek Roasting and Milling Company, Joseph Steiner and Company, Austin Nichols and Company, Bennett Sloan and Company, Gillies Coffee Company, Benedict and Gaffney, afterward Van Loan McGuire and Gaffney, Ross W. Weir and Company, Union Pacific Tea Company, Hillis Plantation Company, Edwin J. Gillies and Company, Jones Brothers, Holland Coffee Company, Samuel Crooks and Company, Benedict and Thomas. Boston. Among the pioneers in the coffee roasting business in Boston were N. Berry and Sons, Blanchard and Brothers, Carter Mann and Company, Noah Davis and Company, Dyer and Company, E. Emerson, Flint Brothers and Company, J.T. and N. Glines, Hayward and Company, George W. Higgins and Company, Hill, Dwinell and Company, H. B. Newhall, Richardson and Lane, N. Robinson and Company, Russell and Fessenden, Stickney and Poor, E. H. Sweat, the Tremont Coffee and Spice Mills, Swain Earl and Company, and the Martin L. Hall Company. Between 1876 and 1900, these names were among those added: Shapley Coffee Company, Gilman L. Parker, W. S. Quinby and Company, Thomas Wood and Company. Dwinell and Company and Hayward and Company both engaged in the coffee roasting business about 1845. In 1876, they, James F. Dwinell, Martin Hayward, and his brother-in-law, George C. Wright, joined hands under the name of Dwinell, Hayward and Company. In 1894, Mr. Hayward having previously retired, the name of the firm was changed to Dwinell, Wright and Company. Mr. Dwinell died in 1898, and in 1899, Mr. Wright formed a Massachusetts corporation under the present name, Dwinell Wright Company. George C. Wright died 1910, and his son, George S. Wright, who had been treasurer, became president. A grandson, Warren M. Wright, and a nephew, G. E. Crampton, together with R. O. Miller and Charles H. Holland, are active in the present conduct of the business. Caleb Chase, with Messrs. Carr and Raymond, founded the firm of Carr, Chase, and Raymond at 32 Broad Street in 1864. The name was changed to Chase, Raymond, and Iyer in 1871. James S. Sanborn, who had formerly been in the coffee and spice trade at Lewiston, Maine, with a branch office in Boston, combined with Caleb Chase to form Chase and Sanborn in 1878. Charles D. Sias was admitted to the firm in 1882. A Montreal office was opened in 1884. Charles E. Sanborn, son of James S., was admitted in 1888. James S. Sanborn died in 1903, and Charles E. Sanborn died 2 years later. Charles D. Sias died in 1913. Swain Earl and Company were established about 1868. In the same year, Byron T. Thayer entered the employ of the firm as a bookkeeper. He was taken into partnership in 1884, and upon the death of Mr. Earl, became managing partner. In 1915, he was the sole surviving partner of the company. He died in the latter part of 1921, and the business was absorbed by Alexander H. Bill and Company in January 1922. Philadelphia. The following were the most prominent Philadelphia coffee roasters in 1861: Griever and Brothers, Henry Hinkle, William Johnston, George Kelly, Thornley and Ryan, Thornley and Brothers, Van Corn, Guggenheimer and Company, D.J. Chapman, Bowler and Weichel, Charles Kroberger, and James R. Webb and Son. Later came Robert J. Rule and Brothers, G. Boyd and Company, Nutrio Manufacturing Company, C.J. Fell and Brothers, R.R. and A. Deverall, C. Thomas, William H. Cheatham, Jr., Hill and Thornley, George Ogden and Company, Weichel and Smith, and Alexander Shepard. Between 1876 and 1900, these names appear: Henry A. Fry and Company, Robert Smith and Sons, B.S. Jenney, Jr. and Company, and Weichel and Smith Spice Company. Robert Smith came as a country lad to Philadelphia and drove a wagon for Jesse Thornley, a coffee roaster. In a few years, he had secured an interest in the firm, and in 1860, the name was changed to Thornley and Smith. Mr. Thornley died in 1872, and Mr. Smith bought out the Thornley interest and traded as Robert Smith until 1889. In that year, he admitted his eldest son, Robert A. Smith, into the firm, which became Robert Smith and Son. William T., another son, was admitted in 1889, the firm name being changed again to Robert Smith and Sons. Robert Smith Sr. retired in 1902. In that same year, his youngest son, George H. Smith, was admitted to the firm, and it became Robert Smith's Sons, the active members being William T. and George H. Smith. James R. Webb established the coffee roasting business of James R. Webb and Son in 1833. It was taken over by Alexander Shepard in 1870. Later it became Alex Shepard and Sons Incorporated. Mr. Shepard died in 1916, and the business has been conducted by a corporation in which his 4 children are the principal stockholders. Chicago. Some pioneers in the Chicago trade were Alfred H. Blackall, Excelsior Mills, Downer and Company, Huntoon and Towner, W. F. McLaughlin, Knowles, Cloyes and Company, Thompson and Taylor, H. F. Griswold, G. M. Hall, John L. Davies and Company, Bell, Conrad and Webster, Sprague, Warner and Company, Lee and Murbach, A. Stevens and Company, and Whiting, Gebel and Company. In the period between 1876 and 1900, the following became well known: Sprague, Warner and Griswold, Reed, Murdoch and Fisher, E.B. Miller Spice Company, William M. Hoyt Company, Franklin McVeigh and Company, Sherman Brothers and Company, H.C. and C. Durand, A. H. Pratt, McNeil and Higgins Company, J. H. Bell and Company, J. H. Conrad and Company, Steele Weddell's Company, Cragg Reynolds Company, Arbuckle Brothers, and Poole Webb Company. H.C. Durand organized the wholesale grocery house of Durand and Company in 1851. Calvin Durand entered the firm in 1879, and the name was changed to H.C. and C. Durand. Adam J. Caspar began to work in a retail grocery. In 1875, he went with the wholesale grocery firm of James Forsyth and Company, and 2 years later with H.C. and C. Durand. In 1894, the name was changed to Durand and Caspar. H.C. Durand died in 1901, and Calvin Durand died in 1911. Durand and Caspar merged 1921 with Henry Horner and Company, and McNeil and Higgins into the Wholesale Grocers Corporation. Samuel A. Downer founded the Excelsior Mills, Downer and Company, in 1853. Sidney O. Blair entered the employ of the company in 1871. E.B. Miller and Company took over the business in 1878, incorporating under that name in 1882. Mr. Blair retired in 1913, and W.S. Rice was elected president. He died in 1918, and Mr. Blair was re-elected president, with W.C. Shop vice president and C.S. Moran secretary and treasurer. In the spring of 1862, Albert A. Sprague came to Chicago from Vermont. With Z.B. Stetson, he formed the firm of Sprague and Stetson, wholesale grocers. Mr. Stetson retired the following year, and a new partnership was formed with Ezra J. Warner under the name of Sprague and Warner. In 1864, O.S.A. Sprague, a young brother of the senior partner, was admitted to the firm, which was reorganized under the style of Sprague, Warner and Company. Under this name, it has since continued. About the year 1876, machinery was installed and the roasting of coffee began. Oscar Rimmer entered the employ of the company in 1878 at the age of 16 and became manager of the mill department in 1895. In 1912, he was made a member of the board of directors and was elected vice president in 1919. O.S.A. Sprague died in 1909, Ezra J. Warner Sr. in 1910, and Albert A. Sprague in 1915. In 1865, A.M. Thompson, at that time a salesman for A.H. Blackall, owner of the American Mills, arranged with a Mr. Berg and a Mr. Davis to go in the coffee roasting business with him as Berg, Thompson, and Davis. After a year, however, the name became A.M. Thompson. James Thompson, a brother, came into the firm in 1868, and it was then called A.M. and James Thompson. A year later, it became A.M. Thompson again. In 1872, immediately after the fire, Mr. Taylor, a member of the firm of Whiting & Taylor, joined Mr. Thompson under the firm name of Thompson & Taylor. They continued the business under this name about 10 years until it was incorporated in 1883 under the name of Thompson & Taylor Spice Company. Among the wholesale grocers who became stockholders at that time was W.S. Warfield of Quincy, Illinois, who, in 1901, with his son, John D. Warfield, bought most of Mr. Thompson's holdings and obtained a controlling interest. The name was changed in 1920 to the Thompson & Taylor Company. William F. McLaughlin founded the firm of W. F. McLaughlin & Company in 1865. He died in 1905, and the business was incorporated with his son, George D., as president, and another son, Frederick, as secretary and treasurer. The Pull Webb Company, founded 1882 as a partnership by Thomas J. Webb and John Poole, was incorporated in 1896. End of section 47.
Section 48 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. All About Coffee by William Ukers. Development of the green and roasted coffee business in the United States, Part 3. St. Louis. The following were among the pioneer coffee firms of St. Louis, dating back to the 1860-70 decade: James H. Forbes, Flint Evans and Company, William Shotton and Company, Fred W. Mayer, H&J Manown, Cavanaugh, Rearick and Company, and Frederick A. Churchill and Company. From 1876 to 1900 there were added Nash Smith and Company, Fink and Nasser Company, Hanley and Kinsella Coffee and Spice Company, Flugel and Pop, C.F. Blank Tea and Coffee Company, Steinwender, Stoffregen and Company, David G. Evans and Company, and the Aroma Coffee and Spice Company. David Nicholson established a tea and coffee business under the name of the Franklin Tea Warehouse in 1853. A year later, James H. Forbes, born in Kinross, Scotland, bought out Nicholson. In 1857, A.E. Forbes, his son, came into the store after school hours and was admitted to partnership in 1870. The retail end of the business was dropped in 1880. Robert M., the younger son of James H., was taken into the firm a few years after A.E. Forbes. James H. Forbes died in 1890, and the business has since been carried on by his sons as the James H. Forbes Tea and Coffee Company. James H. Forbes installed the first Burns roaster in St. Louis and always claimed to have been the first man to roast coffee in the Middle West. William Shotton began his roasting business in 1862, although he had been in the grocery business since 1847. A short time later, a brother, Christian Shotton, came to the United States from Germany and was admitted to partnership, the firm becoming William Shotton and Brother. Christian died in 1866, and a brother-in-law, Henry Verborg, was admitted, the name being changed to William Shotton and Company. William died in 1874, and the business devolved upon his eldest son, Hubertus. In 1878, another son, Julius J., was taken in at the age of 17. Hubertus died in 1897, and Julius became manager and sole proprietor. He died in 1919. Since that time, his son, Jerome J., has carried on the business, which continues under the name of the William Shotton Coffee Company. The firm of David G. Evans and Company was founded in 1856 by David G. Evans under the style of Flint Evans and Company, changed in 1870 to David G. Evans and Company. David G. Evans died in 1916, and the name of the company was changed in 1917 to the David G. Evans Coffee Company, with Gwyn Evans, a son of David G., as president of the corporation. The George Nash Grocery Company bought the Eagle Coffee and Spice Mills from the estate of Matthew Hunt in 1870. About this time, Michael E. Smith, who had been with the concern for a number of years, was made a partner. The firm was incorporated in 1887 as the Nash Smith Tea and Coffee Company. George Nash Sr. died in 1910. Cincinnati. Among the pioneer coffee roasters in Cincinnati were John C. Appenzeller, Bluck and Warwig, J. Brock, Cincinnati Spice Mills, Eagle Spice Mills, Harrison and Wilson, Parker and Dixon, Kilgore and Taylor, J. M. Kraut, Sukop and Lips, and H. R. Droster. After the centennial year and previous to 1900, the following names were added: Potter and Parlin, James Heekin and Company, Flugel and Pop, Utter, Adams and Ellen, J. Henry Koenig and Company, F. W. Hinz, and the Woolson Spice Company. D. Y. Harrison, then 35 years old, came from Newark, New Jersey, and settled in Cincinnati in 1843, opening a coffee roasting business as Harrison and Wilson. He used an old pull-out roaster with first a Negro and then a horse-power treadmill for power. A few years later, W. H. Harrison, a son of the founder, was admitted to the firm, the name at that time being Parker and Harrison. D. Y. Harrison died in 1872. Fire totally destroyed the plant in 1875. W. H. Harrison then formed a partnership with J. W. Utter and started in again. He sold out to his partner in 1883 and went in business for himself as W. H. Harrison and Company. D. Y. Harrison is said to have been the first man to roast coffee west of Pittsburgh. The Heekin Company was established in 1870 by James Heekin and Barney Corbett as a partnership under the name of Corbett and Heekin. In a short time, Corbett died, and the name of the firm was then changed to James Heekin and Company. Alexander Stewart was admitted to the partnership about 1883 and retired 4 years later. James J. Heekin, older son of James Heekin, was admitted to partnership in 1892. Charles Lewis, after 20 years' experience in the coffee trade in Louisville, Cincinnati, and New York, was admitted to the firm in 1895. James Heekin died in 1904. Upon his death, a corporation was formed under the name of the James Heekin Company, with Charles Lewis as president, continuing until he retired in 1919. In this year, a new corporation called the Heekin Company was formed, taking over the business of the James Heakin Company and the Heakin Spice Company, the latter having been organised in 1899. James J. Heakin was chosen president of the new company, with Albert E. Heakin vice president and Robert E. Heakin secretary and general manager. Louisville. Pioneers in this early centre of coffee roasting in the South were Thornton and Hawkins, Charles J. Bush, H. N. Gage, A. Engelhard, and Jacob Zinsmeister. R. J. Thornton and Company were founded in 1837 by Richard J. Thornton and Thomas Hawkins as Thornton and Hawkins. Thornton died in 1860. His interests remained, but the firm changed to Hawkins and Thornton. Hawkins died in 1877, and Mrs. Thornton, having purchased the Hawkins interest, ran the business as R. J. Thornton and Company until her death in 1885. John Hayes, her son-in-law, then bought the company, and when he died in 1904, his widow ran the business with Thomas A. Crawford as manager. Mrs. Hayes, the last of the Thornton family, died in 1919, and her interests were sold to Crawford and R. H. Dawn, an old employee. The firm first roasted coffee about 1846. It is interesting to note that the plant has occupied the present site since its founding 84 years ago. Albert Engelhard Sr. founded in 1855 a wholesale grocery house, which later became A. Engelhard and Sons, Incorporated. In 1879, George, in 1882, Victor H., and in 1883, Albert Jr., all sons of the founder, entered the business. Upon moving into larger quarters in 1890, all of the sons were taken in as partners. Albert Engelhard Sr. retired in 1892, and the management was assumed by Victor H. The business increased rapidly, and in 1897 the firm moved to its present location. Incorporated in 1901, the wholesale grocery end was abandoned in 1903, and the concern became a strictly coffee, tea, and spice house. Victor H. Engelhard died in 1918, and his sons, Victor Jr. and R. W. Engelhard, who had been in the business for several years, assumed active management. Victor Engelhard Sr. was prominent in coffee affairs and in the early work of the National Coffee Roasters Association. Jacob Zinsmeister, of J. Zinsmeister and Sons, was another old-time Louisville coffee man. Before he started roasting, he was a big factor in the green coffee trade. The business was established in 1866 at New Albany, Indiana, by Frank Zinsmeister Sr., but was later moved to Louisville. Jacob Zinsmeister was taken into the business in 1872, and the name was changed to Frank Zinsmeister and Son. He is still active in business, although he has turned the management over to his 3 sons. New Orleans. Men and firms active in early coffee roasting in New Orleans were Shaw's Louisiana Coffee and Spice Mills, Ruliff Clark and Company, R. Porcini and Company, and Smith and McKenna. Between 1876 and 1900 were added New Orleans Coffee Company, Smith Brothers and Company, Southern Coffee Polishing Mills, and Cage and Drew. Smith Brothers and Company were organized in 1863 as Smith and McKenna. Mr. McKenna died in 1872, and the firm name was changed to Smith Brothers and Company. The 2 Smith brothers died in 1891 and 1892. About 1900, the name became Smith Brothers and Company Limited, and J.B. Sinnott, who had been employed for a number of years by the firm, gained control. The company failed in 1913. Mr. Sinnott then entered the coffee brokerage business, in which he remained until his death in 1917. Born in New Orleans in 1865, Daniel H. Hoffman started work as a sample clerk in the office of E.P. Cottrell, who was at that time the only coffee broker in New Orleans. In 1887, Mr. Hoffman started in business for himself. In 1894, he opened the Southern Coffee Polishing Mills, which have since become the Southern Coffee Mills, Inc. W.T. Jones, for many years in business as a coffee broker in Keokuk, Iowa, founded the New Orleans Coffee Company in 1890. He died in 1919. R.H. Cage and J.C. Drew organized in 1898 the firm of Cage and Drew. In 1900, they established the Louisiana Coffee Mills under the name and style of Cage, Drew and Company Limited. Ben C. Casanas joined the New Orleans Coffee Company as a city salesman and later became a road salesman. He withdrew in 1901 to organize the Merchants Coffee Company of New Orleans Limited. San Francisco. Pioneer coffee roasters in San Francisco were J. A. Folger and Company, Charles Bernhard, H. Gates, D. Ghirardelli and Company, E. Leuven and Company, Marden and Myrick, Main and Ekrenkota, G. Venard, and Charles Zwick. Between 1876 and 1900, the following were added: A. Schilling and Company, W. H. Miner, Siegfried and Brandenstein, George W. Caswell. J. A. Folger and Company were established in 1850 as William H. Bovey and Company. A few years later, the name became Marden and Folger, Mr. Folger having been connected with the old firm. In the early 60s, the name was changed to J. A. Folger and Company. 2 employees were taken into the firm in 1878. These were A. Schilling and a Mr. Lamb. The company was now called Folger, Schilling and Company. This partnership was dissolved in 1881, and the business continued as J. A. Folger and Company. Mr. Folger died in 1890, and the firm was then incorporated under the same name. Shortly after Folger, Schilling and Company was dissolved, A. Schilling and George Volkman formed the firm of A. Schilling and Company. Mr. Schilling began his career as an office boy with J. A. Folger in 1871. M. J. Brandenstein and John C. Siegfried formed a co-partnership under the name of Siegfried and Brandenstein in 1880. Mr. Brandenstein bought out his partner in 1894 and took in his brothers, Manfred and Edward, the firm name becoming M. J. Brandenstein and Company. George W. Caswell started in the retail tea and coffee business in San Francisco under his own name in 1885. In 1898, the business became wholesale only. It was incorporated in 1901 as the George W. Caswell Company. The company took over the brands and travelling organisation of Livre, Frick and Company, which went into a dissolution of partnership in 1902. Milwaukee. Prominent among early coffee roasters of Milwaukee were W. and J. G. Flint, James Ryan and Company, J. B. Reynolds, Jewett and Sherman, and C. E. Andrews and Company. Later we find added the William Grossman Company. J. G. Flint and Wyman Flint founded the business known as W. and J. G. Flint in 1858. J. G. Flint bought out his brother in 1880 and continued as the J. G. Flint Company, owner of the Star Coffee and Spice Mills. He died in 1896. The business was incorporated in 1901 as the J. G. Flint Company, with W. K. Flint, a son of J. G., as president. The Jewett and Sherman Company took control in 1911. Professor Milo P. Jewett, Professor S. S. Sherman, and his brother William Sherman founded the firm of Jewett, Sherman and Company in 1867 and continued under that name until 1875, when it was incorporated as Jewett and Sherman Company, with Milo P. Jewett as president and Henry B. Sherman, secretary and treasurer. Professor S. S. Sherman and his sons, Fred and Henry B., sold out their interests in 1878 and formed a new business in Chicago under the name of Sherman Brothers and Company. William M. Sherman then became president of Jewett and Sherman Company, and Charles A. Murdoch, a nephew of S. S. and William Sherman, was made secretary and treasurer. Mr. Murdoch withdrew in 1881 and established the C. A. Murdoch Manufacturing Company in Kansas City. In that same year, William H. Sherman, another nephew, became a stockholder and one of the directors of Jewett and Sherman Company. Dr. Lewis Sherman succeeded his father as president of the company in 1891 and served in that capacity until his death in 1915, when he was succeeded by his son, Lewis Sherman, who is president of the company at the present time, 1922. John Horter, who is now secretary, joined the business in 1877. William Grossman started in the wholesale grocery business in 1886. John and Henry Dialman were admitted to partnership in 1889. About 3 years later, the latter closed out his interests to J. F. W. Imbush. The present corporation was established in 1892 as William Grossman and Company. The firm was incorporated August 1, 1916, as the William Grossman Company, with William Grossman as president, George A. Grossman as vice president, and Paul E. Appel as secretary and treasurer. Another old-time coffee man of Milwaukee was Charles A. Clark, who had been in the coffee business for nearly 20 years before he organized the present business of Clark and Host Company. Toledo. The pioneer roasting firms here seem to have been Warren and Bedwell and J. B. Baldy and Company. Later, after 1876, we find added the Boer Company and the Woolson Spice Company. The latter company was founded in 1882 by A. M. Woolson, who up to that time had conducted a successful retail grocery business for several years. The Woolson Spice Company was sold to H. O. Havemeyer of New York in 1896, the reputed sale price being $2 million. A. M. Woolson retired from business at that time. Upon the death of Mr. Havemeyer, the company passed into the hands of Herman Silken, and when he died, an American company secured control. The Boer Company was incorporated in 1892 following a partnership which had succeeded to a small business concern under the name of the Eagle Spice Company. The principal stockholders were J. M. Boer, F. G. Kendrick, and Albro Blodgett. Mr. Blodgett bought the Boer interests in 1909, and with S. W. Beckley, who had been sales manager for a number of years, acquired practically all the other outside interests. The name was changed in 1921 to the Blodgett-Beckley Company, the officers being Albro Blodgett, president, S. W. Beckley, vice president and manager, and Henry P. Blodgett, secretary and treasurer. Cleveland. Pioneers in Cleveland were Smith and Curtis, A. Stevens and Sons, John H. Ganser, and W. D. Drake and Company. In 1870, we find Edwards, Townsend and Company, Knight, Aberman and Company, Talbot, Winslow and Company, Williams and Tate, and Lemon and Son added. Beards and Cummings, coffee roasters of New York City, established a branch in Cleveland under the management of Alvin Stevens in 1855. Later, Stevens took over the business for himself and changed the name to Frisbee and Stevens. In 1861, Alvin's sons, Henry A. and Samuel R., were admitted, and the firm became A. Stevens and Sons. Alvin Stevens died in 1873, and Samuel moved to Chicago to open a branch. He died in 1878. Henry A. continued the business until 1881, when Francis Widlar was admitted to partnership, and the name was changed to Stevens and Widlar. Henry A. Stevens died in 1897, and A. L. Summers, H. H. Hewitt, and D. D. Hudson, all old employees, were admitted, and the firm name was changed to F. Vidlar and Company. Carl W. Brand, a nephew of Francis Vidlar, joined the company in 1898. Upon the death of his uncle, the business was incorporated as the Widlar Company, and Mr. Brand became president in 1910. Pittsburgh. Next to New York, Pittsburgh was one of the first cities to forge to the front as a coffee roasting center. These are the firms that were among the leaders in the period between 1860 and 1870. Arbuckles and Company, W. T. Bowen and Brother, Dilworth Brothers, Reinhardt and Stevens, T. C. Jenkins and Brother, Carter Brothers and Company, J.S. Dilworth and Company, Jesse H. Lippincott, Shields and Boucher, and Howth and Dewhurst. Samuel Young, Samuel Marhood, and E.B. Marhood formed a partnership as Young, Marhood and Company in 1879. E.B. Marhood withdrew in 1890. Samuel Marhood retired in 1906, and the company was incorporated as the Young Marhood Company, with Samuel Young as president and W. James Marhood as vice president and general manager. Portland, Oregon. Early roasters in the trade of this city were J.F. Jones, H.C. Hudson and Company, Marden and Folger, Verdier and Closet and Divers. Joseph and Emile Closet formed a partnership as Closet Brothers in 1880. A.H. Devers, who had been a salesman with Folger, Schilling and Company, San Francisco, and later with A. Schilling and Company, bought out Emile Closet in 1883, and the firm became Closet and Devers. Joseph Closet died in 1915. Baltimore. Pioneer roasters in Baltimore were Joseph Braz, Daniel Manny, George Pearson, Sylvester Ruth, and John G. Siegman. These were quickly followed by Barclay and Hassan, Zoller and Little, Benjamin Berry, Jesse Lazare, and others. Later, after 1876, came E. Levering and Company, the Enterprise Coffee Company, C. D. Kenny, J. W. Laughlin and Company, now Le Morgan Coffee Company, and the Saxon Coffee Company. Detroit. In Detroit in 1860-70 were Evans and Walker, Farrington, Campbell and Company, A.R. and F.W. Lynn, J.H. Riggs, and Palmer, Warner and Company. After 1876 were added Sinclair, Evans and Elliott, Huber and Stendel, and J.A. Parent and Company. Other cities. Names of pioneer roasters of other towns in 1860 and 1870 were George Boardman, Albany, New York; Chubbuck and Saunders, Binghamton, New York; George W. Hayward and P.J. Ferris, Buffalo, New York; Lorimore Brothers and George R. Forrester, Elmira, New York; Hatch and Jenks, Jamestown, New York; N.B. Bede, Newburgh, New York; A.F. Booth, Poughkeepsie, New York; Etheridge, Tuller and Company, Rome, New York; M.N. Van Zandt and Company, J.B. Eddy and Company, and C.T. Moore, Rochester, New York; Ostrander Loomis and Company, and James Krause and Company, Syracuse, New York; C.H. Garrison, Troy, New York; Hinchman and Howard and J. Griffiths and Company, Utica, New York; B.F. Hoops, Bloomington, Illinois; C.P. Farrell and Charles Richards, Peoria, Illinois; Slemons and Conkling, Springfield, Illinois; Henry Wales, Bridgeport, Connecticut; A.B. Gillett, William Boardman and Sons, Hartford Steam Coffee and Spice Mills, and Park Fellows and Company, Hartford, Connecticut; Benjamin Peck and Kellam and Steele and Emery, New Haven, Connecticut; W.S. Scull and Company, Camden, New Jersey; Theo F. Johnson and Company and the Pioneer Mills, Newark, New Jersey; Charles A. Dunham, New Brunswick, New Jersey; James Ronan and William Dalton and Company, Trenton, New Jersey; Butler, Earhart and Company, Columbus, Ohio; C.A. Trentman and Brother and J.D. Beach and Company, Dayton, Ohio; W.N.S. Stevens and F.C. Dietz, Zanesville, Ohio; J.E. Tone, Des Moines, Iowa; H.P. Hess, Cornell and Smith, and E. Warren, Easton, Pennsylvania; E.S. Forster, Erie, Pennsylvania; Hanlon Brothers, Harrisburg, Pennsylvania; D.G. Ewingling, Pottsville, Pennsylvania; A.G. Zillmore and Company, Scranton, Pennsylvania; Granger and Co., Titusville, Pennsylvania; Huistis and Hamilton and B. Trentman and Son, Fort Wayne, Indiana; S. Hamill and Company, Keokuk, Iowa; H. Lee and Maguire and Gillespie, Indianapolis, Indiana; Joseph Strong, Terre Haute, Indiana; Curtis and Burnham, Leavenworth, Kansas; Yates and Dudley, Lexington, Kentucky; A. Turner, Wheeling, West Virginia; Granger and Hodge and Nathaniel Crocker, St. Paul, Minnesota; W. W. Totten and Brother, Nashville, Tennessee; Henry Burns, Savannah, Georgia; A. McFarland, Springfield, Massachusetts; Alexander Wills and Company, Montreal, Canada; and Peter Hendershot, St. Catherine, Canada. Between 1876 and 1900, many other names came into prominence, and among them mention should be made of H. Hullman, Terre Haute, Indiana; A. B. Gates and Company, and Schnull and Cragg, Indianapolis, Indiana; O. W. Pierce Company, and Geiger Tinney Company, Lafayette, Indiana; Twitchell, Champlin and Company, Portland, Maine; Nave McCord Manufacturing Company, Mokaska Manufacturing Company, and the Midland Spice Company, St. Joseph, Missouri; B.M. Moffett Manufacturing Company and C.A. Murdoch and Company, Kansas City, Missouri; Clark Brothers and Company, T.S. Grigor and Company, Consolidated Coffee Company, and McCord Brady Company, Omaha, Nebraska; Dayton Spice Mills Company and Canby, Atch and Canby, Dayton, Ohio; Ohio Coffee and Spice Company and Butler Crawford and Company, Columbus, Ohio; Bacon, Stickney and Company, Albany, New York; Charles R. Groff Company, St. Paul, Minnesota; John G. Schuler, Covington, Kentucky; J. W. Thomas and Son, Nashville, Tennessee; George F. Hanley and Company, Los Angeles, California; C. S. Morey Mercantile Company, Denver, Colorado; and W. G. Lown Coffee Company, Washington, D.C. William Boardman, founder of William Boardman and Sons Company, Hartford, Connecticut, began roasting coffee at Wethersfield in 1841 with a hand power roaster using wood for fuel. He moved his plant to Hartford in 1850. In the same year, his son Thomas J., after serving a 15-year apprenticeship in a country store, entered his father's employ. 3 years later, he and his brother, William F. J. Boardman, were admitted to the firm, the name being changed to William Boardman and Sons. Howard F. Boardman, a son of Thomas J., began working in the business in 1880 and was admitted to partnership in 1888. The same year, the founder died and William F. J. retired. The business has since been conducted by Thomas J. and Howard F. Boardman. The company was incorporated in 1898 and John Pepion was admitted. The president of the company, Thomas J. Boardman, is at the time of writing 90 years old. He still takes a very active interest in the business, and his cup sense is as acute as ever. The O. W. Pierce Company, Lafayette, Indiana, was founded in 1847 by Oliver Webster Pierce, Sr. Except for 3 years in the 50s, when the firm was known as Reynolds, Hatcher and Pierce, it has been known as the O. W. Pierce Company since it was established. The company was incorporated in 1905 with O. W. Pierce, Jr. as its head. The senior Mr. Pierce died in 1921. The firm first roasted coffee in 1891. Prior to that time, it had been in the wholesale grocery business. The William S. Scull Company, Camden, New Jersey, was established in 1858 by William S. Scull, whose father had been in the retail tea and coffee business. William Scull died in 1916. H. Newmark founded H. Newmark and Company in Los Angeles in 1865. He retired in 1886, and Morris H. Newmark was made a full partner. The present name is M. A. Newmark and Company. In 1868, Major David B. Hamill entered as junior partner the firm of S. Hamill and Company, Keokuk, Iowa, of which his father, Smith Hamill, was the head. Smith Hamill died in 1890, and David B. became head of the firm. He died in 1916. William Tackerberry was a junior partner in the firm of S. Hamill and Company, Keokuk, Iowa. He became a business of his own in the same city in 1868. 10 years later, he moved the company to Sioux City and continued there as the William Tackerberry Company. Joel O. Cheek began traveling for the wholesale grocery house of Webb, Hughes and Company, Nashville, Tennessee, in 1873. Later, he was admitted to partnership, the firm becoming Webb, Cheek and Company, and then Cheek, Norton and Neal. He formed the Nashville Coffee and Manufacturing Company in 1899. It was merged in 1901 into the Cheek-Neal Coffee Company. Jekyll and Isaac E. Tone began the business of Tone Brothers at Des Moines, Iowa in March 1873 with one roaster and one spice mill. The business was incorporated in 1897. Jekyll Tone died in 1900 and Isaac E. Tone in 1916. The business is now, 1922, carried on by W. E. and J. E. Tone. Edward Canby began business in Dayton, Ohio in 1875, succeeding the firm of J. D. Beach and Company. He retired in 1886, and the business was left in charge of Frank L. Canby and P. J. H. The latter had entered the employ of Canby in 1877. He secured an interest in the business in 1882 and became a partner in 1890. When the company was incorporated as Canby, H. and Canby in 1904, he was elected president. Mr. H. has been very prominent in the affairs of the National Coffee Roasters Association since its organization. Frank J. Geiger began in the tea, coffee, and spice business in Lafayette, Indiana, under the name of Culver and Geiger. Mr. Culver, who had never been active, died in 1889, and in 1892 the Geiger Tinney Company was formed with F. J. Geiger as president. The plant was moved to Indianapolis in 1901 with William L. Horn as vice president and Henry C. Tinney as secretary and treasurer. The name was changed to the Geiger Fishback Company in 1912, and Mr. Geiger retired. Frank S. Fishback acquired all the stock of the company in 1918, and the name was changed to the Fishback Company with F. S. Fishback president, John S. Fishback treasurer, and F. C. Fishback secretary. S. Halstead joined the Thompson & Taylor Spice Company of Chicago in 1892. He left in 1901 and went to Minneapolis, where he became a member of the firm of Atwood and Hoisted. He withdrew in 1908 to form the firm of S. Halstead and Company, with Charge Eklund and Alexander W. Kreiser as partners. After the withdrawal of Mr. Halstead from Atwood and Halstead, Mr. Atwood continued as Atwood and Company. F. P. Arthur began work as a coffee salesman with Holman and Company, Terre Haute, Indiana. He went to San Francisco in 1899 and entered the employ of J. A. Folger and Company and introduced Folger products east of the Rockies. He opened the Kansas City branch in 1907, and a year later he was admitted to the firm and made vice president and general manager. The National Coffee Roasters Association. The first effort to organize the coffee roasters of the United States dates back to 1885, when several St. Louis coffee roasters came together in a kind of gentleman's agreement not to cut the price of roasting green coffee, which had declined, owing to ruthless competition, from $1 to 10 cents a bag. The various parties to the agreement posted $500 checks, each as forfeits, not to violate the price as fixed. After 1 year, a check was cashed, but the principal claimed his lapse was clerical and not in violation of the agreement. However, as a result of the argument that followed, the organization was disbanded. As early as 1900, leaders of the trade's best thought began to urge the need of a national organization among coffee roasters. As a result of informal meetings between men like Robert M. Forbes, Julius J. Schotten, Robert Mayer, and Messrs. Roth and Homeyer around the luncheon table in St. Louis to discuss trade abuses and bring about better trade cooperation, The subject of a St. Louis organisation of coffee roasters began to be agitated about 1906. It was not until 4 years later, however, that the idea took definite form. On September 14, 1910, the Traffic Association of St. Louis Coffee Importers was organised, starting out with a membership of 10 firms, its chief object being to obtain an adjustment of freight rates to and from St. Louis as advantageous as those prevailing for Chicago and New York. This association, of which Robert Meyer was the first president and H. L. Homeyer vice president, J. S. Hartman secretary, and G. H. Pettring treasurer, was the forerunner of the National Coffee Roasters Traffic and Pure Food Association, organised in 1911 and now known as the National Coffee Roasters Association. At the organisation meeting of the National Association, 26 coffee roasting establishments in the Mississippi Valley were represented at the conference held May 26-27 in the Planters Hotel, St. Louis. The objects of the new body were announced in the Constitution as: first, to foster and promote a feeling of fellowship and goodwill among its members, and on broad and equitable lines to advance the welfare of the coffee trade and the consumer. Second, to eliminate or minimize abuses, methods and practices inimical to the proper conduct of business. Third, to assist in the enactment and enforcement of uniform pure food laws, which in their operations shall deal justly and equitably with the rights of the consumer and the trade. The association started with these officers: Julius J. Schotten, St. Louis, President; M. H. Gasser, Toledo, Vice President; W. E. Tone, Des Moines, Treasurer; and W. J. H. Bowen, St. Louis, Secretary. Meanwhile, as a result of an agitation started by the Tea and Coffee Trade Journal, a meeting of New York and Eastern coffee roasters was called at the Fulton Club, New York, October 27, 1911, to discuss plans for a national organization. M. H. Gasser attended this meeting and told of the plan of the Western roasters to organize such an organization at a meeting called for Chicago the following month. The promoters of the Eastern organization subsequently abandoned their efforts in favor of the Western group. At the first convention of the National Coffee Roasters Traffic and Pure Food Association, held in Chicago, November 16-17, 1911, all the foregoing officers were retained. The office of second vice president was created, and Frank R. Seeley was selected to fill it. That the organization idea was popular among the roasters was evident from the fact that at the close of the convention it was announced that the membership was then 71 firms in cities as far east as Virginia and as far west as Kansas City. The convention demonstrated that the association was really a national organization, which quieted suspicions prevalent in some quarters of the trade in the East that it was chiefly a Mississippi Valley unit. The first convention is remembered principally because of Herman Sieklen's defense of the Brazil coffee valorization plan, which was then the big question of the coffee trade. The titles of some of the other addresses will serve to indicate how the scope of the association had enlarged since its organization a few months before. An Attack on Valorization by Thomas J. Webb of Chicago. Uniform Food Laws by W. T. Jones of New Orleans. Penny Change Systems by R. W. McCreary of Marshalltown, Iowa. Traffic and Freight Abuses by W. E. Tone of Des Moines. Transportation Problems by Carl H. Stoffregen of St. Louis. Coffee Publicity by F. H. Henrici of Chicago. Coffee Roasters Costs and Accounting by F. J. Arch, Chicago. The first convention proved a success and attracted attention. The second annual convention, held in New York, November 13 to 15, 1912, showed that the association had grown to a membership of 135 firms located in all parts of the country, and that its influence had extended throughout the whole trade. Valorization continued to be a much discussed subject. Herman Sieklen and others again defending it in speeches, but the majority of the association seemed opposed to the scheme. Probably the most important feature of the convention was the report of the committee of 9 men who had visited Brazil to investigate conditions there and to interest the Brazilian coffee growers in an advertising campaign. An address on this subject was made by the editor of the Tea and Coffee Trade Journal, in which he suggested a plan for propaganda and advocated scientific research to find out the truth about coffee. The election of officers resulted in the selection of F.J.H. Dayton as president, Frank R. Seeley, Chicago, first vice president, Ross W. Weir, New York, second vice president, and Robert Meyer, St. Louis, treasurer. The 1912 convention changed the name of the association to the National Coffee Roasters Association, dropping the words traffic and pure food from the original title. The third convention, which was held November 12 to 14, 1913, in Cincinnati, demonstrated that the scope of usefulness of the association was still growing, as shown by the resolutions which approved better coffee-making publicity, favoured a National Coffee Day, urged the appointment of inspectors at ports of entry to prevent the importation of green coffee under Government Standard No. 8, condemned the excessive watering of coffee and all coffee coatings, and provided for the appointment of an agent to visit Brazil to furnish members with reliable reports on crop flowering. F.J. Arch was re-elected president, Ross W. Weir succeeded F.R. Seeley as first vice president, W.T. Jones succeeded Mr. Weir as second vice president, and Robert Meyer was retained as treasurer. Secretary G.W. Toms, who had been appointed in April 1913, reported that the association had made a net gain of 13 members, bringing the total up to 144. The membership of the association had been increased by 20 names when the 4th annual convention was opened in New Orleans, November 16 to 19, 1914, making the total 164. Better coffee making, roasting economies, a National Coffee Week, and improved methods of handling green coffee in ports and warehouses were the principal topics considered at the 1914 meeting. As a result of the discussions, the association went on record in its resolutions as being against the misbranding of both green and roasted coffee, favoured the creation of a United States Board of Coffee Experts, and the establishment of an association trademark bureau. For the ensuing year, Ross W. Weir, New York, was chosen president, J. O. Cheek, Nashville, first vice president, T. F. Halligan, Davenport, second vice president, and W. T. Morley, Worcester, treasurer. The decision to get together on a comprehensive national publicity campaign in the interest of coffee was the outstanding feature of the 5th annual convention, which was held in St. Louis, November 8 to 11, 1915, in the same room in the Planters Hotel in which the association was organized in 1911. From a body of 26 roasters, the association had grown in 5 years to a membership of 201 firms and individuals. Among the more important things done at this convention was the decision to undertake a practical publicity plan to advertise coffee, the adoption of a uniform cost and freight contract, the proposal to prepare educational matter on coffee for the schools, and the recommendation to employ a chemist to carry on research work. There were spirited discussions also on gas, coal, and coke as roasting fuels, on the best way to get retailer cooperation, and whether it was advisable to continue the National Coffee Week idea. President Weir, Vice Presidents Cheek and Halligan, and Treasurer Morley were re-elected. The 6th annual convention, held in Atlantic City, November 14 to 17, 1916, placed emphasis on research into grinding and brewing, on plans for doing something practical to help grocers regain their lost coffee trade, and on an investigation into the scientific costs of roasting. The admittance of green coffee and allied interests into the association was also discussed, and it was resolved to make the subject an order of business for special consideration at the next convention. At this meeting, Frank R. Seeley, Chicago, was elected president, Ben C. Casanas, New Orleans, first vice president, J. M. McFadden, Dubuque, second vice president, and M. H. Gasser, Toledo, treasurer. The membership was reported as being 204, showing a net increase of 3 during the year. The 7th Convention, held in Chicago, November 14 to 15, 1917, came when the first movement of American soldiers to European battlefields was begun, and patriotism was the keynote of the meeting. Because of the stress of the times, the program was cut to 2 days instead of the 3 days of former meetings. The outstanding features of the convention were the decision not to admit green coffee men to the association, the decision to establish a permanent headquarters, the announcement that Brazil was then collecting funds for its part in the national advertising campaign, and the proposal by John E. King, Detroit, that the term lead number be used instead of cafetanic acid, which he asserted was a misnomer. The executive committee was authorized to employ a secretary-manager. The shorter terms and credits idea was endorsed by the association. These officers were elected for the next year: Ben C. Casanas, New Orleans, president; S. H. Halstead, Minneapolis, first vice president; Edward A. Bourne, New York, second vice president; M. H. Gasser, Toledo, treasurer. The influenza epidemic, which swept the country the latter part of 1918, caused the postponement of many business and public gatherings, and the 8th Annual Roasters Convention did not assemble until December 5-6 in Cleveland, at only 10 days' notice. Unlike previous occasions, this was in reality a combined convention of all roasted and green coffee men in the trade, both association members and non-members. No regular program was followed, the meeting being somewhat in the character of a trade conference. The salient features of the convention were the decisions to double the annual dues in order to provide for a paid secretary-manager and to establish permanent headquarters, to organize a spice grinders section, and to ask the government to remove all restrictions on coffee trading. The Food Administration's coffee regulations came in for severe criticism. The election of officers resulted in Carl W. Brand, Cleveland, becoming president, Robert M. Forbes, St. Louis, first vice president, J. A. Folger, San Francisco, second vice president, and Louis Sherman, Milwaukee, treasurer. The 9th Convention of the National Coffee Roasters Association was of greater import to all branches of the coffee trade than any that had preceded it. The results of the meeting showed the association had gone far since the organization meeting in St. Louis in 1911. As in 1916, the convention was held in Atlantic City, November 12 to 14, 1919, and drew delegates from as far west as San Francisco and Seattle. The most important subjects before the meeting were the reports of the Joint Coffee Trade Publicity Committee, read by Ross W. Weir, chairman, and Felix Costa, secretary-manager. The committee had been organized during the year to carry on the national coffee advertising campaign and announced at the convention its publicity plans for the next year, which included a National Coffee Week, a national showing of the committee's coffee film, and the issuance of several educational booklets. Other outstanding features included the description of how the association planned to conduct a research into the cost of doing a wholesale coffee roasting business, the investigation to be made by Columbia University, addresses attacking the meat packers' invasion of the coffee roasting and distributing field, a paper and discussions on shorter terms and uniform discounts, the recommendation to employ a travelling field secretary who would hold periodical meetings with local branches, and the condemnation of guaranteeing prices against decline and giving advance notices of changes of prices. The convention unanimously agreed to the re-election of President Brand, Vice Presidents Forbes and Folger, and Treasurer Sherman. The 10th annual meeting was held in St. Louis, November 10 to 12, 1920. Scientific cost finding, short terms and discounts, the national advertising campaign, the activities of the NCRA Freight Forwarding Bureau, and laboratory research were the main topics of this year's gathering. The membership was reported to be 310. A feature of the meeting was the first industrial exhibit by 25 supply houses. Among the things accomplished were the recommendation that members cooperate in determining the invisible supply of coffee in the United States at stated periods, increasing annual dues from $50 to $60 for members having $50,000 or less capitalization, and from $100 to $120 for firms having more than $50,000 capital, restricting membership to purely wholesale coffee roasters and distributors, and offering cooperation to hotel men and restaurant keepers in standardizing and improving their coffee beverages. The St. Louis meeting was notable in violating association precedent by unanimously electing Carl W. Brand president for the third consecutive term. Other officers were J. A. Folger, San Francisco, first vice president, R. O. Miller, Chicago, second vice president, Charles A. Clark, Milwaukee, treasurer. The 11th annual meeting, held in New York, November 1st to the 3rd, 1921, set the high watermark of the organization's record of achievement. This convention took the first definite steps towards the amalgamation of the green and roasted coffee interests in one association. Brazil sent a delegation of coffee men to invite a similar delegation to pay a return visit to Brazil. It was announced also that São Paulo was about to double its tax contribution to the national advertising campaign. Among other things done were the appropriation of $1,500 to work out a uniform cost accounting system for roasters, the recommendation that coffee importers insist upon the use of American ships by Brazilian exporters, the formulation of a cost and freight arbitration contract for use with São Paulo exporters, the formation of a new membership class roasting up to 6,000 bags a year, and the decision to make a national campaign to put the selling of coffee on a uniform 30 days credit, 2% cash in 10 days basis. Professor S.C. Prescott, reporting on the research work being done at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, said a better brew of coffee could be obtained at a temperature of 185 degrees than at the boiling point, that glass, china, or enameled ware pots were to be preferred, and that the filtration method is superior to that employed in the pumping percolator. The industrial exposition included displays by 28 manufacturers of machinery and supplies and was voted a success. Many of the exhibits were of a distinctly educational character. The following officers were elected for 1921 to 22. President Joel O. Cheek, Nashville, Tennessee. First Vice President Webster Jones, San Francisco. Second Vice President Joseph E. Morey, Memphis, Tennessee. Treasurer Frank Ennis, Kansas City. As might be expected, considering the leading place that New York holds as a port of entry for coffee, the roasting and grinding of coffee is more important in the eastern section of the country than in any other. But there are many establishments for preparing coffee scattered throughout the South and the Middle West, and the business has grown to considerable proportions on the Pacific coast. New York State leads in number of establishments and is followed by Pennsylvania, California, Missouri, Ohio, and Illinois. The chief southern state is Texas, followed by Louisiana and Kentucky, although Maryland and Louisiana lead in value of product. Missouri has more plants than any other state in the Middle West and is followed by Illinois, though the capital invested and the value of the output are much greater in the latter than in the former. The distribution of the business of preparing coffee is shown by the figures of the Census Bureau, which reports for 1914 a total of 696 establishments under the designation Coffee and Spice, Roasting and Grinding. It was found to be necessary to adopt this classification inasmuch as most establishments handle both coffee and spices. Of the 696, however, 658 had coffee as their principal product, and the figures may thus be taken as indicating fairly well the general distribution of the coffee manufacturing industry. Preliminary figures for the 1919 census show that the value of the product almost doubled in the 5 years 1914 to 19, amounting to $304,740,000 in 1919, while the number of establishments increased from 696 to 794, of which 769 specialise in coffee. End of section 48.
Section 49 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Casey Roddy. All About Coffee by William Ukers. Some Big Men and Notable Achievements. Part 1. B.G. Arnold, the first, and Herman Silkin, the last, of the American coffee kings. John Arbuckle, the original packaged coffee man. Jabez Burns, the man who revolutionized the roasted coffee business by his contributions as inventor, manufacturer, and writer. Coffee trade booms and panics. Brazil's first valorization enterprise. Wartime government control of coffee. The story of soluble coffee. In the history of the coffee trade of the United States, several names stand out because of sensational accomplishments and because of notable contributions made to the development of the industry. In green coffee, we have B.G. Arnold, the first, and Herman Silkin, the last, of the coffee kings. In the roasting business, there was John Arbuckle, the original national packaged coffee man, and in the coffee roasting machinery business, Jabez Burns, inventor, manufacturer, and writer. The first coffee king. Benjamin Green Arnold came to New York from Rhode Island in 1836 and took a job as accountant with an East Side grocer. He was thrifty, industrious, and kept his own counsel. He was a born financial leader. 15 years later, he was made a junior partner in the firm. By 1868, the bookkeeper of 1836 was the head of the business, with a line of credit amounting to $500,000, a notable achievement in those days. Mr. Arnold embarked upon his big speculation in coffee in 1869. For 10 years he maintained his mastery of the market, and in that time amassed a fortune. It is related that 1 year's operations of this daring trader yielded his firm a profit of $1,250,000. B.G. Arnold was the first president of the New York Coffee Exchange. He was one of the founders of the Downtown Association in 1878. The President of the United States was his friend, and a guest at his luxurious home. But the high price levels to which Arnold had forced the coffee market started a coffee planting fever in the countries of production. Almost before he knew it, there was an overproduction that swamped the market and forced down prices with so amazing rapidity that panic seized upon the traders. Few that were caught in that memorable coffee maelstrom survived financially. Arnold himself was a victim, but such was the man's character that his failure was regarded by many as a public misfortune. Some men differed with him as to the wisdom of promoting a coffee corner, and protested that it was against public policy. But Arnold's personal integrity was never questioned, and his mercantile ability and honorable business dealings won for him an affectionate regard that continued after his fortune had been swept away. After the collapse of the coffee corner, Mr. Arnold resumed business with his son, F.B. Arnold. He died in New York, December 10, 1894, in his 82nd year. The son died in Rome in 1906. The business, which the father founded, however, continues today as Arnold, Dorr & Company, one of the most honored and respected names in Front Street. Herman Silkin, the last coffee king. If B.G. Arnold was the first coffee king, Herman Silkin was last, for it is unlikely that ever again in the United States will it be possible for one man to achieve so absolute a dictatorship of the green coffee business. There never was a coffee romance like that of Herman Silkin's. Coming to America a poor boy in 1869, 45 years later, he left it many times a millionaire. For a time, he ruled the coffee markets of the world with a kind of autocracy such as the trade had never seen before, and probably will not see again. And when, just before the outbreak of the World War, he returned to Germany for the annual visit to his Baden-Baden estate, from which he was destined never again to sally forth to deeds of financial prowess, his subsequent involuntary retirement found him a huge commercial success, where B.G. Arnold was a colossal failure. It was the World War and a lingering illness that, at the end, stopped Herman Silkin. But though he had to admit himself bested by the fortunes of war, he was still undefeated in the world of commerce. He died in his native Germany in 1917, the most commanding and the most cordially disliked figure ever produced by the coffee trade. Herman Silkin was born in Hamburg in 1847, and so was 70 years old when he died at Baden-Baden October 8, 1917. He was the son of a small baker in Hamburg, and before he was 21 he went to Costa Rica to work for a German firm there. He did not like Costa Rica, and within a year he went to San Francisco, where, with a knowledge of English already acquired, he got a job as a shipping clerk. This was in 1869. A wool concern engaged him as buyer, and for about 6 years he covered the territory between the Rockies and the Pacific, buying wool. On one of these trips, he was in a stagecoach wreck in Oregon and nearly lost his life. He received injuries affecting his back, from which he never fully recovered, and which caused the stoop posture which marked his carriage through life thereafter. When he recovered, he came to New York seeking employment, and obtained a clerical position with L. Strauss & Sons, importers of crockery and glassware. In 1880, married Josephine Chabert, whose father kept a restaurant in Park Place. Silkin had learned Spanish in Costa Rica, and this knowledge aided him to a place with W. H. Crossman and Brothers, W. H. and George W. Crossman, merchandise commission merchants in Broad Street. He was sent to South America to solicit consignments for the Crossmans, and was surprisingly successful. For 6 or 8 months, every South American mail brought orders to the house. Then, as the story goes, his reports suddenly ceased. Weeks and months passed, and the firm heard nothing from him. The Crossmans speculated concerning his fate. It was thought he might have caught a fever and died. It was almost impossible to trace him. At the same time, it distressed them to lose so promising a representative. Giving up all hope of hearing from him again, they began to look around for someone to take his place. Then, one morning, he walked into the office and said, "How do you do?" just as if he had left them only the evening before. The members of the firm questioned him eagerly. He answered some of their questions, but most of them he did not. Then he laid a package on the table. "Gentlemen," he said, "I have given a large amount of business to you, far more than you expected, as the result of my trip. I have a lot more business which I can give to you. It's all in black and white in the papers in this package. I think any person who has worked as hard as I have, and so well, deserves a partnership in this firm. If you want these orders, you may have them. They represent a big profit to you. Good work deserves proper reward. Look these papers over, and then tell me if you want me to continue with you as a member of this firm." After the Crossmans had looked those papers over, they had no doubt of the advisability of taking Silkin into partnership. He was admitted as a junior in 1881 to 82, and became a full partner in 1885. For more than 20 years, Herman Silkin was the human dynamo that pushed the firm forward into a place of world prominence. He was the best informed man on coffee in 2 continents, and when, in 1904, the firm name was changed to Crossman & Silkin, W. H. Crossman having died 10 years before, he was well prepared to assert his rights as king of the trade. He proved his kingship by his masterful handling of valorization 3 years later. Silkin was many times credited with working corners in coffee, but he would never admit that a corner was possible in anything that came out of the ground, and to the end he was insistent in his denials of ever having cornered coffee. As a daring trader, he won his spurs in a sensational tilt with the Arbuckles in the Bull campaign of 1887. Because of this, he became one of the most feared and hated men in the coffee exchange. For a while, coffee did not offer enough play for his tremendous energy and ambition. He embarked in various enterprises, among them the steel industry and railroads. No one was too big for Silkin to cross lances with. He bested John W. Gates in a titanic fight, in American Steel and Wire. He quarreled with E.H. Harriman and George J. Gold over the possession of the Kansas City, Pittsburgh, and Gulf Railroad, now known as the Kansas City Southern, and, backed by a syndicate of Hollanders, obtained control. While still busy with the Kansas City Southern enterprise, Silken began work on the coffee valorization scheme that he carried to a successful conclusion in spite of the law of supply and demand and the interference of the Congress of the United States. Valorization by the Sao Paulo government and by coffee merchants having proved a failure, Silken showed how it could be done with all the American coffee merchants eliminated, except himself. In this way, he secured for himself the opportunity he had long been seeking, the chance to bestride the coffee trade like a colossus. The story is told farther along in this chapter. When his partner, George W. Crossman, died in 1913, it was discovered that the two men had a remarkable contract. Each had made a will giving $1 million to the other. Then Silken bought his late partner's interest in the firm for $5,166,991. His first wife having died at Maria Halden, his home in Baden-Baden 7 years before, Silken married at Tessen, Germany in 1913, Mrs. Clara Windroth, a widow with 2 children and the daughter of the late Paul Eisenberg, a wealthy sugar planter of the Hawaiian Islands. At that time, the Coffee King was dividing his time between the Waldorf Astoria, New York, which he called his American home, and his wonderful estate in the fatherland. This latter was a 200-acre private park containing 4 villas and a marvelous bathhouse for guests besides the main villa, a rose garden in which were cultivated 168 varieties on some 20,000 bushes, a special greenhouse for orchids, and a landscape grounds calling for the service of 6 professional gardeners and 40 assistants. Here he delighted to entertain his friends. Frequently there were 15 to 20 of them for dinner on the garden terrace, and as the moon came up through the tall hemlocks and shone through the majestic pines brought from Oregon, a full military band from Heidelberg, adown the hillside among the rose trees, mingled its music with the dinner discussions. There was nothing at that dinner table but peace and harmony, although every language in Europe was spoken, for Silken knew them all from his youth. Sometimes he entertained his guest with stories of his California life, and sometimes with those of shipwrecks in South America. All the post-telegraph boys in Baden knew every foot of the sharply winding road up the Bergstrasse to Villa Maria Halden, and the guests therein having counted more than 80 cables received and more than 30 sent in a single day. And those daily cable messages were to and from all quarters of the globe, and to and from the master who handled them all, without even a secretary or typewriter. Nowhere in the entire establishment was there even an appearance of business, except as the messages came and went on the highway. Silken manifested his greatest delight in showing his friends his orchids, his roses, his pigeons, his trout, and his trees. Like Napoleon, this merchant prince required only 5 hours' sleep. It was his custom to go to bed at 1 and to be up at 6. Did he wish to know anything that the cables did not bring him, he jumped into his 80-horsepower Mercedes with a party of guests and was off with the sunrise, down the Rhine Valley on his way to Paris or Hamburg, and before one realized that he was gone, he was back again. In 1913, Silken admitted to partnership in his firm 2 employees of long service, John S. Sorensen and Thorleif S.B. Nielsen. He went to Germany in 1914, shortly before the beginning of the World War, and remained at Maria Halden until he died in 1917. Silken never would believe that war was possible until it had actually started. Up to the last moment in July 1914, he was cabling his New York partner that there would probably be no hostilities. He lost a bet of £1,000 made with a visiting Brazilian friend a few days before the war was declared. The guest believed war was inevitable, and won. A few days before Silken's death, the old firm was dissolved under the Trading with the Enemy Act, being succeeded by the firm of Sorensen and Nielsen. The former had been with the business 34 years, and the latter 32 years. The alien property custodian took over Silken's interests for the duration of the war. Rumors in 1950 that the German government was extorting large sums of money from Silken brought denials from his associates here. After the war, it was confirmed that no such extortions took place. Silken always claimed American citizenship. There was a widely circulated story, never proved, that he tore up his citizenship papers in 1912 when the United States government began its suit to force the sale of coffee stocks held here under the Valorization Agreement. The Supreme Court of California in 1921 decided that he was a citizen, and his interest and those of his widow, amounting to $4 million, held by the alien property custodian, were thereupon released to his heirs. It appeared in evidence that he took out his citizenship papers in San Francisco in 1873-74, but lost them in a shipwreck off the coast of Brazil in 1876. The San Francisco fire destroyed the other records, but under act of legislature re-establishing them, the citizenship claim was declared valid. Herman Silken never liked the title of Coffee King. He was once asked about this appellation, and turned smartly upon the interviewer. "Nonsense," he said. "I am no king. I don't like the term, because I never heard of a king who did not fail." Silken had no use for titles. T.S.B. Nielsen says that at a dinner party in Germany in 1915, he heard Silken explain to a large number of guests that the United States was the best country because there a man was appraised at his real value. What he did and how he lived counted, not birth or titles. While his greatest achievement was, of course, the valorization enterprise, he played a not unimportant role in the Havemeyer-Arbuckle Sugar Trust fight. He aided the late Henry O. Havemeyer to secure control of the Woolson Spice Company of Toledo in 1896, so as to enable the Havemeyers to retaliate with Lion brand coffee for the Arbuckle's entrance into the sugar business. The Woolson Spice Company sold the Lion brand in the Middle West, and the American Coffee Company sold it in the East. That was the beginning of a losing price war that lasted 10 years. At the end, Silken took over the Woolson property at a price considerably lower than originally paid for it. In 1919, the Woolson Spice Company brought suit against the Silken estate, alleging a loss of $932,000 on valorization coffee sold to it by Silken just after the federal government began its suit in 1912 to break up the valorization pool in the United States. The Woolson Spice Company paid the market price, as did the rest of the buyers of valorization coffee, but it was charged that Silken, as managing partner of Crossman & Silken, sold the coffee to the Woolson Spice Company, of which he was president, at artificially enhanced prices, and in quantities far in excess of its legitimate needs, concealing his knowledge that before the plaintiff could use the coffee, the price would decline. Silken collected for the coffee sold $3,218,666,000. When the United States government crossed lances with Silken in 1912 over the valorization scheme, it looked for a time as if he would be unhorsed. But men and governments were all the same to Silken, and at the end of the fight it was discovered that not only was he undefeated, for the government never pressed its suit to conclusion, but that his prestige as king and mastermind of the coffee trade had gained immeasurably by the adventure. Herman Silken typified German efficiency raised to the nth power. He was a colossus of commerce, with the military alertness of a Bismarck. His mental processes were profound, and his vision was far-reaching. He was a resourceful trader, an austere friend, a shrewd and uncompromising foe. Physically, he was a big man with a bull neck and black, piercing eyes. His policy in coffee was one of blood and iron. He brooked no interference with his plans, and he was ruthless in his methods of dealing with men and governments. Usually silent and uncommunicative, occasionally he exploded under stress, and when he did so, there was no mincing of words. He knew no fear. Newspaper criticism annoyed him but little, and he had a kind of contempt for the Fourth Estate as a whole, although he knew how to use it when it suited his purpose. He avoided the limelight and never courted publicity for himself. Socially, he was a princely host, but few knew him intimately, except perhaps in his native Germany. Silken's widow was married in New York, February 11, 1922, to Joseph M. Schwartz, the Russian baritone of the Chicago Opera Company. The story of John Arbuckle. John Arbuckle, for nearly 50 years the honored dean of the American coffee trade, pioneer packaged coffee man, sometime coffee king, sugar merchant, philanthropist, and typical American, came from fine, rugged Scotch stock. He was the son of a well-to-do Scottish woolen mill owner in Allegheny, Pennsylvania, where he was born July 11, 1839. He often said he was raised on skim milk. He received a common school education in Pittsburgh and Allegheny. He and Henry Phipps, the coke and steelhead, are said to have occupied adjoining desks in one of the public schools, Andrew Carnegie being at that time in another grade of the same school. He had a strong bent for science and machinery, and although he chose the coffee instead of the steel business for his career, the basis of his success was invention. He also attended Washington and Jefferson College at Washington, Pennsylvania. The Arbuckle business was founded at Pittsburgh in 1859, when Charles Arbuckle, his uncle Duncan MacDonald, and their friend William Roseberg organized the wholesale grocery firm of MacDonald and Arbuckle. 1 year later, John Arbuckle, the younger brother of Charles Arbuckle, was admitted to the firm, and the firm name was changed to MacDonald and Arbuckles. MacDonald and Roseberg retired from the firm a few years later, leaving the business in the hands of the two youthful, hopeful, and energetic brothers, who under the firm name of Arbuckles and Company, soon made their firm one of the important wholesale grocery houses in Pennsylvania. Although little thinking at that time their greatest success was to be achieved in coffee, and that a new idea of one of the partners, that of marketing roasted coffee in original packages, would make their name familiar in every hamlet in the country, yet the first two entries in the original daybook of MacDonald and Arbuckles record purchases of coffee. Prior to the 60s, coffee was not generally sold roasted or ground, ready for the coffee pot. Except in the big cities, most housewives bought their coffee green and roasted it in their kitchen stoves as needed. John Arbuckle, having become impressed with the wasteful methods and unsatisfactory results of this kitchen roasting, had already begun his studies of roasting and packaging problems, studies that he never gave up. How, first to roast coffee scientifically, and then to preserve its freshness in the interval between the roaster and the coffee pot, continued to be an absorbing study until his death. The range of his work may be illustrated by reference to his first and his last patents. In 1868, he patented a process of glazing coffee, which had for its object the preservation of the flavor and aroma of coffee by sealing the pores of the coffee bean. 35 years later, he patented a huge coffee roaster in which, more closely than in any other roaster, he felt he could approach his ideal of roasting coffee, that ideal being to hold the coffee beans in suspension in superheated air during the entire roasting process, and not to allow them to come in contact with a heated iron surface. By 1865, John Arbuckle had satisfied himself that a carefully roasted coffee, packed while still warm in small individual containers, would measurably overcome the objections to selling loose coffee in a roasted state. So in that year, 1865, although not without the misgivings of his elder brother, and even in the face of the ridicule of competitors, who derided the plan of selling roasted coffee in little paper bags like peanuts, Arbuckles and Company introduced the new idea, namely roasted coffee in original packages. The story of the development of that simple idea, which soon spread from coast to coast, and of how it laid the foundations of a great fortune, is one of the romances of American business. Although Osborne's celebrated prepared Java coffee, a ground coffee package first put on the New York market by Louis A. Osborne, and later exploited by Thomas Reed in the early 60s, appears to have been the original packaged coffee. Much of the fame attached to the name of Arbuckle comes from its association with the Ariosa coffee package, which was the first successful national brand of packaged coffee. It was launched in 1873. The Ariosa Premium List, premiums have been a feature of the Arbuckle business since 1895, includes 100 articles. Almost anything from a pair of suspenders or a toothbrush to clocks, ringers, and corsets, may be obtained in exchange for Ariosa coupons. The common belief that the name Ariosa was made up from the words Rio and Santos, said to be the component parts of the original blend, is erroneous. It was arbitrarily coined, though it is not known what considerations prompted it. One story has it that the A stands for Arbuckle, the Rio for Rio, and the SA for South America. Early in the 70s, the great business opportunities of New York City had attracted the two brothers, and a branch was established in New York in charge of John Arbuckle, the main business in Pittsburgh being left in the care of his brother Charles. The growth of the New York branch soon made it necessary for Charles Arbuckle to leave the Pittsburgh business, in charge of trusted employees, and to come to New York. In time, the coffee business of the New York house overshadowed the grocery lines, and the latter were abandoned there, so that the entire energy of the firm in New York might be devoted to the coffee business, which thenceforth was operated under the firm name of Arbuckle Brothers. The Arbuckle coffee business, which began with a single roaster in 1865, had 85 machines running in Pittsburgh and New York in 1881. Charles Arbuckle died in 1891, and John Arbuckle admitted as partners his nephew, William Arbuckle Jameson, and two employees, William V. R. Smith and James N. Jarvie, the business continuing under the former name of Arbuckle Brothers. The most important step taken by the firm while thus constituted was its entrance into the sugar refining business in 1896. That entrance had to be forced against the bitterest opposition of a so-called sugar trust, and brought on a war signalized by the most ruthless cutting of prices of both coffee and sugar. This war was costly to both sides, but when it had ended, Arbuckle Brothers remained unshaken in the preeminence of their packaged coffee business, and had acquired also great publicity and a fine trade in refined sugar. Arbuckles were always large consumers of sugar in connection with their coffee glaze, and having introduced the packaged sugar idea with their customers some years before, they at last made up their minds to refine for their own needs, and thus to save the profits paid to the Havemeyers. It is generally conceded that John Arbuckle's shrewdness and business sagacity in having previously acquired the Smizer patents on a weighing and packing machine, and his control of it, really led to the coffee sugar war. This packing machine, said the spice mill when Henry E. Smizer died in 1899, puts Smizer with the greatest inventors of our day. The Sugar Trust met the Arbuckle challenge by invading the coffee roasting field. This they accomplished by securing a controlling interest for $2 million in one of the largest competing roasting plants in the country, that of the Wools and Spice Company of Toledo, Ohio, that had in the Lion brand already made packaged coffee wherewith to fight Ariosa. The reorganization of the Woolson Spice Company in 1897, when A.M. Woolson was relieved of the office of president, disclosed, among others, the names of Herman Silken in close juxtaposition to that of H.O. Havemeyer on the board of directors. Both men helped to make coffee trade history. The trade found the coffee-sugar war the all-absorbing topic for several years. Hot debates were held on the question as to whether, on one hand, the Arbuckles had the right to enter the sugar refining business, and, on the other, as to whether the Sugar Trust had a right to retaliate. The answer seemed to be yes in both instances. In 2 years, John Arbuckle's model sugar refinery in Brooklyn was turning out packaged sugar at the rate of 5,000 barrels a day. The Wools and Spice Company was credited with spending unheard-of sums of money in advertising Lion brand coffee. The Eastern newspaper displays alone exceeded anything ever before attempted in this line. However, many people are of the opinion that it was a tactical error on the part of the sugar interest to spend so much money advertising a Rio coffee in the Central and New England states, while John Arbuckle was confining his activities to the South and the West, where there already existed a Rio taste among consumers. The legal fight which the Arbuckles carried on with the Havermeyers for the control of the sugar business in this celebrated coffee-sugar war is said to have cost millions on both sides. Eventually, the Havemeyers were glad to be relieved of their coffee interest, but John Arbuckle continued to sell both coffee and sugar. Mr. Arbuckle married Miss Mary Alice Kerr in Pittsburgh in 1868. She died in 1907. His many charities included boat trips for children, luxurious farm vacations for tired wage earners, boat raising and life-saving schemes, a low-priced home for working girls and men on an old full-rigged ship lying off a New York dock, which he called his deep-sea hotel, and a vacation enterprise for young men and women at New Paltz, New York, which was known as the Mary and John Arbuckle Farm. A magazine for children called Sunshine was another benevolent enterprise of his. When John Arbuckle died at his Brooklyn home, March 27, 1912, he had been ill only 4 days. The New York Coffee Exchange closed at 2 o'clock the day following, after adopting appropriate resolutions and appointing a committee to attend the funeral. His estate in New York was valued at $33 million. W.V.R. Smith and James N. Jarvie retired from the firm in 1906, and John Arbuckle and his nephew W.A. Jameson continued it as sole owners and partners until Mr. Arbuckle's death in 1912. Mr. Arbuckle died childless and a widower, leaving as his only heirs his 2 sisters, Mrs. Catherine Arbuckle Jameson and Miss Christina Arbuckle. Mrs. Jameson is the widow of the late Robert Jameson, who had been a prominent dry goods merchant in Pittsburgh. William A. Jameson is her eldest and only living son. Following the death of John Arbuckle, a new partnership was formed in which Mrs. Jameson, Miss Arbuckle, and Mr. Jameson became the partners and owners, and that partnership, without change of name, continues. Probably there is no other mercantile establishment of similar size in the country that is carried on as a partnership, and none which after more than 60 years is so exclusively owned by members of the immediate family of its founders. The Arbuckle business, as it is today, is John Arbuckle's best monument. All that he is he foresaw, for behind those keen, penetrating eyes there was wonderful vision. Simple in his taste, democratic in his dress, in his habits and his speech, he was one of the most approachable of our first captains of industry. Many of the younger generation in the coffee business have found inspiration in contemplating John Arbuckle's achievements. As represented in what has been called the world's greatest coffee business, these include other packaged coffees, such as Juban Arbuckle's Breakfast, Arbuckle's Drinksome, and Arbuckle's Certified Java and Mocha. The Pioneer Ariosa brand is still being sold, although it is interesting to note that the demand for ground Ariosa is increasing, marking the swing of the pendulum of public taste away from the original bean package to the so-called steel cut or ground coffee package. Will it swing back again someday? Many coffeemen believe it will. If it does, good old Ariosa, with its coating of sugar and eggs, will no doubt be on the job to meet it. Juban was launched in the fall of 1913. It is a high-grade packaged coffee, whereas Ariosa is popular priced. In addition to the packaged coffee business, Arbuckle Brothers have many other activities. They deal in green coffee as well as roasted coffee in bulk. The wholesale grocery business in Pittsburgh continues under the old name of Arbuckles & Company, while in Chicago, Arbuckle Brothers have a branch equipped with a coffee roasting and packaging plant, also spice grinding and extract manufacturing plants, and do a large business in teas. A branch in Kansas City distributes the products manufactured in New York and Chicago. In Brazil, offices are maintained at Rio de Janeiro, Santos, and Victoria as Arbuckle & Company. In Mexico, Arbuckle Bros are established at Jalapa, with branches at Cordoba and Coatepec. In season, the warehouses and hulling plants at those points employ as many as 650 hands preparing Mexican coffee for shipment to New York. Arbuckle Bros are direct importers of green coffee on a large scale and are also known as heavy buyers on the street. The roasting capacity of their Brooklyn plant is from 8,000 to 9,000 bags per day. The cylinder equipment of 24 Burns roasters is supplemented by 4 jumbo roasters of Arbuckle build, each capable of roasting 35 bags at one time. The Ariosa package business grew from the smallest beginnings to more than 800,000 packages a day. Individual brands have not held their lead of late years, but the volume of packaged coffee business is greater than ever. Many jobbers now pack brands of their own besides handling the Arbuckle brands. Distribution of roasted coffees outside Chicago and Kansas City is accomplished through the medium of more than 100 stock depots in as many different cities of the United States. To operate the world's greatest coffee business is no small undertaking, and when this is coupled with an important sugar refining business and a waterfront warehouse and terminal business, plenty of room is needed. So we find the plant along the Brooklyn waterfront occupying an area of a dozen city blocks. An idea of the extent and diversity of the activities of the plant may be gained from a brief reference to the utilities and the trades and even the professions that are required to make the wheels go round. To ship more than 100 cars of coffee and sugar in a single day calls for shipping facilities that could be had only by organizing a railroad and waterfront terminal, known as J Street Terminal, equipped with freight stations, locomotives, tugboats, steam lighters, car floats, and barges. City deliveries of coffee and sugar call for a fleet of 35 large motor trucks that are housed in the firm's own garage and kept in repair in their own shops. Although motor trucks are fast replacing the faithful horse, and the time will never come again when Arbuckle brothers will boast of their stable or nearly 200 horses that were generally acknowledged to be the finest string of draft horses in the city, some 50 or 60 of their faithful animals still are in harness. And so the stable, with blacksmith shop, harness shop, and wagon repair shops, are serving their respective purposes, though on a reduced scale. A printing shop vibrates with the whir of mammoth printing presses, turning out thousands upon thousands of coffee wrappers and circulars, and doubtless it will be news to many that the first 3-color printing press ever built was expressly designed and built for Arbuckle brothers. Then there is a sunny first aid hospital on top of the Pearl Street warehouse, where a physician is ever ready to relieve sudden illness and accidental injuries. On the 11th floor there is a huge dining room where the Brooklyn clerical forces get their noonday lunches. This feeding of the inner man and woman is matched by the powerhouse where 26 large steam boilers must be fed their quota of coal. In the winter months, when warmth must come for the workers as well as power for the wheels, the coal consumption runs up as high as 400 tons per day. The barrel factory, with a daily capacity of 6,800 sugar barrels, is located about a mile away, where barrel staves and heads are received from the firm's own stave mill in Virginia, made from logs cut on their own timber lands in Virginia and North Carolina. A more self-contained plant would be hard to imagine, and so we find that even the last activity in its operations, that of washing and drying the emptied sugar bags, is also provided for. That this is some laundry goes without saying, when it is recalled that in the busy sugar season the firm dumps from 8,000 to 10,000 bags of raw sugar per day, and that these bags are washed and dried daily as emptied. A huge rotary dryer of the firm's own design does the work of about 3 miles of clotheslines. Even after the coffees have been sold and paid for, there still remains an important task, and that is to redeem the signature coupons which the consumers cut from the packages in return for premiums. Lest some regard this as an insignificant phase of the business, it may be stated that in a single year the premium department has received over 108 million coupons calling for more than 4 million premiums. These premiums included 818,928 handkerchiefs, 261,000 pairs of lace curtains, 238,738 shears, and 185,920 Tory razors. Finger rings are perennial favorites, and so insistent is the demand for rings offered as premiums that Arbuckle brothers are regarded as the largest distributors of finger rings in the world. One of their premium rings is a wedding ring, and if all the rings of this pattern serve their intended purpose, it is estimated that the firm has assisted at 80,000 weddings in a year. Turning from the utilities at the plant to the trades and professions represented, other than the trained sugar and coffee workers, the following are constantly employed: physicians, chemists, medical engineers, civil engineers, electrical engineers, railroad engineers and brakemen, steamboat captains and engineers, chauffeurs, teamsters, wagon makers, harness makers, machinists, draughtsmen, blacksmiths, tinsmiths, coppersmiths, coopers, carpenters, masons, painters, plumbers, riggers, typesetters, and pressmen, and last but not least, the chef and table waiters. One of the most remarkable things about the growth of this business enterprise is that it is not the result of buying out or consolidating with competitors, but has resulted from a steady, wholesome growth along conservative business lines. Consolidations are often desirable and effective, but when a great business has been built without any such consolidations, the conclusion is inevitable that somewhere in the establishment there must have been a corresponding amount of wisdom, foresight, energy, and honorable business dealing. Those were the things for which John Arbuckle stood firm, and for which he will always be remembered. End of section 49. Read by Casey Roddy, Knoxville, Tennessee, August 2022. Section 50 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Casey Roddy. All About Coffee by William Ukers. Some Big Men and Notable Achievements, Part 2. Jabez Burns, inventor, manufacturer, writer. Jabez Burns was a person of real importance to the American coffee trade from 1864, when he began to manufacture his improved roaster until his death at the age of 62 in 1888. His success depended more on unusual character than unusual ability, although he was really gifted as regards mechanical invention. He loved to acquire practical information and arrived confidently at common-sense conclusions, and he exercised a wide and helpful influence because he liked to give expression to opinions that he considered sound and useful. Mr. Burns was born in London in 1826. The family moved soon after to Dundee, Scotland, and came to New York in 1844. They were people of small means and independent thinking. The father, William G. Burns, had been more interested in the Chartist social movement than in any settled business activity. An uncle, also named Jabez Burns, became a popular Baptist preacher in London. The first winter in America found youthful Jabez teaching a country school at Summit, New Jersey. Then he began in New York from 1844 to 1845 as teamster for Henry Blair, a prosperous coffee merchant who attended a little disciples' church in Lower 6th Avenue, where many Scottish families congregated. There also Burns met Agnes Brown, daughter of a Paisley weaver, and married her in 1847. A brave young pair they were, who found all sorts of odd riches, just as if a fast-growing family could somehow make up for a slow-growing income. There were hopes, too, that the contrivances Burns kept inventing might bring wealth, and some extra money did come from the sale of early patents, including one from 1858 for the Burns Atometer, a primitive adding machine. But Mr. Burns had continued regularly in the employ of coffee and spice firms, and at one time he was bookkeeper for Thomas Reed's Globe Mills. He advanced slowly because he lacked real trading talent, but he was learning all about the handling of goods from purchase to final delivery, and when he quit bookkeeping for the old Globe Mills and began to build his patent roaster, he could advise clients reliably about every factory detail. He was soon looked on as an authority. He wrote some articles for the American Grocer, a series on food adulteration being reprinted, and in 1878 he began the quarterly publication of his 32-page Spice Mill, which soon became a monthly and gained the attention of practically the entire coffee and spice trade. Through the columns of this paper in circulars, by letters, and in a pocket volume called the Spice Mill Companion, he distributed information on coffee, spices, and baking powder, and gave valuable advice to beginners in the coffee roasting business. Not a few coffee roasters were started on the way to fortune by the counsel of Jabez Burns. He died in New York, September 16, 1888. Jabez Burns founded the business of Jabez Burns & Sons in 1864, beginning the manufacture of his patent coffee roaster at 107 Warren Street, New York. Since then, there have been 4 removals. In December 1908, the business moved to its present uptown location at the northwest corner of 11th Avenue and 43rd Street, occupying a 6-story building, which was doubled in size in 1917. This Burns factory has been referred to as the unique coffee machinery workshop, the greatest establishment of its kind in the United States. Upon the death of its founder, the business was continued, first as the firm of Jabez Burns & Sons, composed of his sons Jabez, Robert, and A. Lincoln Burns, and later in 1906 incorporated as Jabez Burns & Sons Incorporated, with Robert Burns as president, Jabez Burns as vice president, and A. Lincoln Burns as secretary and treasurer. Jabez Burns died August 6, 1908. The present officers are Robert Burns, president, A. Lincoln Burns, vice president, William G. Burns, general manager, and C. H. McLaughlin, secretary and treasurer. A. Lincoln Burns succeeded his father as editor of the Spice Mill. William H. Ukers was made editor in 1902, and he continued until 1904, when he left to assume editorial direction of the Tea and Coffee Trade Journal. Coffee trade booms and panics. In the last 50 years, there have been many specular attempts to corner the coffee market in Europe and the United States. The first notable occurrence of this kind did not originate in the trade itself. It took place in 1873, and was known as the J. Cook Panic, being brought about by the famous panic of that name in the stock market. As a result of the J. Cook failure, it was impossible to obtain money from the banks. Hence, buyers were forced to keep out of the coffee market, and as a consequence, the price for Rios dropped from 24 cents to 15 cents in the course of the trading period of one day. Another interesting development during that year was of foreign origin. A coffee syndicate was organized in Europe, financed by the powerful German trading company of Frankfurt, with agencies in London, Rotterdam, Antwerp, and Brazil. For more than 8 years, this proved to be a highly successful undertaking, largely controlling the principal producing and consuming markets. As far as the American coffee trade is concerned, the first sensational upheaval took place in 1880 to 81. This period witnessed the collapse of the first great coffee trade combination in this country, the so-called syndicate, comprising O.G. Kimball, B.G. Arnold, and Bowie Dash, sometimes known as the Trinity. The period of high coffee prices, commencing in 1870, had greatly stimulated production in many mild coffee-producing countries, as well as in Brazil, and as a consequence, the syndicate found its burden becoming extremely heavy early in 1880. In January of that year, our visible supply amounted roughly to 767,000 bags. While this was reduced to about 740,000 bags in July, the latter likewise proved to be decidedly burdensome, especially as another liberal crop was beginning to move in producing countries. The excessive volume of supplies was especially marked because distributing trade during the summer was strikingly dull, as the majority of buyers were holding off in view of the prospective liberal new crop. At that time, Java coffee was a big item in American markets, whereas Santos was just about beginning to be a factor. The syndicate found that it had its hands full supporting the Brazil grades, and hence had to let the Javas go. As a result, the latter, which had sold at 24 3/4 cents in January 1880, fell to 19 1/2 cents in July, to 18 cents in November, and to 16 cents in December. As a matter of fact, the syndicate was practically the only buyer of Brazil coffee during the fall of 1880, and as a consequence, Rios, which had started the year at 14 1/2 to 16 1/4 cents, were down to 12 3/4 cents in December 1880, and had dropped 9 1/2 cents when the break in the market culminated in June 1881. The first whispers of financial troubles growing out of these adverse conditions were heard in October 1880, and on the 27th of that month the first failure was announced, that of C. Risley and Company, with liabilities placed at $800,000 and assets at $400,000. This firm had been doing business in the local market for about 30 years. The efforts of the receivers to dispose of this company's large stock naturally served to accelerate the decline, and the final impetus came on December 6th, when the New York trade heard of the death, 2 days previously, of O.G. Kimball of Boston, one of the most prominent merchants there. This precipitated the big crash of December 7th, when B.G. Arnold and Company, the largest New York firm, suspended with estimated liabilities of $750,000 to $1 million. The official statement later placed the liabilities at $2,157,914 and assets at $1,400,000, of which $884,198 were secured. Within 3 days, this failure was followed by the suspension of Bowie Dash and Company, with liabilities estimated at $1,400,000. For weeks thereafter, there was virtually no market. With all of these distress holdings pressing for liquidation, buyers, as natural, were extremely timid. In the meantime, the import arrivals showed further enlargement at various southern ports, as well as at New York. Total arrivals at this point during 1881 were almost 12,400,000 pounds heavier than for the preceding year. The growing importance of Santos as a market factor was demonstrated by the fact that shipments from there in 1881 were 1,198,625 bags, compared with about 628,900 bags in 1876-77. According to the best informed members of the trade at that time, the losses sustained by the various firms that were forced to the wall aggregated between $5 million and $7 million. The utterly demoralized conditions prevailing while this collapse was in progress, and the practical elimination of a market in the true sense of the word, furnished the principal impetus for the organization of the New York Coffee Exchange. At that time, the Havre Market was the only one with an exchange. The local body was organized in December 1881 and started business in March 1882. The Cable Break of 1884. The second noteworthy movement, embracing an advance of 4 to 4 1/2 cents and a recession of slightly more than 3 cents, covered a period of about 8 months shortly after the exchange was organized. Various local and out-of-town firms were interested in the bulge which carried Rio coffee in this market from about 7 cents in July 1883 up to 11 1/2 cents late in December. By the middle of December, the price had fallen to 9 1/4 cents, the final break to 8 1/4 cents occurring late in March of the following year. At that time, there was no direct cable communication with Brazil, and as a result of a temporary break in the roundabout service by way of Portugal, the New York and Baltimore agents of the Brazilian syndicate were unable to put up additional margins in this market, and their accounts were closed out. This happened on a Saturday, and by the following Monday, partial cable remittances arrived and all accounts were settled in full, with interest from Saturday to Monday. The Great Boom. What is generally described as the Great Boom of the coffee trade occurred in 1886-87 and had its inception in unsatisfactory crop news from Brazil. The crop of 1887-88, it was estimated, would be extremely small, and it turned out to be only 3,033,000 bags. These advices and low estimates led to the formation of a bull clique comprising operators in New York, Chicago, New Orleans, Brazil, and Europe, who set a price of 25 cents for December contracts as their goal. Toward the end of June 1886, when this campaign started, No. 7 Rio in New York was worth about 7 1/2 cents, with June contracts on the exchange quoted at 7 65/100 cents. With Brazilian crop news still more discouraging, the advance thereafter was almost continuous, and on June 1, 1887, December contracts sold at 22 1/4 cents, a new high price record that was not exceeded for 32 years, when 24 65/100 cents were paid for July contracts in June 1919. After reaching 22 1/4 cents, prices suffered an abrupt reversal. 10 days later, the closing price for December was 21 4/10 cents. Then the real crash began. On Saturday, June 11th, the panic started with another claim of cable trouble, and in the short session, December coffee broke from 20 15/100 to 18 65/100 cents, closing at a loss for the day of 275 points. The first sale of December on Monday was at 17 4/10 cents, or 125 points lower, and after numerous erratic variations, the price broke to 16 cents, a drop of 6 1/4 cents in less than 2 weeks. Business on that day was of enormous volume, in round numbers 412,000 bags, and approximately $1,500,000 was put up in margins. For the next 3 days the decline was temporarily halted, and December, at one time, was up 3 1/4 cents from the bottom, 19 1/4 cents. On June 17th, another battle commenced, December dropping back to 17 cents. Then came a rally to 18 1/10 cents, a drop to 16 1/2 cents, another rally to 18 1/10, and on June 24th, another break to the previous low level of 16 cents for December. This sharp reversal in less than a month was traceable largely to more favorable news from Brazil, the 1888-89 crop being estimated at 6,827,000 bags. Following a rally to 19 6/10 cents during the next month, July 1887, the pendulum again swung downward. The climax came with the culmination of the European fiasco of the spring of 1888. Reports were received that various European coffee firms had failed, and future contracts in the American market sold as low as 9 cents in March. A famous European bull campaign. The next campaign of interest lasted more than 2.5 years. In September 1891, there was a corner in the local market which forced the September price up to 17 1/4 cents. George Kaltenbach, a wealthy speculator living in Paris, combining with 3 operators in Havre, Hamburg, and Antwerp, succeeded in breaking the corner, forcing the price down to 10 8/10 cents. They then changed the bull side, buying heavily in all markets of the world. This was continued until early in 1893, bringing the price back to 15 cents. Although his associates then returned to the bear side, Kaltenbach kept on buying, and aided by bad crop reports from Brazil, he worked the price up as high as 17 7/10 cents. At one time it was said that his profits were more than $1 million. The collapse of this deal occurred in May 1893, involving 30 firms in Hamburg, Havre, and Rotterdam. As Kaltenbach could not keep his large New York holdings margined, they were thrown on the market, bringing about a sharp break and causing the failure of his New York agents, T.M. Barr & Company. The present era of large crops began in 1894. Brazil's production for 1894 to 95 being placed at 6,695,000 bags. Nevertheless, Guzman Blanco, a former president of Venezuela, then living in Paris and said to be worth about $20 million, attempted to run a corner in April 1895. He bought 200,000 bags of spot coffee in Havre warehouses and accumulated a big line of futures in various markets. Assisted by reports of cholera in Rio and some reduction in Brazilian crops, he enjoyed temporary success, the price of Rio 7s in New York rising to 15 1/2 cents in October 1895. Thereafter, there was an almost continuous decline. In the spring of 1898, a vigorous bear campaign was conducted, largely in the form of market letters, and by November, Rio 7s here had dropped to 4 1/2 cents. The bubonic plague boom. The so-called bubonic plague boom halted this prolonged downward movement for a time in 1899 to 1900. The boom derived its name from the outbreak of bubonic plague in Brazil, as a result of which the ports of that country were quarantined. In addition, Brazilian steamers arriving at New York were placed in quarantine, and the impossibility of unloading their cargoes caused a temporary shortage. As a result, prices rose from 4 1/4 cents in September 1899 to 8 1/4 cents in July 1900. The quarantine being lifted, the bears again became aggressive, and by April 1901 they had forced the price back to 5 cents. There was another short-lived attempt to establish a corner in September 1901. Receipts at Rio and Santos had been running light, encouraging a local clique embracing Skiddy, Minford and Company, W. H. Crossman and Brothers, and Gruner and Company to endeavor to gain control. The arrivals at Brazilian ports suddenly increased to the largest volume ever known up to that time, and, with vigorous opposition from operators in Havre, the corner here was speedily broken. The opening of the new century witnessed the beginning of another new coffee era, Santos permanently displacing Rio as the world's largest source of supply. The figures for 1900 to 1901 were Santos 2,945,000 bags and Rio 2,413,000 bags. Huge crops then became a regular thing in Brazil. That of 1901 to 1902 was far in excess of estimates, being 15 million bags, while 20 million bags were produced in 1902 to 1903. As a result, the world's coffee trade became completely demoralized for the time being. In August 1902, contracts for July 1903, delivery sold at 6 1/10 cents. By June 1903, they had fallen to 3 55/100 cents, the lowest price ever recorded for coffee. The Southern Boom. As is invariably the case when prices reach extreme levels, either high or low, the pendulum swung back rapidly in the other direction. Based on the unprecedentedly low prices, the so-called cotton crowd started what was generally known as the Southern Boom. Various cotton traders in New York and the South, under the leadership of D.J. Sully, the one-time cotton king, and ably assisted by prominent local coffee firms, became extremely active on the buying side, and by February 1904 they had forced the price up to 11 85/100 cents. This figure, the highest since 1896, was reached on February 2nd, which proved to be another day of enormous speculative dealings, involving roundly 462,000 bags. This marked another turning point, the 3 succeeding days of record-breaking operations on the exchange witnessing a break of roughly 2 cents. Mr. Sully went on a vacation on February 3rd, and the silken interest sold on a large scale. Business for that day was placed at 555,000 bags, closing prices being about 1/2 cent lower. This brought on enormous liquidation by Western bulls on the following day, approximately 500,000 bags. As a result, prices lost 25 to 65 points on a turnover of about 642,000 bags. All records for business were smashed on the following day, February 5th. The official record was 689,000 bags, but trade estimates made it more than 1 million bags. On that day, Southern interest liquidated heavily, causing net losses of 80 to 90 points. Doubtless the break would have been more severe had it not been for buying by the silken people and several other strong interests, and at below 7 1/4 cents for September contracts. The story of valorization. The valorization or equalization of coffee originated in Brazil. When the original plan was threatened with disaster, Herman Silken stepped in and saved the Brazil planters from ruin, the Brazil government from possible revolution, and incidentally, won for himself and those who were his partners in the enterprise much unenviable notoriety. The principle of valorization is generally conceded to be economically unsound because it encourages overproduction, and valorization in Brazil would have been a failure had it not been for a fortuitous combination of short crops, Herman Silken's genius, and the World War. Because of the lessons learned in this experience, Brazil's subsequent valorization enterprises have run more smoothly. A rapidly increasing world demand, a wonderfully fertile soil, and cheap labor kept the Brazil coffee industry in a flourishing condition nearly to the close of 1889. Coffee consumption was increasing, especially in the United States. By April 1890, the average import price per pound of Rio No. 7 in this country was 19 cents, and Brazil was supplying only about half our needs. Virgin soil was still available in Brazil, and immigration furnished all the needful labor. Easy profits led to increased investment and careless methods. Her planters were drunk with prosperity. For 6 years, nearly all the 3 million inhabitants of Sao Paulo, Brazil's largest coffee-producing state, entirely gave up planting corn, rice, beans, everything they needed. They bought them because coffee was so immensely profitable that they put all their labor in coffee. Brazil had been going through a period of low exchange. Paper money fell below par. The exaggerated issues of it, which provoked the collapse of exchange, suddenly endowed Brazil with an abundant circulation of money. Production was enormously stimulated. New undertakings sprang up on every hand. Armies of agricultural laborers were recruited in Europe and shipped into the coffee districts. And then, to make the story short, supply passed demand, surplus stocks began to appear, prices began to fall, and fell until they dropped below the cost of production. It was in 1896–97, when the new trees came into bearing by the tens and hundreds of thousands, that Sao Paulo's folly began to tell. By October of that year, the price of Rio No. 7 in New York had fallen to about 7 cents. The decline continued until, in 1903, it hung around 5 cents. Then began the winter of Sao Paulo's discontent. Too late, the state government tried, by taxing new coffee estates, to force the planters to raise crops to supply their own necessities. The times grew harder. Mortgages held by large coffee houses and bankers were being foreclosed. The industry was passing into European hands. The smaller planters were becoming desperate, and desperation is only a step from revolution. The government of the state of Sao Paulo knew this, and to save the state, it finally promised it would buy the next coffee crop, and would hold it for the planters at such a price as would be necessary to continue the industry. The protagonists of this plan to valorize coffee were Dr. Jorge Tibiriza, Dr. Augusto Ramos, and Dr. Albuquerque Lins. During all the period covering Sao Paulo's rise and fall in coffee, the financial genius who was to lead her again into the land of plenty had been quietly acquiring a knowledge of her problems, also the ability to make money out of their solution. Valorization was undertaken to save the coffee industry. Its intent was good, even if the theory was bad. The scheme was not new, and there were no encouraging precedents to augur its success. The situation was desperate, and seemed to justify the trial of a desperate remedy. Sao Paulo attempted to carry the load, but her resources were insufficient. The bumper world crop of 19,090,000 bags in 1901–1902 was followed in 1906–1907 with another extraordinary yield of 24,307,000 bags, of which Brazil alone produced 20,192,000 bags. To make good its promise to the planters, ready cash was needed, and so the Sao Paulo government sent a special commissioner to Europe to get it. For 60 years, the Rothschilds had acted as Brazil's bankers. The commissioner went to the Rothschilds first. He was flatly refused. After that, he was turned down by practically every bank on the continent. It looked as if the bankers had entered into a gentleman's agreement to make it unanimous. Then the commissioner bethought himself of the coffee merchants, and that thought naturally suggested Herman Silken, who, singularly enough, happened to be conveniently resting at nearby Baden-Baden. In August 1906, the commissioner waited upon Mr. Silken and begged his aid. It was Silken's hour of triumph. For years he had been soliciting Brazil. Now the tables were turned, and Brazil was asking favors of Silken. The rest of the story is best told by Robert Sloss, who wrote it for World's Work from information furnished by trade authorities, and even by Mr. Silken himself in various speeches, newspaper articles, and on the witness stand. It is presented here with certain minor corrections by the author. "Well, what do you want me to do?" asked Herman Silken of the commissioner from the state of Sao Paulo. "We want you to finance for us 5 to 8 million bags of coffee," said the commissioner blandly. Here was an adventure. Here was a proposition to lift bodily out of the market half as much coffee as the world's total production had averaged for the 10 preceding years when prices had been so low. Presumably, if this were done, prices would be doubled, but Herman Silken shook his head. "No," he said, "there is not the slightest chance for it, not the slightest." And then he pointed out that there would be no financial assistance coming from anywhere if the Sao Paulo planters kept on raising such ridiculously large crops of coffee. The commissioner assured him that the prospect was for smaller crops in future. Herman Silken was not so sure about it. At a price low enough, he mused, I might be able to raise funds to pay 80% on a value of 7 cents a pound for Rio No. 5. The commissioner was dismayed. His government had already promised to take coffee from the planters at about a cent a pound above the market, and the market then stood at nearly 8 cents. The government would have to dig to make up the difference. Herman Silken's terms were the best that could be got, however, and the commissioner accepted them. From that time forth, Herman Silken was the head of the movement. He approached a few large coffee merchants, including his former rivals, Arbuckle Brothers, and drew up a contract. The merchants agreed to advance 80% of the sum required to buy 2 million bags of coffee at 7 cents a pound. If the market went above 7 cents, the government was to make no purchases. If it fell below 7 cents, the government was to make good the difference to the merchants by cable. Before the season was well advanced, the unexpected happened. Brazil was reaping the largest coffee harvest in the history of the world. The 2 million bags of coffee purchased by the government were as a drop in a bucket. Financed by Herman Silken, Schroeder, the great London banker, and a few prominent European merchants, the government was forced to buy almost 9 million bags. Toward the end of 1907, the government had lifted half of the world's visible supply of coffee, but the market stood only a trifle above 6 cents a pound. The government was practically bankrupt. Herman Silken now enlisted the Rothschilds on his side and shifted the financial burden from the shoulders of the coffee merchants to those of the Paris bankers and their American associates. Then the Rothschilds imposed their conditions on the government of Brazil. A national law was passed determining a heavy penalty for anyone who planted a new coffee tree in Brazil. The government guaranteed that not more than 9 million bags of the next coffee crop and not more than 10 million bags of any succeeding crop should be exported. By the end of 1911, the coffee market stood well above 13 cents. Here was a rise of more than 100% in 2 years, more than 60% in 6 months. Evidently, valorization coffee in the hands of the Bankers' Committee had become a gilt-edged security. But how? During the 5 crop years since the plan was launched on the heights above Baden, nearly 90 million bags of coffee had been raised in the world. The Bankers' Committee still held 5,108,000 bags of this. At the highest estimate, consumption had exceeded production by only 4 million bags. Here was a shortage of only a little more than 10% in supply as against demand, so far as crops go. Yet there had been a rise of more than 100% in 2 years in the price of coffee on the New York Coffee Exchange. Upon the merchant's ability to deliver coffee on the New York Coffee Exchange depends the price of coffee in the world. That explains why the Bankers Committee, from the beginning, refused absolutely to sell valorization coffee on the public exchanges of the world. In Europe, they put it up at auction, and when it didn't go, it was bought in for them. In America, they announced in a printed circular that valorization coffee would be sold only on condition that the purchaser would not deliver it on the New York Coffee Exchange. Herman Silkin absolutely refused to sell coffee to the merchants on the exchange. Arbuckle Brothers kept on buying coffee heavily, as if they would corner the market. They resold the coffee, however, at private sales, exacting a written contract from the buyer that he would not deliver the coffee on the New York Coffee Exchange, or resell it to anyone that would so deliver it. The Coffee Exchange began an investigation, but nothing ever came of it. Shortly after the Valorization Committee had apparently cleared up $25 million in 1 year, the restriction as to the delivery of valorization coffee on the New York Coffee Exchange was officially removed. Yet neither from Herman Silkin nor from Arbuckle Brothers, it is charged, could one buy any coffee to deliver for that purpose. In 1911, coffee rose to 16 cents per pound. At the end, it was found that the committee's holdings had been marketed at the various sales on a basis for Santos 4s from 8 5/8 cents minimum to the final sale here forced by the United States government, at which time the price realized was 16 3/4 cents for Santos 4s and 14 cents for Rio 7s. The one fly in the valorization ointment was Senator G.W. Norris of Nebraska, who early in 1911 called for a congressional investigation of the operations of the valorization syndicate, which he said was costing the American people $35 million a year. The Attorney General was instructed to report as to whether or not there was a coffee trust. It was a leisurely investigation, which encountered many snags placed in its way by those who believed it would be against international policy to question too closely the participation of the Brazil government in the enterprise. Politics played no inconsiderable part in the investigation, which dragged along until May 18, 1912, when an action was begun in the Federal District Court for the Southern District of New York, alleging conspiracy and restraint of trade on the part of Herman Silkin, Bruno Schroeder of J. Henry Schroeder and Company, Edward Bunge, the Vicomte de Touchet, Dr. Paulo da Silva Prado, Theodore Weil, the Societe Generale, and the New York Dock Company, also praying for injunction and receivership of the valorization coffee then stored in the United States, and amounting to 746,539 bags. The injunction was denied. Immediately thereafter, rumors began to circulate that the government's coffee suit would never be tried. The Brazilian ambassador threatened diplomatic interference, and Attorney General Wickersham let it be known that a friendly settlement might be effected. Silkin boldly challenged the authorities to prosecute the case, and even seemed to invite criminal proceedings against himself. Saving the government's face and Brazil's face, at one and the same time, proved to be a long and tedious process. Meanwhile, Senator Norris introduced in Congress a bill designed to give the government power to seize importations of coffee when restraint of trade was proved. It was vigorously opposed by many prominent green coffee men and roasters, but in February 1913 it became enacted into law. It effectively killed all future valorization schemes insofar as direct participation by this country is concerned. About December 1, 1912, Attorney General Wickersham accepted good faith assurances from Mr. Silkin's attorney, who represented also the Brazil government, and agreed that if the valorization coffee stored here was sold to bona fide purchasers before April 1, 1913, the government suit would be dismissed. In May 1913, the Attorney General of the new Wilson administration, which came into office in March of that year, issued a statement saying that good faith assurances having been received from the Brazil government that the understanding was fulfilled in letter and spirit before the date set by the previous Attorney General, and the entire amount of coffee disposed of to 80 dealers in 33 cities, the suit would be dismissed. In the United States Senate about the same time, Senator Norris renewed his attack on the International Coffee Trust. He charged that the coffee sale was not as represented, but merely a transfer, and called upon the Department of Justice for the facts, with names of the alleged purchasers. Attorney General McReynolds, on May 7, 1913, declined to send to the Senate the official correspondence in regard to the Brazil coffee valorization matter, because it was incompatible with the public interest. He did, however, send other papers on the subject. The Secretary of State sent copies of some correspondence, but the documents were not made public. This ended the matter, although Senator Norris called for a congressional investigation, charging that the Attorney General had been handed a gold brick. Silkin contented himself with remarking that the suit was a mistake in the first place, and that it was a foregone conclusion the government would be defeated. Also, he offered $5,000 to anyone who could explain the Norris bill. Valorization, then, was started by the state of São Paulo in 1905, when a law was passed authorizing the state to enter into an agreement with the other Brazil states and the federal government for the adoption of measures which would assure the valorization of coffee and facilitate a propaganda abroad for increased consumption. The states of São Paulo, Minas Gerais, and Rio de Janeiro proposed early in 1906 to withdraw from the markets such quantities of coffee as would keep down exports and maintain profitable prices. The plan comprehended the interested states borrowing about $75 million from European and United States bankers with which to buy up the surplus coffee. To take care of interest and amortization, a tax of 3 francs per bag of 132 pounds, about 57 cents, was to be levied on all coffee exports, collectible at Santos and Rio de Janeiro. Further coffee planting was to be checked by enforcing the law which carried a tax sufficiently high to operate toward restriction. When it was understood that Brazil's federal government would not endorse the plan in toto, it was abandoned by Rio de Janeiro and Minas Gerais. However, the state of São Paulo, in the course of the next 2 years, borrowed some $30 million on its own account for valorization purposes, obtaining half the amount direct from foreign banking interest, and the remainder through the Brazilian federal government from London sources. This first valorization was abandoned in favor of the Silkin Plan, which the federal government ratified in July 1908. By this new plan, São Paulo borrowed $75 million from the syndicate composed of American, English, German, French, and Belgian bankers. Out of this, it repaid the $30 million loan. The 1908 loan was to expire in 10 years in 1919. Under the plan of the new loan, it was agreed that certain amounts of the valorized coffee should be stored as collateral in warehouses in New York and Europe, in charge of a committee of 7, who were authorized to sell the coffee in the markets in specified quantities and at prices that would not disturb the price of other coffees. The composition of the committee was as follows: Dr. Francisco Ferreira Ramos of São Paulo and Antwerp, who was succeeded by Dr. Paulo da Silva Prado, the Vicomte de Touchet of Havre, the Société Générale of Paris, the firm of Theodore Weil of Hamburg, Herman Silkin of New York, Edward Bunge of Antwerp, and Baron Bruno Schroeder of J. Henry Schroeder and Company of London. Brazil agreed to purchase 10 million bags and to hold them off the market until conditions warranted their sale. It was also agreed that the total exports of unvalorized stocks from Brazil would be restricted to 10 million bags for 1907 to 1908, and to 10,500,000 bags for 1909 to 1910. In addition, a surtax of 5 francs gold per bag, 96 1/4 cents, was placed on every bag exported to pay carrying charges. The management of the government's holdings was placed in the hands of the International Committee. This committee issued bonds which were quickly subscribed for, and because of its efficient handling of its huge holdings, prices held steady in spite of the record-breaking Brazilian crop of nearly 2,192,000 bags in 1906 to 1907, and a later one in 1909 to 1910 of about 15 million bags. Indeed, there was an advance of about $10 a bag between 1904 and 1911. Valorization had the effect of stabilizing the Brazil market and giving the planters and allied interests the assistance they needed to ward off the disaster that threatened them through overproduction. The United States government action in 1912 forced the sale of the valorized stocks held in this country, and the Congress passed the law making it impossible again to offer for sale in America stocks of coffee held under similar valorization agreements. The coffee situation became so serious in 1913 that Sao Paulo again entered the money market for another loan, borrowing $37,500,000 through the good offices of the Brazilian federal government, following this up 2 years later with another loan of $21 million. According to a semi-official statement issued in Brazil early in 1919, the status of valorization at that time was that the first loan of $75 million of 1908 had been entirely liquidated, and the 2 later loans were greatly reduced. At the same time, it was announced by the president of the state of Sao Paulo that the surtax of 5 francs would be withdrawn as soon as the liquidation of the loans had been completed. This surtax, however, is still in effect. In 1919, the Sao Paulo government proposed advancing the pauta, or export duty, very materially. A strong protest was made by all the exporters, and a compromise was at last effected by which the proposed increase in the pauta was cancelled, and the existing surtax of 5 francs per bag continued as an offset. The valorization project just described was the second of its kind, a former attempt having proved a failure. At that time, 1870, the Brazilian government had been a large purchaser of Rio coffee, buying it in lieu of exchange, as it had large remittances to make. The coffee was sold through G. Ansink & Company, and it is believed that heavy losses were sustained. Since the silken valorization enterprise, the Brazilian government has promoted 2 more valorizations, one in 1918, another early in 1922. End of Section 50. Read by Casey Roddy, Knoxville, Tennessee, August 2022. Section 51 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Casey Roddy. All About Coffee by William Ukers. Some Big Men and Notable Achievements, Part 3. Wartime Government Control of Coffee. The Board of Managers of the New York Coffee and Sugar Exchange, Incorporated, had realized late in 1917 that wartime government control of coffee trading was likely in view of the government's activities and other commodities. To guard against the danger of a sudden announcement of such action, the president of the exchange was empowered from month to month at each meeting of the board to suspend trading at any time that conditions warranted, so that, when President Wilson announced on January 31, 1918, that all dealers in green coffees were to be licensed, the exchange was fully prepared. Trading was suspended pending further information, and owing to the far-sightedness of the Board of Managers, all danger of a panic in the market was averted. By 1917, the Allies had stopped shipments of coffee to Germany through neighbors who had been her sole source of supply. Stocks in all the producing countries were accumulating, and Sao Paulo had embarked on another valorization scheme to protect her planters. The markets of Europe were entirely controlled by the governments, and the United States was practically the only free and open market. The market here was steady and without particular animation, and showed none until the end of November 1917. At that time, speculation activities, steamer scarcity, and the steady advance in freights became decided influences in the market, and prices began to advance. Freights on shipments from Brazil had advanced from $1.20 per bag early in the year to unheard-of prices, and before the bubble burst had reached as high as $4 per bag. With this steadily advancing freight, speculation in coffee became more active, and prices naturally began to rise. The relative cheapness of coffee compared with all other commodities, the fact that coffee here had shown very little advance, the prospect of an early peace, the large European demand to follow, were favorite bull arguments. The market became excited. Speculative buying was general. Everyone, apparently, wanted to buy coffee, and 20 cents per pound for Santos 4 in the near future was a common prediction. The United States Food Administrator had shown his antipathy to uncontrolled exchange operations by his action on sugar, wheat, corn, and other commodities, dealt in on the exchanges. Consequently, the proclamation of President Wilson regarding coffee was not a surprise to those who had been watching the situation closely, especially as on January 30th, 1918, the day before the proclamation, the president of the Coffee Exchange was summoned by telegraph to appear in Washington to discuss ways for a proper control of the article and the best means to bring about such control. As a result of this summons, a committee of the entire trade, representing the exchange, the green coffee dealers and importers, the roasters, and the brokers, was appointed by the exchange to confer with the Food Administrator at once in order to work out a plan whereby the business could be kept going. After a long conference, rules agreed upon were approved that became the basis on which business was conducted until the withdrawal of all regulations regarding coffee in January 1919. Much trade criticism followed the publication of some of these rules. George W. Lawrence, president of the New York Coffee and Sugar Exchange, was called to Washington on February 28, 1918, to take charge of a newly created coffee division under Theodore F. Whitmarsh, chief of the distribution division of the Food Administration. In this position he rendered a signal service to the trade and to his country. Although subjected to a crossfire of criticism from many green and roasted coffee interests, he never wavered in the performance of his full duty, and his good judgment, tact, and loyalty to American ideals won for him a high place in the regard of all those who had the best interest of the country at heart. He was ably assisted in his work by Walter F. Blake of Williams, Russell and Company, New York, and by F. T. Nutt, Jr., treasurer of the New York Coffee and Sugar Exchange. A coffee advisory board was appointed in June 1918 to serve as a go-between for the trade and the Food Administration. Those who served on this committee were Henry Schaefer of S. Gruner and Company, New York, chairman; Carl H. Stoffergen of Steinwinder, Stoffergen and Company, New York, secretary; and William Bain, Jr. of William Bain and Company, New York; S. H. Dorr of Arnold, Dorr and Company, New York; A. Schierenberg of Korn, Schwartz and Company, New York; Leon Israel of Leon Israel and Brothers, New York; Joseph Purcell of Hard and Rand, New York; B. F. Peabody of T. Barber Brown and Company, New York; J. D. Pixley of Williams Russell and Company, New York; Charles L. Meehan of P. C. Meehan and Company, New York; B. C. Casanas of Merchants Coffee Company, New Orleans; John R. Muir of Chase and Sanborn, Boston; and B. Meyer of Stewart, Carnell and Company, New Orleans. Others in the trade who served the Food Administration during the period of the World War were George E. Leidy, president of the Black Hawk Coffee and Spice Company, Waterloo, Iowa, and Theodore F. Whitmarsh, vice president and treasurer of Francis H. Leggett and Company, New York. The visible supply of coffee for the United States on January 1, 1918, was 2,887,308 bags. The world's visible supply was given as 10,012,000 bags, but to be added to this were more than 3 million bags held by the Sao Paulo government. Thus, there was little reason to fear a coffee shortage. That coffee should be permitted, with this large amount in view, to run wild as to price, was certainly not the intention of the Food Administrator, whose purpose was to keep foods moving to the United States forces and allies, and as far as possible to keep reasonable prices for the United States consumers. Steadily advancing prices of foods meant increasing cost of labor, general unrest, and a difficult situation to meet at a period when the situation as a whole was most critical. Trouble for the coffee trade was imminent early in 1918, when the shipping board, backed by experts, decided, or attempted to decide, that coffee was not a food product, that no vessels could be had for its transportation, and that it must be put on the list of prohibited or restricted commodities. Mr. Hoover, however, insisted that coffee was a very necessary essential, and that tonnage must be provided for in amount sufficient at all times to keep the visible supply for the United States up to at least 1,500,000 bags of Brazil coffee, and this figure was ultimately accepted and carried out by the shipping board. These figures, based on the deliveries of the 2 preceding years, and with dealers limited to 90 days' stock in the country, were deemed ample to care for all requirements. It was figured that by November 1, 1918, the freight situation would be relieved to such an extent by the new vessels building that the amount could be increased should it be found necessary. The Food Administration, through the War Trade Board, offered steamer room to importers of record of the years 1916 to 1917 at $1.70 per bag. The first few vessels were promptly filled on a basis of 9 1/4 to 9 5/8 cents cost and freight for Santos fours, well described. About the same time, our Army and Navy were able to buy 8 to 8 3/8 cents free on board Santos for shipment by their own vessels. After the first few vessels offered by the War Trade Board were filled, the trade became indifferent. The warehouses in Brazil were loaded with stocks. Vessels to carry coffee were assured buyers at a fixed rate, profits limited, and as there was no apparent reason for an advance, buyers were willing to let the producing countries carry the stock. The last week in June brought very cold weather in Sao Paulo, and cables reported heavy frost. The news was not taken seriously by the trade at large. Frost news from Brazil was no novelty, and in the past had always been looked upon as a regular and seasonable method of bulling the market. This year, however, the frost was a fact, and the market began to move upward with surprising speed. Reports of the damage to the trees varied from 40 to 80%. Quotations from Santos advanced 2 cents per pound in as many days. United States buyers were not disposed to follow the advance. Offerings of steamer room were declined, and boats booked for coffee, owing to the lack of cargoes, were transferred elsewhere. Meanwhile, the market continued to advance rapidly. The Allies were holding the enemy, and peace prospects were brighter. From September 1st to November 15th, the records of the Food Administration showed very small purchases. The buyers did not believe in the frost. With the news of the armistice, Brazil markets went wild, and Santos fours, which had sold at 8 1/4 cents in May, were quoted at 20 1/2 cents by December 10th. The Food Administration had decided on February 6, 1918, after consulting the committee appointed by the Exchange, and on their advice and recommendation, to permit trading in futures on the following plan: a fixed minimum price of 8 1/2 cents per pound for the spot month, with a carrying charge not to exceed 15 points per month for delivery for each succeeding month. Thus, the price for March delivery was fixed at 8 1/2 cents, while July delivery could be sold at 9 1/10 cents. But when July arrived, it became the spot month, and 8 1/2 cents was the maximum at which it could be sold. This rule effectively stopped speculation, but failed to work out satisfactorily to the trade. Experience proved that a maximum fixed price at which coffee could be traded in would have produced much better results. Business on the exchange followed its usual course, and the customary hedging of purchases was done by dealers. The indifference of buyers, already referred to, had resulted in a heavy decrease of the United States visible supply, and it had shrunk to 2,445,000 bags on September 1st to 2,173,098 bags on October 1st to 1,857,260 bags on November 1st. Included in these amounts were at least 500,000 bags held in New York by foreign owners, which could not be sold, and of the balance left, there was undoubtedly a liberal amount sold against on the exchange for future delivery. By October, the situation had become acute. Dealers who had classified themselves as jobbers or importers had gone into the retail classification in order to evade the limitations of profit allowed jobbers, and were limiting their sales to lots of 25 bags or fewer. Dealers who had legitimately hedged their holdings were unable to buy in. The exchange officials showed no disposition to relieve the situation, and as all prices had reached the maximum price for every month permitted, the Food Administration, on November 1, 1918, ordered the liquidation of all contracts outstanding, bought or sold, by not later than November 9th. This was done, and the coffee covered by such contracts was released to the trade. The regulations governing transactions on the exchange were withdrawn on December 5, 1918, and, after a long argument, the exchange decided to reopen for trading on December 26, 1918. Opening transactions amounted to 25,000 bags on a basis of 17½ cents per pound, or 9 cents over the prices at which contracts had been liquidated. On December 28th, the price had declined to 15½ cents. In the opinion of many of our best merchants, the exchange should have been closed during the war, as it failed to be of any real service. That it was operating at a fixed price for the spot month only made it of no value to the trade during this period. Of its loyalty to the government and its evident desire to assist, there can be no question, but its cheerful acceptance of the burdens laid upon it proved largely futile. The action of the Food Administration in confining the coffee business solely to licensed dealers and to a fixed profit on actual cost, in limiting dealers to 90 days' stock, and in prohibiting resales, was the cause of much unjust criticism. The regulations were based on the general rules of the Food Administration and applied to coffee quite as equitably as did the regulations governing other food commodities under control and license. As a matter of fact, they were much less rigorous in some ways than the regulations applying to many other articles. For example, 90 days stock based on sales for 1916 to 1917 was allowed on coffee. There was no other article on the food list to which this liberality was permitted. A 40 to 60 days stock would probably be found to be the maximum permitted to be carried of other food products. The General Proclamation of the Food Administration of November 1, 1917, declared, "These general and special rules and regulations are promulgated by the President to accomplish 3 principal objects. First, to limit the prices charged by every licensee to a reasonable amount over the expenses and forbid the acquisition of speculative profits from a rising market. Second, to keep all food commodities moving in as direct a line as possible and with as little delay as practicable to the consumer. Third, to limit as far as practicable contracts for future delivery and dealing in future contracts." From the foregoing, it will be apparent that a profit to be allowed based on market value for coffees was an impossibility, unless this law had been altered to allow all licensees of other commodities to share. Coffee profits were fixed by the Food Administration on the advice of, and with the acceptance by, the Coffee Committee. They started too low, and were made more liberal when the first figures were shown to be impossible. George W. Lawrence reports a conversation that he had with the food administrator on this particular subject, and that was characteristic of his broadness. Mr. Hoover said, "The coffee dealers are complaining of the profits permitted them. I want them satisfied, and if the profits are not reasonable, I shall put them where they will be. This war is not going to last always, and at its conclusion I want every American merchant in a position to be able to continue his business and be no worse off than when the war started." Resales were prohibited or limited to one transaction, in order to prevent an accumulation of profits that, added to each transfer, would result ultimately in higher prices to the consumer. The fixing of profit based on cost and not on market or replacement value is a thing that is impossible in normal times. Carried to the last degree, it would mean ruination, for no provision is made for declines in the market and resulting losses. As a war measure, it was inevitable, and so endured. In normal times, it is like trying to make water run uphill. With a united people, it worked, but one cannot have a world war always to unite the people. It has been said that government regulation of coffees caused a large increase in price to the consumer. This would be hard to prove. The trade generally, that refused to buy at 10 to 12 cents per pound because it did not, or would not believe the reports of frost damage and thought prices too high, was frantically bidding up to 20 and 22 cents for fours in March and April 1919. According to the ideas of some enthusiasts, 50 cents was not an impossibility. Naturally, such a bubble must burst eventually. Government control had nothing to do with such natural conditions as frost, or as the buyer's indifference. Expansion and inflation were in the air, and had to run their course. The year 1920 brought the aftermath, and in its deflation, coffee, with all other commodities, went down to prices far below its intrinsic value. The expected European demand did not materialize. The interior buyer was overloaded with stock, and the losses of the coffee trade in 1920 will, it is to be hoped, never be repeated. The story of soluble coffee. For nearly 2 decades, many coffee men and chemists have been seeking a soluble coffee, or dried coffee extract, that would simplify the preparation of the beverage. Thus far, all the products that have appeared on the market are somewhat deficient in aroma and in the more delicate flavors of coffee. A satisfying average cup of coffee can be prepared from the better brands, the chief advantages of which are rapidity of preparation, absence of any grounds, and uniformity of drink. Considerable progress has been made in certain directions, enough to warrant telling here, though briefly, the story of soluble coffee to date. Some there are among trade experts and coffee connoisseurs who maintain soluble coffee is an ignis fatuus, one that can never be manufactured without destroying the aromatic principle, that at best it is a delusion and a snare. Certainly many absurd claims have been made for some of the soluble coffees on the market. However, there are others that are not without their merits, and the story of their introduction to the trade and the consuming public is entertaining and instructive. Dr. Sartori Kato, a Japanese chemist of Tokyo, brought a soluble tea to Chicago about 1899. It was not a commercial success, but it served to bring him in touch with some coffee men and chemists, for whom he produced a soluble coffee in the same year. A company was organized to promote the product. It was called the Kato Coffee Company, and included, in addition to Dr. Kato, Philip Kreisel, a chemist, W.R. Ruffner, a green coffee broker, and I.D. Rickheimer, a coffee roaster. Cato's soluble coffee was first sold to the public at the Pan American Exposition in 1901. The first quantity order was received from Captain Baldwin, and by him used with satisfaction on the Ziegler Arctic expedition. United States patents on a coffee concentrate and process for making the same soluble coffee were granted to Sartori Kato of Chicago, a signer to the Kato Coffee Company of the same place, on August 11, 1903. G. Washington, who was born in Belgium of English parents, and who was living temporarily in Guatemala City, invented about 1906 a soluble coffee that was made ready for the market in 1909. The George Washington Coffee Refining Company was organized in 1910 to put the Washington product on the market, which it did first under the name Red E. Coffee. This was later changed to G. Washington's Prepared Coffee as an alternative to Washington's Coffee Extract, a name which was favorably regarded by all except certain authorities at the national capital. Associated with Mr. Washington at the start of the enterprise were E. Van Etten, former vice president of the New York Central Railroad, W. J. Arkell, Bartlett Arkell of the Beechnut Parking Company, C. M. Warner of the Warner Sugar Refining Company, and Charles E. Proctor of the Singer Sewing Machine Company. The G. Washington Coffee Refining Company has its coffee roasting and preparing plant in Brooklyn, but its process is a secret one and has never been patented. F. Lanehoff Wild, who was the Washington's family physician when they lived in Guatemala City, and with whom Mr. Washington had discussed his work in soluble coffee, duplicated the Washington product in 1913, and with E. T. Cabarrus, he organized the Société du Café Soluble Belna, Brussels, Belgium, to put on the European market a refined soluble coffee under the brand name Belna. 8 or 10 United States patents have been granted on soluble coffees that have never been applied commercially. Nowhere has soluble coffee met with such success as in the United States, where a number of brands followed the Cato and G. Washington products. Among them, mention should be made of the C.F. Blank Tea and Coffee Company's Magic Cup, afterward Fairy Cup, and later Fost brand, brought out in 1912. The Baker Importing Company's Barrington Hall Soluble Coffee, brought out in 1917, and the Charles G. Hires Company's brand, introduced to the trade in 1918. It was the World War that brought soluble coffee to the front. E. F. Holbrook, formerly in charge of the Coffee Section, Subsistence Division, United States War Department, said, "The use of mustard gas by the Germans made it one of the most important articles of subsistence used by the Army." Early in the war, soluble coffee was added to the reserve ration, 3/4 of an ounce being considered at first the proper amount per ration. After trying to put it up in sticks, tablets, capsules, and other forms, it was determined that the best method was to pack it in envelopes. A month before the signing of the armistice, the New York depot was notified that after January 1, 1919, the requirements of soluble coffee were to be 25,000 pounds per day in addition to quantities packed in reserve rations, bringing the total daily output to 42,500 pounds per day. Arrangements were made to have the total output of the New York zone, 40,000 pounds per day, packed in 1/4-ounce envelopes, 24 to a sealed can. I. D. Rickheimer, promoter of the original soluble coffee of Cato and the Cato patent, organized the Soluble Coffee Company of America in 1918 to supply soluble coffee to the American Army overseas. After the armistice, the company began licensing other merchants under the Cato patent, or offering to process the merchant's own coffee for them if desired. William A. Hammer and Charles W. Trigg, Pittsburgh assigners to John E. King, Detroit, were granted a United States patent in 1919 on a process for making a new soluble coffee. Their process consists in bringing the volatilized caffeole in contact with a petrolatum or absorbing medium, where it is held until needed for combination with the evaporated coffee extract. The King Coffee Products Corporation of Detroit was organized in 1920 to manufacture this product, known as Minute Coffee, and a coffee base for soft drinks, the latter being marketed under the name of Coffee Pep. Mr. King had believed for many years that soluble coffee was destined to solve many of the vexations of the coffee business, and had been experimenting with the idea since 1906. To facilitate his investigations, he established a fellowship at the Mellon Institute of Industrial Research, Pittsburgh, in 1914, in charge of Charles W. Trigg. This chemically controlled research evolved a product which, after passing through the laboratory stage, was placed upon a small unit plan basis, and then patented. 5 additional patents on the product were granted Messrs. Trigg and David S. Pratt in 1921, and all were assigned to John E. King. End of section 51. Read by Casey Roddy, Knoxville, Tennessee, August 2022.
Section 52 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. All About Coffee by William Ukers. A History of Coffee in Literature, Part 1. the romance of coffee and its influence on the discourse, poetry, history, drama, philosophic writing, and fiction of the 17th and 18th centuries, and on the writers of today, coffee quips and anecdotes. Any study of the literature of coffee comprehends a survey of selections from the best thought of civilized nations, from the time of Rhazes, 850 to 922, to Francis Saltus. We have seen in Chapter 3 how Rhazes, the physician-philosopher, appears to have been the first writer to mention coffee, and was followed by other great physicians, like Ben Ghiasla, a contemporary, and Avicenna, 980 to 1037. Then arose many legends about coffee, that served as an inspiration for Arabian, French, Italian, and English poets. Sheikh Gemaluddin, Mufti of Mocha, is said to have discovered the virtues of coffee about 1454, and to have promoted the use of the drink in Arabia. Knowledge of the new beverage was given to Europeans by the botanists Raoulf and Alpini towards the close of the 16th century. The first authentic account of the origin of coffee was written by Abd al-Qadir in 1587. It is the famous Arabian manuscript commending the use of coffee, preserved in the Bibliothèque Nationale, Paris, and catalogued as Arab 4590. Its title, written in Arabic, is as follows, which is pronounced, reading right to left, Omdat az-Sawfa Fihal al-Qawwa, or, in the literary style, Umdatu sa Sawafti Fihalu il-Kawati, which means, literally, the maintenance of purity as regards the legitimacy of coffee, or more freely, argument in favor of the legitimate use of coffee. Kawa is the Arabic word for coffee. The author is Abd al-Qadir ibn Muhammad al-Ansari al-Jazari al-Hanbali. That is, he was named Abd al-Qadir, son of Muhammad. Abd al-Qadir means slave of the strong one, i.e. of God, while al-Ansari means that he was a descendant of the Ansari, i.e. helpers. The people of Medina who received and protected the Prophet Muhammad after his flight from Mecca, al-Jazari, means that he was a man of Mesopotamia, and al-Hanbali, that in law and theology he belonged to the well-known sect or school of the Hanbalites, so called after the great jurist and writer Ahmed ibn Hanbal, who died at Baghdad after Hegira 241 AD 855. The Hanbalites are one of the four great sects of the Sunni Muhammadans. Abd al-Qadir ibn Muhammad lived in the 10th century of the Hegira, the 16th of our era, and wrote his book in 996 after Hegira, or 1587 AD. Coffee had then been in common use since about 1450 AD in Arabia. It was not in use in the time of the Prophet, who died in 632 AD, but he had forbidden the drink of strong liquors which affect the brain, and hence it was argued that coffee as a stimulant was unlawful. Even today, the community of the Wahhabis, very powerful in Arabia 100 years ago, and still dominant in part of it, do not permit the use of coffee. Abd al-Qadir's book is thought to have been based on an earlier writing by Shihab ad-Din Ahmed ibn Abd al-Ghaffar al-Maliki, as he refers to the latter on the third page of his manuscript. But if so, this previous work does not appear to have been preserved. Larocque says Shihab ad-Din was an Arabian historian who supplied the main part of Abd al-Qadir's story. Larocque refers also to a Turkish historian. Research by the author has failed to disclose anything about Shihab ad-Din, save his name. Al-Maliki means that he belonged to the Malakites, another of the four great Sunni sects, and that he wrote about 100 years before Abd al-Qadir. No copy of his writings is known to exist. The illustrations show the title page of Abd al-Qadir's manuscript, the first page, the third page, and the flyleaf of the cover, the latter containing an inscription in Latin made at the time the manuscript was first received or classified. It reads in Latin, and the translation of the Latin is, "Concerning the legitimate and lawful use of the drink, commonly known as café, by Abd al-Qadir bin Muhammad al-Ansari." The book is composed in 7 chapters and was brought out by the author in the year of the Hegira, 996, at which time 120 years had passed since the use of this drink had become firmly established in Arabia Felix. Coffee in poetry. The Abd al-Qadir work immortalized coffee. It is in 7 chapters. The first treats of the etymology and significance of the word kawa, the nature and properties of the bean where the drink was first used, and describes its virtues. The other chapters have to do largely with the church dispute in Mecca in 1511, answer the religious objectors to coffee, and conclude with a collection of Arabic verses composed during the Mecca controversy by the best poets of the time. The Neuntel, ambassador from the court of Louis XIV to the Ottoman Porte, brought back with him to Paris from Constantinople the Abd al-Qadir manuscript and another by Bichivelli, one of the 3 general treasures of the Ottoman Empire. The latter work is of later date than the Abd al-Qadir manuscript and is concerned chiefly with the history of the introduction of coffee into Egypt, Syria, Damascus, Aleppo, and Constantinople. The following are 2 of the earliest Arabic poems in praise of coffee. They are about the period of the first coffee persecution in Mecca, 1511, and are typical of the best thought of the day. In Praise of Coffee. Translation from the Arabic. O coffee, thou dost dispel all cares, thou art the object of desire to the scholar, this is the beverage of the friends of God. It gives health to those in its service who strive after wisdom. Prepared from the simple shell of the berry, it has the odor of musk and the color of ink. The intelligent man who empties these cups of foaming coffee, he alone knows truth. May God deprive of this drink the foolish man who condemns it with incurable obstinacy. Coffee is our gold. Wherever it is served, one enjoys the society of the noblest and most generous men. O drink, as harmless as pure milk, which differs from it only in its blackness. Here is another rhymed version of the same poem. In Praise of Coffee. Translation from the Arabic. O coffee, doved and fragrant drink, thou drivest care away, the object thou of that man's wish who studies night and day. Thou suitest him, thou givest him health, and God doth favor those who walk straight on his wisdom's way, nor seek their own repose. Fragrant as musk thy berry is, yet black as ink in sooth, and he who sips thy fragrant cup can only know the truth. Insensate they who, tasting not, yet vilify its use, for when they thirst and seek its help, God will the gift refuse. O coffee is our health, for see, where'er on earth it grows, men live whose aims are noble, true virtues who disclose. Coffee companionship. Translation from the Arabic. Come and enjoy the company of coffee in the places of its habitation, for the divine goodness envelopes those who partake of its feast. There the elegance of the rugs, the sweetness of life, the society of the guests, all give a picture of the abode of the blessed. It is a wine which no sorrow could resist when the cupbearer presents thee with the cup which contains it. It is not long since Aden saw thy birth. If thou doubtest this, see the freshness of youth shining on the faces of thy children. Grief is not found within its habitations. Trouble yields humbly to its power. It is the beverage of the children of God. It is the source of health. It is the stream in which we wash away our sorrows. It is the fire which consumes our griefs. Whoever has once known the chafing dish which prepares this beverage will feel only aversion for wine and liquor from casks. Delicious beverage, its color is the seal of its purity. Reason pronounces favorably on the lawfulness of it. Drink of it confidently, and give not ear to the speech of the foolish, who condemn it without reason. During the period of the second religious persecution of coffee in the latter part of the 16th century, other Arabian poets sang the praises of coffee. The learned Fakhr Eddin Abu Bakr ben Abid Aisi wrote a book entitled The Triumph of Coffee, and the poet Sheikh Sherif Eddin Omar bin Farid sang of it in harmonious verse, wherein, discoursing of his mistress, he could find no more flattering comparison than coffee. He exclaims, "She has made me drink, in long draughts, the fever, or rather the coffee of love." The numerous contributions by early travelers to the literature of coffee have been mentioned in chronological order in the history chapters. After Raoulf and Alpini, there were Sir Anthony Shirley, Parry, Biddulph, Captain John Smith, Sir George Sandys, Sir Thomas Herbert, and Sir Henry Blount in England, Tavernier, Thévenot, Bernier, P. de la Roque, and Galland in France, de Liaval in Italy, Olerius and Niebuhr in Germany, Nijhoff in Holland, and others. Francis Bacon wrote about coffee in his Hist, Vitae and Morti, and Silva Silvarum, 1623 to 1627. Burton referred to it in his Anatomy of Melancholy in 1632. Parkinson described it in his Theatrum Botanicum in 1640. In 1652, Pasquale Ozzie published his famous handbill in London, a literary effort as well as a splendid first advertisement. Faustus Nyron, Banasius, produced in Rome in 1671, the first written treatise devoted solely to coffee. The same year, Dufour brought out the first treatise in French. This he followed in 1684 with his work, The Manner of Making Coffee, Tea, and Chocolate. John Ray extolled the virtues of coffee in his Universal Botany of Plants, published in London in 1686. Galland translated the Abd el-Kabir manuscript into French in 1699, and Jean Larocque published his Voyage de l'Arabe Heureuse in Paris in 1715. Excerpts from nearly all these works appear in various chapters of this work. Leonardo Ferdinandus Meissner published a Latin treatise on coffee, tea, and chocolate in 1721. Dr. James Douglas published in London, 1727, his Arbor Yemenensis Fractum Coffee Fernes, or Description and History of the Coffee Tree. This work laid under contribution many of the Italian, German, French, and English scholars mentioned above, and the author mentioned as other sources of information Dr. Quincy, Pecci, Gaudron, De Fontenelle, Professor Boerhaave, Figuerea, Chaberou, Sir Hans Sloane, Langius, and Dumont. In the 17th and 18th centuries, the poets and the dramatists of France, Italy, and England found a plentiful supply in what had already been written on coffee, to say nothing of the inspiration offered by the drink itself and by the society of the cafés of the period. French poets, familiar with Latin, first took coffee as the subject of their verse. Vanier sang its praises in the 8th book of his Praedium Rusticum, and Phelan, a Jesuit professor of Trinity College, Lyon, wrote a didactic poem called Faba Arabica Carmen, which is included in the Poemata Didascalia of d'Olvi. Abbe Guillaume Massieu, Carmen Caféum, composed in 1718, has been referred to in Chapter 3. It was read at the Academy of Inscriptions. One of the panegyrists of this author, de Bose, in his Éloge de Massey, says that if Horace and Virgil had known of coffee, the poem might easily have been attributed to them. And Thierry, who translated it into French, says, "It is a pearl of elegance in a rare jewel case." The following translation of the poem from the Latin original was made for this work. Coffee, a poem by Guillaume Massieu of the French Academy. A literal prose translation from the original Latin in the British Museum. How coffee first came to our shores, what the nature of the divine drink is, what's its use, how it brings ready aid to man against every kind of evils, I shall here begin to tell in simple verse. You soft-spoken men, who have often tried the sweetness of this drink, if it has never deceived your wish or mocked your hopes, with its empty results, be propitious and lend a willing ear to our song. And may you, O Phoebus, kindly be present to acknowledge, as your gift, the power of herbs and healthful plants, and to dispel sad diseases from our bodies, for they say you are the author of this blessing, and may you spread your gifts among peoples, and everywhere far and wide throughout the entire world. Across Libya far and the 7 mouths of the swollen Nile, where Asia most joyfully spreads in immense fields, rich in various resources and filled with fragrant woods, a region extends. The Sabines of old inhabited it. I believe indeed nature, the best parent of all things, loved this place more than all others with a tender love. Here the air of heaven always breathes more mildly. The sun has a gentler power. Here are flowers of a different clime. And the earth with fertile bosom brings forth various fruits, cinnamon, cassia, myrrh, and fragrant thyme. Amid the resources and gifts of this blessed land, turn to the sun and the warm south winds. A tree spontaneously lifts itself into the upper air, growing nowhere else and unknown in earlier centuries. By no means great in size, it stretches not far its spreading branches, nor lifts a lofty top to heaven, but slowly, after the manner of myrtle or pliant broom, it rises from the ground. Many a nut bends its rich branches, small like a bean, dark and dull in color, marked by a slight groove in the center of its hull. To transplant this growth to our own fields, many have tried, and to cultivate it with great care. In vain, for the plant has not responded to the zeal and desires of the planters, and has rendered vain their long labor. Before day, the root of the tender herb has withered away. Either this has happened through fault of climate, or grudging, earth refuses to furnish fit nourishment to the foreign plant. Therefore come thee, whoever shall be possessed by a love for coffee, do not regret having brought the healthful bean from the far, remote world of Arabia, for this is its bountiful mother country. The soothing draught first flowed from those regions through other peoples, thence through all Europe and Asia, and next made its way through the entire world. Therefore, what you shall know to be sufficient for your needs, do you prepare long beforehand. Let it be your care to have collected yearly a copious store, and providently fill small granaries, as of yore the farmer, early mindful and provident of the future, collected crops from his fields, and garnered them in his barns, and turned his attention to the coming year. None the less, meanwhile, must the utensils for coffee be cared for. Let not vessels suited for drinking the beverage be lacking, and a pot, whose narrow neck should be topped by a small cover, and whose body should swell gradually into an oblong shape. When these things shall have been provided by you, let your next care be to roast well the beans with flames, and to grind them when roasted. Nor should the hammer cease to crush them with many a blow, until they lay aside their hardness, and when thoroughly ground, become fine powder, which forthwith pack either in a bag or a box made for such uses, and wrap it in leather, and smear it over with soft wax, lest narrow chinks be open or hidden channels. Unless you prevent these, by a secret path gradually small particles and whatever of value exists, and the entire strength would leave, wasting into empty air. Coffee scenes in the Near and the Far East. There is also a hollow machine like a small tower, which they call a mill, in which you can bruise the useful fruit of the roasted bean and crush it with frequent rubbing. A revolving pivot in the middle, on an easy wheel turning, twists its metal joints on a cracking stem. The top of the wheel, you know, is pierced with an ivory handle, which will have to be turned by hand through 1,000 revolutions, and through 1,000 circles it moves the pivot. When you put a kernel in, you will turn the handle with quick hand, no delay, and you will wonder how the crackling kernel is, with much grinding quickly reduced to a powder. Once only the lower compartment receives on its kindly bosom the crushed grains, which are placed in the very depths of the box. But why do we linger over these less important matters? Greater things call us. Then is it time to drain the sweet draught, either under the new light of the early sun in the morning, when an empty stomach demands food, or when after the splendid feast of a magnificent table, the overburdened stomach suffers from too heavy load, and unequal to the demands made upon it seeks the aid of external heat. Then come, when now the pot grows ruddy in the fire, crackling beneath, and you shall behold the liquid, swelling with mingled powdered coffee, now bubble around the brim, draw it from the fire. Unless you should do this, the force of the water would break forth suddenly, overflowing, and would sprinkle the beverage on the fire beneath. Therefore, let no such accident disturb your joys. You should keep watch carefully when the water no longer restrains itself and bubbles with the heat. Then return the pot to the fire thrice and 4 times, until the powdered coffee stems in the midst of the fire and blends thoroughly with the surrounding water. This soothing drink ought to be boiled with skill, to be drunk with art, not in the way men are wont to drink other beverages, and with reason. For when you shall have taken it stemming from a quick fire, and gradually all the dregs have settled to the very bottom, you shall not drink it impatiently at one gulp, but rather sip it little by little, and between draughts contrive pleasant delays. And sipping, drain it in long draughts, so long as it is still hot and burns the palate. For then it is better, then it permeates our inmost bones, and penetrating within to the center of our vitals and our marrow, it pervades all our body with its vivifying strength. Often, even merely inhaling the odor with their nostrils, men have welcomed it, when it has bubbled up from the bottom, more refreshing than the breeze. So much pleasure is there in a delicious odor. And now there remains awaiting us the other part of our task, to make known the secret strength of the divine draught. But who could hope to understand this wonderful blessing, or to be able to pursue so great a miracle in verse? For really, when coffee has quietly glided into your body, taking itself within, it sheds a vital warmth through your limbs, and inspires joyous strength in your heart. Then if there is anything undigested, with fire's help, it heats the hidden channels and loosens the thin pores, through which the useless moisture exudes, and seeds of diseases flee from all your veins. Wherefore come, O you who have a care for your health, you who triple chin hangs on your breast, who drag your heavy stomach of great bulk, it is fitting for you, first of all, to indulge in the warm beverage, for indeed it will dry the hideous flow of moisture which oppresses your limbs, and sends forth streams of perspiration from your whole body, and in a short time the swelling of your fat belly will gradually begin to decrease, and it will lighten your members, now oppressed by their heavy weight. O happy peoples, on whom Titan, rising, looks with his first light! Here a rather free use of wine has never done harm. Law and religion forbid us to quaff the flowing wine. Here one lives on coffee. Here, then, flourishing with joyous strength, one pursues life and knows not what diseases are, nor that child of Bacchus and companion of high living, the goat, nor what innumerable diseases through this union are ready to attack our world. Yet, indeed, the soothing power of this invigorating drink drives sad cares from the heart and exhilarates the spirits. I have seen a man, when he had not yet drained a mighty draught of this sweet nectar, walk silently with slow gait, his brow sad and forehead rough with forbidding wrinkles. This same man who had hardly bathed his throat with the sweet drink, no delay, clouds fled from his wrinkled brow, and he took pleasure in teasing all with his witty sayings. Nor yet did he pursue anyone with bitter laughter, for this harmless drink inspires no desire of offending, the venom is lacking, and pleasant laughter without bitterness pleases. And in the entire East this custom of coffee drinking has been accepted, and now, France, you adopt the foreign custom, so that public shops one after the other are open for drinking coffee. A hanging sign of either ivy or laurel invites the passers-by. Hither in crowds from the entire city they assemble, and while away the time in pleasant drinking. And when once the feelings have grown warm, acted upon by the gentle heat, then good-humored laughter and pleasant arguments increase. General gaiety ensues, the places about resound with joyous applause, but never does the liquid imbibed overpower weary minds, but rather, if ever slumber presses their heavy eyes and dulls the brain, and their strength, blunted, grows torpid in the body, coffee puts sleep to flight from the eyes, and slothful inactivity from the whole frame. Therefore to absorb the sweet draught would be an advantage, for those whom a great deal of long-continued labor awaits, and those who need to extend their study far into the night. And here I shall make known who taught the use of this pleasant drink, for its virtue, unknown, has lain hidden through many years, and reviewing, I shall relate the matter from the very beginning. An Arab shepherd was driving his young goats to the well-known pastures. They were wandering through lonely wastes and cropping the grasses, when a tree heavy with many berries, never seen before, met their eyes. At once, as they were able to reach the low branches, they began to pull off the leaves with many a nimble, and to pluck the tender growth. Its bitterness attracts. The shepherd, not knowing this, was meanwhile singing on the soft grass, and telling the story of his loves to the woods. But when the evening star rising warned him to leave the field, and he led back his well-fed flock to their stalls, he perceived that the beasts did not close their eyes in sweet sleep, but joyous beyond their wont, with wonderful delight throughout the whole night, jumped about with wanton leaps. Trembling with sudden fear, the shepherd stood amazed, and crazed by the sound, he thought these things were being done through some wicked trick of a neighbor, or by magic art. Not far from here, a holy band of brethren had built their humble home in a remote valley. Their lot it was to chant praises of God, and to load his altars with fitting gifts. Although throughout the night the deep-toned bell resounded with great din, and summoned them to the sacred temple, often the coming of dawn found them lingering on their couches, having forgotten to rise in the middle of the night. So great was their love of sleep. In charge of the sacred temple, revered and obeyed by his willing brethren, was the master, an aged man, a heavy mass of white hair on head and chin. The shepherd, hastening, came to him and told him the story, imploring his aid. The old man smiled to himself, but he agreed to go and investigate the hidden cause of the miracle. When he has come to the hills, he observes the lambs, together with their mothers, gnawing the berries of an unknown plant, and cries, "This is the cause of the trouble." And saying no more, he at once picks the smooth fruit from the heavily laden trees and carries it home, places it, when washed, in pure water, cooking it over the fire, and fearlessly drinks a large cup of it. Forthwith a warmth pervades his veins, a living force is diffused through his limbs, and weariness is dispelled from his aged body. Then, at length, the old man, exulting in the blessing thus found, rejoices and kindly shares with all his brothers. They eagerly at early nightfall indulge in pleasant banquets and drain great bowls. No longer is it hard for them to break off sweet sleep and to leave their soft beds as formerly. O fortunate ones, whose hearts the sweet draught has often bathed! No sluggish torpor holds their minds. They briskly rise for their prescribed duties and rejoice to outstrip the rays of the first light. You also, whose care it is to feed minds with divine eloquence, and to terrify with your words the souls of the guilty, you also should indulge in the pleasant drink, for, as you know, it strengthens weakness. Keen vigor is gained for the limbs from this source, and spreads through the whole body. From this source, too, shall come new strength and new power to your voice. You also, whom oft harmful vapors harass, whose sick brains the dangerous vertigo shakes. Oh, come! In this sweet liquid is a ready medicine, and none other better to calm undue agitation. Apollo planted this power for himself, they say. The story is worthy to be sung. Once a disease most deadly to life assailed the disciples of Apollo's mount. It spread far and wide, and attacked the brain itself. Already all the people of genius were suffering with this disease, and the arts, deserted, were languishing along with the workers. Some even pretended to have the disease, and assuming feigned suffering, gave themselves over to an idle life. Unpleasing work grew distasteful, and deadly inertia increased everywhere. It pleased all, now released from work and labors, to indulge in carefree quiet. Apollo, full of indignation, did not endure longer that the deadly contagion of such easy ruin should creep over them thus, and that he might take away from seers all means of deception, he enticed from the rich bosom of the earth this friendly plant, than which no other is more ready either to refresh for work the mind wearied by long studies, or to soothe troublesome sorrows of the head. O plant, given to the human race by the gift of the gods! No other out of the entire list of plants has ever vied with you. On your account sailors sail from our shores, and fearlessly conquer the threatening winds, sandbanks, and dreadful rocks. With your nourishing growth you surpass Dittany, Ambrosia, and fragrant Panacea. Grim diseases flee from you. To you trusting health clings as a companion, and also the merry crowd, conversation, amusing jokes, and sweet whisperings. The poet Beligi, towards the close of the 16th century, composed a poem, which, freely translated, runs: In Damascus, in Aleppo, in great Cairo, at every turn is to be found that mild fruit which gives so beloved a drink, before coming to court to triumph. There this serious disturber of the world has, by its unparalleled virtue, supplanted all wines from this blessed day. Jacques Delisle, 1738 to 1813, the didactic poet of nature, in Chant V of his Three Rains of Nature, thus apostrophizes the divine nectar and describes its preparation. Divine coffee, translation from the French. A liquid there is to the poet most dear. Tea was lacking to Virgil, adored by Voltaire. Tea is thou divine coffee, for thine is the art, without turning the head yet to gladden the heart. And thus, though my palate be dulled by age, with joy I partake of thy dear beverage. How glad I prepare me thy nectar most precious! No soul shall usurp me a right so delicious. On the ambient flame when the black charcoal burns, the gold of thy bean to rare ebony turns. I alone, 'gainst the cone, wrote with fierce iron teeth, make thy fruitage cry out with its bittersweet breath. Till charmed with such perfume, with care I entrust to the pot on my hearth the rare spice-laden dust, first to calm, then excite, till it seethingly whirls. With an eye all attention I gaze till it boils. At last now the liquid comes slow to repose. In the hot smoking vessel its wealth I depose. My cup and thy nectar, from wild reeds expressed, America's honey my table has blessed. All is ready, Japan's gay enamel invites, and the tribute of two worlds thy prestige unites. Come, nectar divine, inspire thou me. I wish but Antigone, desert and thee, for scarce have I tasted thy odorous steam, when quick from thy clime soothing warmths round me stream. Attentive my thoughts rise and flow light as air, awaking my senses and soothing my care. Ideas that but late moved so dull and depressed, behold, they come smiling in rich garments dressed. Some genius awakes me, my course is begun, for I drink with each drop a bright ray of the sun. Momenet addressed to Gallant the following verses. If slumber, friend, too near, with some late glass should creep, dull, poppy-perfumed sleep, if a too fumeous wine confounds at length thy brain, take coffee then, this juice divine shall banish sleep and steam of vaporous wine, and with its timely aid fresh vigor thou shalt find. Cassel, in his poem Les Plantes, the plants, could not omit the coffee trees of the tropics. He thus addressed them in 1811. Bright plants, the favorites of Phoebus, in these climes the rarest virtues offer. Delicious mocha, thy sap, enchantress, awakens genius, outvalues Parnassi. In a collection of the songs of Brittany in the Brest Library, there are many stanzas in praise of coffee. A Breton poet has composed a little piece of 96 verses in which he describes the powerful attraction that coffee has for women and the possible effects on domestic happiness. The first time that coffee was used in Brittany, says an old song of that country, only the nobility drank it, and now all the common people are using it, yet the greater part of them have not even bread. A French poet of the 18th century produced the following. Lines on Coffee, translation from the French. Good coffee is more than a savory cup. Its aroma has power to dry liquor up. By coffee you get upon leaving the table, a mind full of wisdom, thoughts lucid, nerves stable. And odd though it be, it's none the less true. Coffee's aid to digestion permits dining anew. And what's very true, though few people know it, fine coffee's the basis of every fine poet. For many a writer as windy as Boreas has been vastly improved by the drink ever glorious. Coffee brightens the dullness of heavy philosophy and opens the science of mighty geometry. Our lawmakers, too, when the nectar imbibing, plan wondrous reforms quite beyond the describing. The odor of coffee they delight in inhaling, and promise the country to alter laws ailing. From the brow of the scholar coffee chases the wrinkles, and mirth in his eyes like a firefly twinkles. And he, who before was but a hack of old Homer, becomes an original, and that's no misnomer. Observe the astronomer who's straining his eyes in watching the planets which soar through the skies. Alas, all those bright bodies seem hopelessly far, till coffee discloses his own guiding star. But greatest of wonders that coffee effects is to aid the news editor as he little expects. Coffee whispers the secrets of hidden diplomacy, hints rumors of wars and of scandals so racy. Inspiration by coffee must be nigh unto magic, for it conjures up facts that are certainly tragic. And for a few pennies, coffee's small price per cup, ye editors be able to swallow the universe up. Esmerand celebrated Captain de Clio's romantic voyage to Martine with the coffee plants from the Jardin des Plantes in some admirable verses quoted in chapter 2. Among other notable poetic flights in praise of coffee produced in France, mention should be made of L'Éloge de Coffee, Eulogy of Coffee, a song in 24 couplets, Paris, Jacques Estienne, 1711. Le Café, Coffee, a fragment from the fourth chant, song, of La grandeur de Dieu dans les merveilles de la nature, the grandeur of God in the wonders of nature, Marcier. Le Café, extract from the fourth gastronomic song by Berquois, A mon café, to my coffee, stanzas written by Ducis. Le Café, anonymous stanzas inserted in the Macédoine Poetic, 1824. A poem in Latin in the Abbé Olivier's collections, Le Bouquet Blanc et le Bouquet Noir, Poésie en quatre chants, Le Café, C.D. Mary, 1837. Éloge du Café, S. Melai, 1852. Many Italian poets have sung the praises of coffee. L. Barodi wrote his poem, Il Café, in 1681. Giuseppe Parini, 1729 to 1799, Italy's great satirical and lyric poet and critic of the 18th century, in Il Giorno, the Day, gives a delightful pen picture of the manners and customs of Milan's polite society of the period. William Dean Howells quotes as follows from these poems, his own translation, in his Modern Italian Poets. The feast is over, and the lady signals to the cavalier that it is time to leave the table. Spring to thy feet, the first of all, and, drawing near thy lady, remove her chair and offer her thy hand, and lead her to the other room, nor suffer longer, that the stale reek of viands shall offend her delicate sense. Thee with the rest invites the grateful odor of the coffee, where it smokes upon a smaller table hid and graced with Indian webs. The redolent gums that windmill burn, sweeten and purify the heavy atmosphere, and banish thence all lingering traces of the feast. Ye sick and poor, whom misery or whom hope, perchance, has guided in the noonday to these doors, tumultuous, naked, and unsightly throng, with mutilated limbs and squalid faces. In litters and on crutches from afar, comfort yourselves, and with expanded nostrils drink in the nectar of the feast divine, that favorable zephyrs waft to you. But do not dare besiege these noble precincts, importunately offering her that reigns within your loathsome spectacle of woe. And now, sir, it is your office to prepare the tiny cup that then shall minister, slow sipped its liquor to the lady's lips. And now bethink thee whether she prefer the boiling beverage much or little tempered with sweet, or if, perchance, she likes it best, as doth the barbarous spouse, then when she sits upon brocades of Persia, with light fingers the beard visage of her lord caressing. This is from Il Mezzogiorno, noon. The other three poems, rounding out the day, are Il Mattino, morning, Il Vespre, evening, and La Notte, night. In Il Mattino, Parini sings, should dreary hypochondria's woes oppress thee, should round thy charming limbs in too great measure, thy flesh increase, then with thy lips do honor to that clear beverage made from the well-bronzed, the smoking, ardent beans Aleppo sends thee, and distant Mocha too, 1,000 shiploads, when slowly sipped it knows no rival. Belli's Il Café supplies a partial bibliography of the Italian literature on coffee, There are many poems, some of them put to music. As late as 1921, there were published in Bologna some advertising verses on coffee by G.B. Zecchini, with music by Cesare Cantino. Pope Leo XIII, in his Horatian poem on frugality, composed in his 88th year, thus verses his appreciation of coffee. Last comes the beverage of the Orient shore, mocha, far off, the fragrant berries bore. Taste the dark fluid with a dainty lip, digestion waits on pleasure as you sip. Peter Altenberg, a Vienna poet, thus celebrated the cafes of his native city. To the coffee house. When you are worried, have trouble of one sort or another, to the coffee house. When she did not keep her appointment for one reason or other, to the coffee house. When your shoes are torn and dilapidated, coffee house. When your income is 400 crowns and you spend 500, coffee house. You are a chair warmer in some office, while your ambition led you to seek professional honors, coffee house. You could not find a mate to suit you, coffee house. You feel like committing suicide, coffee house. You hate and despise human beings, and at the same time you cannot be happy without them, coffee house. You compose a poem which you cannot inflict upon friends you meet in the street, coffee house. When your coal scuttle is empty and your gas ration exhausted, coffee house. When you need money for cigarettes, you touch the head waiter in the coffee house. When you are locked out and haven't the money to pay for unlocking the house door, coffee house. When you acquire a new flame and intend provoking the old one, you take the new one to the old ones, coffee house. When you feel like hiding, you dive into a coffee house. When you want to be seen in a new suit, coffee house. When you cannot get anything on trust anywhere else, coffee house. End of section 52. Section 53 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. All About Coffee by William Ukers. A History of Coffee in Literature, Part 2. English poets from Milton to Keats celebrated coffee. Milton, 1608 to 1674, in his Comos thus acclaimed the beverage. One sip of this will bathe the drooping spirits in delight, beyond the bliss of dreams. Alexander Pope, poet and satirist, 1688 to 1744, has the oft-quoted lines, "Coffee which makes the politician wise, and see through all things with his half-shut eyes." In Caruthers' Life of Pope, we read that this poet inhaled the steam of coffee in order to obtain relief from the headaches to which he was subject. We can well understand the inspiration which called forth from him the following lines when he was not yet 20. As long as Mocha's happy tree shall grow, while berries crackle, or while mills shall go, while smoking streams from silver spouts shall glide, or China's earth receive the sable tide, while coffee shall to British nymphs be dear, while fragrant steams the bended head shall cheer, or grateful bitters shall delight the taste, so long her honors, name and praise shall last. Pope's famous Rape of the Lock grew out of coffee-house gossip. The poem contains the passage on coffee already quoted. For lo, the board with cups and spoons is crowned, the berries crackle and the meal turns round. On shining altars of Japan they raise the silver lamp, the fiery spirits blaze, from silver spouts the grateful liquors glide, while China's earth receives the smoking tide. At once they gratify their scent and taste, and frequent cups prolong the rich repast. Straight hover round the fair hair airy bend, some as she sipped the fuming liquor fanned, some o'er her lap, their careful plumes displayed, trembling, and conscious of the rich brocade. Coffee, which makes the politician wise, and see through all things with his half-shut eyes. Sent up in vapors to the baron's brain, new stratagems the radiant lock to gain. Pope often broke the slumbers of his servant at night by calling him to prepare a cup of coffee, but for regular serving it was his custom to grind and to prepare it upon the table. William Cowper's fine tribute to the cups that cheer but not inebriate, a phrase which he is said to have borrowed from Bishop Berkeley, was addressed to tea and not to coffee, to which it has not infrequently been wrongfully attributed. It is one of the most pleasing pictures in The Task. Cowper refers to coffee but once in his writings. In his pity for poor Africans, he expresses himself as shocked at the ignorance of slaves. I pitied them greatly, but I must be mum, for how could we do without sugar and rum? Especially sugar, so needful we see. What? Give up our desserts, our coffee and tea? Thus contenting himself, like many others, with words of pity where more active protest might sacrifice his personal ease and comfort. Leigh Hunt, 1784 to 1859, and John Keats, 1795 to 1834, were worshippers at the shrine of coffee, while Charles Lamb, famous poet, essayist, humorist, and critic, has celebrated in verse the exploit of Captain Declieux in the following delightful verses. The coffee slips. Whenever I fragrant coffee drink, I on the generous Frenchman think, whose noble perseverance bore the tree to Martinica's shore. While yet her colony was new, her island products but a few. 2 shoots from off a coffee tree he carried with him o'er the sea. Each little tender coffee sleep he waters daily in the ship, and as he tends his embryo trees, feels he is raising midst the seas coffee groves whose ample shade shall screen the dark Carolean maid. But soon, alas, his darling pleasure in watching this his precious treasure is like to fade, for water fails on board the ship in which he sails. Now all the reservoirs are shut, the crew on short allowance put. So small a drop is each man's share, few livings you may think there are, to water these poor coffee plants, but he supplies their grasping wants, even from his own dry, parched lips. He spares it for his coffee slips. Water he gives his nurslings first, ere he allies his own deep thirst, lest, if he first the water seep, he bear too far his eager leap. He sees them droop for want of more, yet when they reach the destined shore, with pride the heroic gardener sees a living sap still in his trees. The islanders his praise resound, coffee plantations rise around, and Martinico loads her ships with produce from those dear saved slips. In John Keats' amusing fantasy, Cap and Bells, the Emperor Elfinan greets Hum, the great soothsayer, and offers him refreshment. You may have sherry in silver, hock in gold, or glass champagne. What cup will you drain? Commander of the faithful, answered Hum, in preference to these, I'll merrily taste a thimbleful of old Jamaica rum. A simple boon, said Elfinan, thou mightst have nuns, with which my morning coffee's laced. But Hum accepts the glass of nuns, without the coffee, made racy with the third part of the least drop of crème de citron, crystal clear. Numerous broadsides printed in London, 1660 to 1675, have been referred to in Chapter 10. Few of them possesses real literary merit. Coffee and Crumpets has been much quoted. It was published in Fraser's Magazine in 1837. Its author calls himself Lancelot Littledew. The poem is quite long, and only those portions are printed here that refer particularly to Yemen's fragrant berry. Coffee and Crumpets by Lancelot Littledew of Pump Court, Temple Barrister at Law. There's 10 o'clock from Hampstead to the Tower. The bells are chanting forth a lusty carol, wrangling with iron tongues about the hour, like 50 drunken fishwives at a quarrel. Cautious policemen shun the coming shower. Thompson and Fearon tap another barrel. Dissolve frigus, lingam superfoco, large riponus, now come Orinoco. To puff away an hour and drink a cup, a brimming breakfast cup of ruddy mocha, clear, luscious, dark, like eyes that lighten up. The raven hair, fair cheek, and bella bocca of Florence maidens. I can never sup of Perigord, guai aquila toca. I'm doomed to indigestion. So to settle this strife eternal, Betty, bring the kettle. Coffee, oh coffee, faith, it is surprising. Middle the poets, good and bad and worse, who've scribbled Hoc or Chian eulogizing, post and papyrus with immortal verse, melodiously similitudinizing in Sapphics languid, or Alkai's terse, no one, my little brown Arabian berry, hath sung thy praises this surprising very. Were I poet now, whose ready rhymes, like Tommy Moore's, came tripping to their places, reeling along a merry troll of chimes, with careless truth, a dance of fuddle graces. Hear it, Gazette, Post, Herald, Standard, Times. I'd write an epic, coffee for its basis, sweet as ear warbled forth from Cockney throttles since Bob Montgomery's or Amos Cottle's. Though sleepy-eyed Chinese, enticing siren, Pekoa, the muse hath said in praise of thee, that cheers but not inebriates, and Byron hath called thy sister Queen of Tears, Buha, and he, Anacreon of Rome's age of iron, says how untruly, qui non potulant, while coffee, though bill-plastered gables say, art like old Cupid roasted every day. I love upon a rainy night, as this is, when rarely and more rare the coaches rattle, from street to street, to sip thy fragrant kisses, while from the strand remote some drunken battle far faintly echoes, and the kettle hisses upon the glowing hob. No tittle-tattle to make a single thought of mine an alien from thee, my coffee-pot, my fount Castelli. The many intervening verses cover an unhappy termination to an otherwise delightful ball. He is sitting with his charming Mary, about to ask her to be his bride, when the unfortunate overturning of a glass of red wine into her white satin gown at the same time overthrows all his dreams of bliss, for the shrew displaces the angel he adored, and he resigns himself to the life of a man in chambers. This thus I sit and sip and think and sip again, and dip in Fraser. A health, King Oliver, to thee I drink. Long may the public have thee to amaze her, like Figaro. Thou makest one's eyelids twink twirling on practiced palm thy polished razor, true Horace temper, smooth on Attic stroke. Aha! Thou couldst faire la barbe à toute la Europe. Come, Oliver, and tell us what the news is. An easy chair awaits thee. Come and fill it. Come, I invoke thee, as they do the muses, and thou shalt choose thy tipple as thou wilt. And if thy lips my sober cup refuses, for ruddier drops the purple grape has spilt, we can sing, sipping in alternate verses, thy drink and mine like Corydon and Thyrsis. Fill the bowl, but not with wine, potent port or fiery sherry. For this milder cup of mine, crush me Yemen's fragrant berry. Gentle is the grape's deep cluster, but the wine's a wayward child. Nectar this, of meeker lustre, this the cup that draws it mild. Deeply drink its streams divine. Fill the cup, but not with wine. Prior and Montag inserted the following poetic vignette in their City Mouse and Country Mouse, written in burlesque of Dryden's Hind and Panther. Then on there jogged, and since an hour of talk might cut a banter on the tedious walk, as I remember, said the sober mouse, I've heard much talk of the Wit's Coffee House. Thither, says Brindle, thou shalt go and see priests sipping coffee, sparks and poets' tea. Here rugged frieze, their quality well dressed. This baffling the grand senior, those detest, and their shrewd guesses made, and reasons given, that human laws were never made in heaven. But, above all, what shall oblige thy sight, and fill thy eyeballs with a vast delight, is the poetic judge of sacred wit, who does i'th darkness of his glory sit, and as the moon who first receives the light, with which she makes this nether regions bright, so does he shine, reflecting from afar the rays he borrowed from a better star. For rules which from corneal and rapine flow, admired by all the scribbling heard below, from French tradition, while he does dispense unerring truths, it seems a damned offense to question his or trust your private sense. Geoffrey Sefton, an English poet and novelist, many years resident in Vienna, whose fantastic stories and fairy tales are well known in Europe, has written the following sonnets on coffee. To the Mighty Monarch, King Co, by Geoffrey Sefton. Away with opiates, tantalizing snares to dull the brain with phantoms that are not. Let no such drugs the subtle senses rot, with visions stealing softly unawares into the chambers of the soul. Nightmares ride in their wake, the spirits to besought. Seek surer means to banish haunting cares. Place on the board the steaming coffee pot, or luscious fruit, dessert and sparkling flask. Let proudly rule as king the great Coe, for he gives joy divine to all that ask, together with his spouse, sweet eau de vie. Oh, let us 'neath his sovereign pleasure bask. Come, raise the fragrant cup and bend the knee. O great Coe, thou democratic lord, born aneath the tropic sun and bronze to splendor, in lands of wealth and wisdom, who can render such service to the wondering human horde, as though at every proud or humble board, beside the honest workman's homely fender, mid dainty dames and damsels sweetly tender. In China, gold and silver, have we poured thy praise and sweetness, Oriental King. Oh, how we love to hear the kettle sing, enjoy at thy approach, embodying the bitter, sweet, and creamy sides of life. Friend of the people, enemy of the strife, sons of the earth, have borne thee laboring. In America, too, poets have sung in praise of coffee. The somewhat doubtful kind that mother used to make is celebrated in James Whitcomb Riley's classic poem, Like His Mother Used to Make. Uncle Jake's Place, St. Joe, Monday, 1874. I was born in Indiany, says a stranger, lank and slim, as us fellers in the restaurant was kindo guying him. And Uncle Jake was sliding him another pumpkin pie, an extra cup o' coffee, with a twinkle in his eye. I was born in Indiany more'n 40 years ago, and I hain't been back in 20, and I'm working backwards slow. But I've et in every restaurant twixt here and Santa Fe, and I want to state this coffee tastes like getting home to me. Pour us out another, Daddy, says the fella, warming up, speaking crossed a saucerful, as Uncle took his cup. When I see your sign out yonder, he went on, to Uncle Jake, come in and get some coffee like your mother used to make. I thought of my old mother and the Posey County farm, and me a little kid again, a-hanging in her arm, as she set pot a billin', broke the eggs and poured 'em in, and the fella kinda halted with a tremble in his chin, and Uncle Jake, he fetched the feller's coffee back, and stood, as solemn fer a minute as an undertaker would. Then he sorter turned and tiptoed towards the kitchen door, and next, here comes his old wife out with him, a rubbin' of her specs, and she rushes fer the stranger, and she hollers out, "It's him! Thank God we've met him comin'. Don't you know your mother, Jim?" And the feller, as he grabbed her, says, "You bet I hain't forgot, but," whippin' off his eyes, says he, "your coffee's mighty hot." One of the most delightful coffee poems in English is Francis Saltus' dated 1889 sonnet on the voluptuous berry, as found in Flasks and Flagons. Coffee, voluptuous berry, where may mortals find nectars divine that can with thee compare, when having dined we sip thy essence rare, and feel towards wit and repartee inclined. Though wert of sneering, cynical Voltaire the only friend, thy power urged Balzac's mind to glorious effort, surely heaven designed thy devotees' superior joys to share. Whene'er I breathe thy fumes 'mid summer stars, their Orient's splendent pomps my vision greet. Damascus with its myriad minarets gleams. I see thee smoking in immense bazaars, or yet in dim Seraglioid at the feet of blonde sultanas, pale with amorous dreams. Arthur Gray, in Over the Black Coffee, 1902, has made the following contribution to the poetry of coffee, with an unfortunate reflection on tea, which might well have been omitted. Coffee. O boilin', bubblin', berry bean, thou consort of the kitchen queen, browned and ground of every feature, the only aromatic creature, for which we long, for which we feel the breath of morn, the perfumed meal. For what is tea? It can but mean merrily the mildest go-between. Insipid sobriety of thought and mind, it cuts no figure we can find, save peaceful essays, gentle walks, purring cats, old ladies' talks. But coffee can other tales unfold, its histories written round and bold. Brave buccaneers upon the Spanish main, the armies march across the lengthened plain. The lone prospector wandering o'er the hill, the hunter's camp, thy fragrance all distill. So here's a health to coffee, coffee hot, a morning toast, bring on another pot. The Tea and Coffee Trade Journal published in 1909 the following excellent stanzas by William A. Price. An Ode to Coffee. Oh, thou most fragrant, aromatic joy, impugned, abused, and often stormed against, and yet containing all the blissfulness that in a tiny cup could be condensed. Give thy contemners calm, imperial scorn, for thou wilt reign through ages yet unborn. Some ancient Arab, so the legend tells, first found thee, may his memory be blessed. The worldwide sign of brotherhood today, the binding tie between the East and West. Good coffee pleases in a Persian dell, and Blackfeet Indians make it more than well. The lonely traveler in the desert range, if thou art with him, smiles at eventide. The sailor, as thy perfume bubbles forth, laughs at the ocean as it rages wide. And where the camps of fighting men are found, thy fragrance hovers o'er each battleground. Use, not abuse, the good things of this life. That is a motto from the prophet's days. And dealing with thee thus, we never shall come to troublous times or parting of the ways. Comfort and solace both endure with thee, rich royal berry of the coffee tree. The New York Tribune published in 1915 the following lines by Louis Untermeyer, which were subsequently included in his And Other Poets. Gilbert K. Chesterton rises to the toast of coffee. Strong wine, it is a mocker. Strong wine, it is a beast. It grips you when it starts to rise. It is the fabled yeast. You should not offer ale or beer from hops that are freshly picked, nor even Benedictine to tempt a Benedict. For wine has a spell like the lure of hell, and the devil has mixed the brew. And the friends of ale are a sort of pale and weary, witless crew, and the taste of beer is a sort of a queer and undecided brown. But comrades, I give you coffee, drink it up, drink it down, with the fol-de-rol-dol and fol-de-rol-dee, etc. Oh, cocoa's the drink for an elderly don who lives with an elderly niece, and tea is the drink for studios and loud and violent peace, and brandy's the drink that spoils the clothes when the bottle breaks in the trunk, but coffee's the drink that is drunken by men who will never be drunk. So gentlemen, up with the festive cup, where mocha and java unite. It clears the head when things are said too brilliant to be bright. It keeps the stars from the golden bars and the lips of the tipsy town. So here's to strong black coffee. Drink it up, drink it down. with a fol-de-rol-do and fol-de-rol-dee, etc. The American breakfast cup is celebrated in an up-to-date American style in the following by Helen Rowland in the New York Evening World. What every wife knows. Give me a man who drinks good, hot, dark, strong coffee for breakfast. A man who smokes a good, dark, fat cigar after dinner. You may marry your milk fattest or your anti-coffee crank as you will, but I know the magic of the coffee pot. Let me make my husband's coffee, and I care not who makes eyes at him. Give me 2 matches a day, one to start the coffee with at breakfast and one for his cigar after dinner, and I defy all the Houris in Christendom to light a new flame in his heart. O sweet supernal coffee pot, gentle panicky of domestic troubles, faithful author of that sweet nepenthe which deadens all the ills that married folks are hired to, cherry, glittering, soul-soothing, warm-hearted, inanimate friend, what wife can fail to admit the peace and serenity she owes to you who stand between her and all her early morning trouble, between her and the before breakfast grouch, between her and the morning after headache, between her and the cold gray dawn scrutiny, to you who supply the golden nectar that stimulates the jaded masculine soul, soothes the shaky masculine nerves, steers the fagged masculine mind, inspires the slow masculine sentiment, and starts the sluggish blood a-flowing and the whole day right. What is it, I ask you, when he comes down to breakfast dry of mouth and touchy of temper, that gives him pause and silences that scintillating barb of sarcasm on the tip of his tongue, with which he meant to impale you? It is the sweet aroma of the coffee pot, the thrilling thought of that first delicious sip. What is it, on the morning after the club dance, that hides your weary little washed-out face and struggling uncurled coiffure from his critical eyes? It is the generous coffee pot, standing like a guardian angel between you and him. And in those many vital psychological moments during the honeymoon, which decide for or against the romance and happiness of all the rest of married life, those critical before breakfast moments when temperament meets temperament and will meets won't, what is it that halts you on the brink of tragedy and distracts you from the temptation to answer back? It is the absorbing anxiety of watching the coffee boil. What is it that warms his veins and soothes your nerves, and turns all the world suddenly from a dismal gray vale of disappointment to a bright rosy garden of hope, and starts another day gliding smoothly along like a new motor car? What is it that will do more to transform a man from a fiend into an angel than baptism in the river Jordan? It is the first cup of coffee in the morning. End of section 53.